On Tuesday, 1 November 1981, the Dursleys begin the day by gossiping about their neighbors while Petunia wrestles the disagreeable Dudley into his high chair. None of them notice a large tawny owl flying past their window, but Vernon does see a tabby cat reading a map and a street sign outside their house. He forces himself to forget the cat, but upon arriving in town, he notices large groups of people wearing cloaks. He eavesdrops on them and hears them talking about the Potters and their son Harry. Vernon finds this horrifying because the Potters are his in-laws, and he and Petunia wouldn't want anyone to find out about them. When he leaves work at the end of the day, he bumps into a small man wearing a cloak, but when he tries to apologize, the man hugs him and tells him that even muggles like him should be celebrating today because you know who has been defeated. Vernon returns home to find the cat still waiting there, and it only gives him a stern look when he tries to shoo it away. The news is full of unexplained owl sightings and fireworks displays, and Vernon nervously asks Petunia if she has heard from her sister recently. Petunia is upset but tells him that she hasn't heard from her sister and that their nephew's name is Harry. Vernon's heart sinks. He finds it difficult to fall asleep that night, but eventually manages it. After the Dursleys fall asleep, Albus Dumbledore appears in the middle of Privet Drive and siphons away the light from the street lamps with his deluminator. He greets the cat, who has spent all day waiting outside, as Professor McGonagall, and the cat turns into a human woman. They discuss the deaths of James and Lily Potter at the hands of Lord Voldemort at the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow, and how their infant son Harry Potter miraculously survived the attack, while Voldemort has seemingly died. Rubeus Hagrid arrives riding a flying motorbike and transporting Harry. He hands him over to Dumbledore, who leaves the sleeping baby and a letter to the Dursleys on the doorstep of number 4. The three wizards are distraught about leaving the orphan baby with his relatives, but they only give themselves a moment to mourn before they force themselves to leave. Hagrid says he will return the motorbike to its owner. Young Sirius Black McGonagall resumes her cat form and slinks around the corner at the other end of the street, and Dumbledore restores the lights to the street lamps and bids Harry farewell before vanishing without a trace. Harry rolls over inside his bundle of blankets, and his tiny hand closes on the letter as he sleeps on. He does not know that he is special and famous, that he will be woken up the next morning by his aunt's scream when Petunia opens the front door to put out the milk bottles, that he will be spending the next few weeks being prodded and pinched by his cousin Dudley, or that at this very moment people meeting in secret all over the country are toasting to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Almost 10 years have passed since the Dursleys have awoken to find Harry Potter lying on their doorstep, and Privet Drive and the Dursleys' house have not changed since that day. The only difference is the vast number of pictures of Dudley Dursley throughout his life displayed on the walls. There is no sign that Harry Potter lives there, as he is forced to live in the cupboard under the stairs, a very cramped space with many spiders. Petunia comes to Harry's door one morning and wakes him with a shrill voice. Harry is trying to think about the dream he has been having. It was about a flying motorbike, and he believes he has had the same dream before. Aunt Petunia tells him to make some bacon. She wants everything perfect for Dudley's 11th birthday. Harry dresses into a pair of Dudley's old clothes and enters the kitchen, where the table is covered in Dudley's presents. Harry has jet black hair and green eyes. Tape holds his glasses together because Dudley has smashed them many times. What distinguishes Harry from others? The most is the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He often wonders how he got it, and the Dursleys have told him it was from the car crash that killed Harry's parents. Harry doesn't know much more about this accident, because the Dursleys' first rule is not to ask questions. Dudley comes into the kitchen and begins to count his presents, only to find 36, which he angrily recalls is one fewer than the year before. Aunt Petunia states that they will buy him 2 new gifts while they are out. Vernon tells Petunia that their neighbor, Arabella Fig, has broken her leg and cannot take care of Harry. While they are at the zoo, they can't think of anyone else who can take care of him, so Harry has to go with them. Dudley is allowed to take a friend to the zoo and chooses his friend Piers Polkiss. Piers comes to the house with his mother. A half-hour later, Harry sits in the car with Dudley, Piers, Vernon, and Petunia. On the way, a motorbike overtakes them, and Vernon complains about them. Harry remarks that he has dreamed about a flying motorbike, and Vernon snappily reminds him that motorbikes do not fly. Harry thinks about all the strange things that have happened to him. He once jumped onto the school chimney and mysteriously grew all of his hair back the morning after a haircut. At the zoo, Dudley and Piers find the animals boring. Harry is left to watch a boa constrictor as it sleeps, and when Dudley tries to make it move, it wakes up but still doesn't move. The snake begins to move after Dudley and Piers slink away. Moments later, Harry speaks to the snake and finds it miraculously understands him. Upon realizing that it is now moving, Piers calls Dudley and Vernon back to the snake's exhibit. Dudley pushes Harry out of the way. He lands hard on the concrete floor and presses his face against the glass. Harry becomes angry, and somehow the glass vanishes, and the snake gets out, scaring Dudley and Piers. As the snake slithers away, Harry thinks he hears it speak back to him. Piers tattletales on Harry that he had been talking to the snake, and Uncle Vernon sends him to his cupboard, with no meals for a week as cruel punishment. Since the boa constrictor escaped from the zoo, Harry was locked in his cupboard for the longest time ever. It's the beginning of the summer holidays when Harry is finally allowed out. Even though he is not at school, Harry still can't escape Dudley and his gang, who regularly visit the house. To keep out of their way, Harry usually wanders around Privet Drive. He is glad, however, that Dudley and Piers are going to Smelting's Academy, while Harry will attend Stonewall High. One day during the summer, Harry is told to get the post for Uncle Vernon. When Harry goes to get the mail, there are 3 letters, a postcard from Uncle Vernon's sister, who is on holiday in the Isle of Wight, a letter that looks like a bill, and a letter for Harry. Harry takes the letter, studies the yellow parchment it is made of, and then reads the address. Harry can't believe it. He has never had a letter in his life. On the back is a wax sail with a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding an H. Harry returns to the kitchen and gives Uncle Vernon the other 2 letters as he sits down and starts to open the letter. Dudley soon sees that Harry has a letter, and Uncle Vernon snatches it from him to read it with Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon tells Harry and Dudley to get out of the kitchen, so they both go and stand in the hall. The 2 fight over who gets to look through the keyhole. Dudley wins, so Harry resorts to looking through the gap between the floor and the door. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia are discussing the seal on the back. Uncle Vernon says that they should just ignore it. Later, when Harry is in his cupboard, Uncle Vernon comes in and says that he has burned the letter and that they are moving him up to Dudley's 2nd bedroom. Slightly surprised, Harry moves all of his things up to the bedroom, wishing he had his letter. The next morning at breakfast, Dudley is asked to get the post by Uncle Vernon. After banging things all the way down the hall with his smelting stick, Dudley calls out that another letter is addressed to Harry, this time in the smallest bedroom rather than the cupboard under the stairs. Both Harry and Uncle Vernon rush to the hallway in an attempt to get the letter. After a minute of confused fighting, Uncle Vernon emerges, clutching the letter in his hand. Determined to see what his letter says, Harry creeps down the stairs early the following day and approaches the door. He is going to camp there until the post arrives, and then he will finally get to read his letter. When he reaches the door, however, he stands on Uncle Vernon, who has had the very same idea. Every day, letters appear addressed to Harry, doubling in number. Eventually, so many letters arrive that Uncle Vernon resorts to nailing shut the letterbox, but they begin to appear in the strangest places, under the door, squeezed through the window, and Aunt Petunia even finds some while cracking open eggs. Finally, they get attacked by 30 or 40 letters being fired out of the fireplace. Despite the sender's efforts, Harry still does not manage to get his hands on one of the letters long enough to read it, and a furious Uncle Vernon states that they are leaving the house. They get into their car and leave 10 minutes later. They travel for miles until they eventually stop in front of a gloomy hotel on the brink of the city. However, Vernon's attempts to shake the sender off are unsuccessful, as more letters come for Harry to the hotel the next morning. Again they return to the car, and finally stop to get on a boat that takes them to an island with a small hut. Harry remembers that the next day will be his 11th birthday. Harry can't sleep with the raging storm outside when they get there, so he counts down the time until his birthday. When Dudley's watch turns to the next day, there is a loud knocking at the door. Something wants to get in. There is another loud boom on the door, and Dudley wakes up, thinking it is a cannon. Uncle Vernon comes through with a rifle, with Aunt Petunia cowering behind him. The door is blasted off its hinges and hits the floor. A giant enters and fixes the door into its frame. The giant asks for coffee and sits on the couch beside Dudley, scaring him away to hide behind Aunt Petunia. The giant turns his eyes to Harry and greets him, saying he hasn't seen him since he was a baby. He says Harry looks like his father, but has his mother's eyes. Uncle Vernon tells him to leave, but the giant merely grabs the gun, ties into a knot and throws it away. The giant presents Harry with a birthday cake. Harry asks the giant who he is, and he says he is Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hagrid makes a fire and cooks some sausages. He is shocked to discover that Harry knows nothing about Hogwarts. He gets angry at the Dursleys for not telling him anything about his parents' world. His world. Harry has no idea what's going on. Hagrid tells Harry his parents are famous and that he's a wizard, despite Uncle Vernon forbidding him. Hagrid gives Harry the letter that he has been craving. It tells him that he has been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and that term begins on 1st September. Hagrid takes out parchment and a quill and writes a letter to Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore, explaining he has given Harry the letter. Uncle Vernon tells Hagrid that Harry won't be going, but the giant knows that a great muggle like him can't stop Harry from going to Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon reveals he knew that Harry's a wizard, and Aunt Petunia tells Harry that her sister Harry's mother was a witch. Petunia said another wizard killed them, and Harry screams that Petunia said they got killed in a car crash. Hagrid is as outraged as Harry is that the Dursleys have lied that much. He sits down and tells Harry that a dark wizard named Lord Voldemort killed Harry's parents and tried to kill Harry too. But the spell he used backfired, only leaving Harry his scar. Hagrid tells him that he brought Harry from the ruins of the house and brought him to the Dursleys' house on 4 Privet Drive. Uncle Vernon says it's a load of rubbish and tries to persuade Harry that whatever happened to his parents was deserved anyway. But Hagrid pulls an umbrella out of his coat and threatens Uncle Vernon. Harry asks what happened to Voldemort, and Hagrid tells him he vanished and hasn't been seen since. Harry doubts he is a wizard until Hagrid asks if he ever made anything he couldn't explain happen when he is angry or scared. When Uncle Vernon makes the mistake of mocking Dumbledore, Hagrid swishes the umbrella in Dudley's direction, and Dudley sprouts a curly pig's tail. Hagrid asks Harry not to mention it at Hogwarts because Hagrid isn't allowed to do magic since he was expelled. Hagrid takes off his coat, and Harry sleeps under it for the rest of the night, waiting for the day ahead. When Harry wakes the following day, he tries to tell himself that what happened the previous night had all been a dream, and that Hagrid taking him to a school for wizards called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had never happened. But when he opens his eyes, Hagrid has fallen asleep on the couch, and he discovers that it has all happened. He hears a tapping noise coming from the window and lets in an owl. The owl drops a newspaper on Hagrid's lap and begins to claw Hagrid's coat. Hagrid tells Harry to pay the owl, so Harry does what he says, and the owl leaves. Hagrid tells him they have to go and buy his things, but Harry worries because he hasn't got any money. Hagrid tells him his parents didn't leave him without money, and that their first stop is Gringotts, the wizard's bank. He explains that goblins run it, and that you'd be mad to try and rob it. Hagrid says Dumbledore also needs something from Gringotts, so Hagrid has to go get it. They step outside the hut and step into their boat. Hagrid uses a bit of magic to speed things up for them. Hagrid says there are enchantments guarding the vaults in Gringotts. Gringotts is all under London. You would die of starvation trying to get out. Hagrid begins to read the Daily Prophet and mutters that the Ministry of Magic is messing things up as usual. Harry wonders what the Ministry of Magic does, and Hagrid explains that they handle everything to do with magic. He says they wanted Dumbledore for minister, but Cornelius Fudge got the job. As they pass through London, people often stare at Hagrid due to his size and his pointing out things that Muggles are brilliant at inventing. Harry asks if there are dragons guarding Gringotts. Hagrid says yes, and mutters that he would like a dragon. Harry takes out his list and reads it out. It says he needs a set of robes, a pointed hat, dragon hide gloves, and a winter coat. There is a list of his books and stationery equipment. Hagrid leads them both into a pub called the Leaky Cauldron. Harry did not notice was there. It is dark and shabby, and everyone greets Hagrid as he enters. When people see Harry, many shake his hand, including Doris Crockford and Daedalus Diggle. A man with a turban approaches them, and Hagrid introduces Harry to Quirinus Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. They talk for a bit, then Hagrid steers them out a back door into a small enclosed area with a few barrels. Hagrid takes out his umbrella and taps bricks with it, counting an order. Once he is done, a hole appears in the brick wall, slowly getting bigger, until the wall disappears entirely, revealing a crowded street with people wearing robes everywhere, with shops left and right. Hagrid tells Harry the street is called Diagon Alley. While walking down the street, Harry is trying to look everywhere around him, taking in as much as possible. At the end of Diagon Alley is a huge snowy white building. Gringotts Bank. A warning echoes as they enter, telling them to rob at their own risk. Harry and Hagrid go up to a goblin and explain they need to take some money out of Harry's vault. The goblin asks for Harry's key, and Hagrid presents it after sorting through many other keys. The goblin calls upon another goblin named Griefhook to take them down to the vault. Hagrid also states they must be taken down to remove the you-know-what in Vault 7, and Griefhook takes them to Harry's vault, where there is a large amount of money piled up there that Harry owns. There are bronze knots, silver sickles, and gold galleons. Harry and Hagrid take some money for Harry's list, then leave Gringotts. Hagrid has to stand for a bit, as the cart rides that takes them to the vaults make him feel sick. Griefhook then takes them to Vault 7 and 13, where Hagrid removes a grubby little package but can't tell Harry what it is. Hagrid goes for a drink at the Leaky Cauldron, while Harry gets his uniform at Madame Malkin's robes. For all occasions, Madame Malkin stands him on a stool next to a pale-faced boy, who is also getting measured for his robes. The boy starts to talk about Quidditch, including his plan to smuggle in his broomstick and houses called Slytherin and Hufflepuff. When the boy learns that Harry is there with Hagrid, he asks him what happened to his parents. He is unsympathetic about their deaths, and only expresses relief that they were both wizards, because the other kind shouldn't be allowed in. When Harry leaves, he asks Hagrid about what the boy said, and Hagrid explains that there are 4 houses at Hogwarts. Quidditch is a game played on brooms, and blood status doesn't matter. They continue shopping until all Harry needs is his wand, and Hagrid insists a birthday present. In Ollivander's, the wand shop, Mr. Ollivander puts Harry off with his creepy demeanor while discussing the wands purchased by Hagrid, Harry's parents, and Voldemort. Ollivander touches Harry's scar and apologizes for the fact that he sold the wand that caused it. Ollivander gives Harry a wand and tells him to give it a wave. Harry does so, but it isn't suitable for him, so Ollivander takes it back. Harry tries many wands, but none work well enough for him. Eventually, he picks up a wand, Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core, nice and supple, and feels warmth in his fingers. Ollivander states that it is very curious that Harry should be destined for that wand when its brother gave Harry his scarf. Hagrid takes Harry to get something to eat in the Muggle world, but Harry is worried that he isn't going to fit in at Hogwarts, as everyone expects great things from him. For Harry's birthday, Hagrid buys Harry a snowy owl named Hedwig. Hagrid provides Harry with a train ticket, giving him the date, time, and location to catch the Hogwarts Express, and tells Harry that if he ever needs anything, he is to write a letter, and Hedwig will know where to find him. Harry catches a train back to the Dursleys. Harry's last month with the Dursleys is both relieving and depressing. His aunt and uncle pretend that Harry isn't there, and Dudley has become so scared of his cousin that he refuses to be anywhere near him. Harry keeps to himself in the smallest bedroom with Hedwig for company as he reads through his new books. The day before he is due to leave, Harry asks Uncle Vernon to take him to King's Cross Station. Uncle Vernon agrees to take him, but ridicules him for saying he is to depart from platform 9 3/4, as is marked on the ticket Hagrid gave him. The next day, the Dursleys abandon Harry at the station. He stands between platforms 9 and 10, wondering how to find platform 9 3/4. He is stumped for a while until he overhears Molly Weasley using the word muggles and asks her for help. She tells him to run through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, which he does, and he is astonished to find the train to Hogwarts on the other side of the station. Mrs. Weasley's twin sons, third years Fred and George Weasley, help him lift his trunk onto the train before recognizing him as Harry Potter, and their younger brother Ron, a first year, asks to sit with him. Harry and Ron bond over their anxiety about Hogwarts, particularly Ron's successful older brothers and his sad rat Scabbers, and Harry buys a lot of sweets for them to share. Ron introduces Harry to elements of the wizarding world like Quidditch, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and famous witches and wizards cards. One of Harry's cards bears the picture of Albus Dumbledore. Harry also meets a slightly annoying, overachieving girl named Hermione Granger, a boy named Neville Longbottom who has lost his toad, Trevor, and the unpleasant boy from Madame Malkin's, whose name is Draco Malfoy, and his friends Crabbe and Goyle. Harry is offended by Draco's bigotry and rudeness, especially when directed at Ron, and he rejects his offer of friendship and advice. The five boys almost fight, but Scabbers bites Goyle and drives them off. The Hogwarts Express arrives at Hogsmeade Station, and Hagrid escorts the first years across the lake in boats, where they catch their first glimpse of Hogwarts. The new students are greeted at the castle door by Professor Minerva McGonagall, who tells them they will soon be sorted into their houses. All Hogwarts students live in one of four residences: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin, with each house having its own team for Quidditch. The houses are in a year-long competition with one another to acquire the most points, which are earned by success in Quidditch games, and given by teachers for academic achievement and lost for student infractions, in order to win the House Cup awarded at the end of the year. The first years wait in an antechamber, while McGonagall checks to see whether it is time yet. The Hogwarts ghosts glide into the room by mistake while debating whether to offer Peeves another chance. The students are led to the Great Hall, where the entire school and a battered old hat on a stool are waiting for them. When the students try on the sorting hat, it announces the house in which they are placed. Harry becomes very nervous. He has learned that he does not care for Slytherin House, as the students in it are unpleasant, and Voldemort once belonged to Slytherin. Hermione is sorted into Gryffindor, much to Ron's displeasure. Finally, it is Harry's turn to wear the hat. He quietly says to himself, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." The hat is intrigued by this. After a brief mental discussion with the hat in which it tries to suggest Slytherin to him, the hat places Harry in Gryffindor. Harry is pleased to find that Ron joins Gryffindor with him. Draco Malfoy is placed in Slytherin. Everyone sits down to a grand feast to begin the year. Harry is overwhelmed by the variety of luscious food served. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor, popularly known as Nearly Headless Nick because of a botched decapitation, introduces himself to the first-year students and tells them he hopes they will win the house championship this year. Over dessert, the discussion turns to the students' upbringings. A student named Neville Longbottom tells how his family thought he was a squib until he survived a fall from a window. Another student, Seamus Finnegan, talks about how his father, a muggle, was shocked when he found out his wife Seamus's mother was a witch. Harry glances around the room and notices a few of the teachers talking to one another. One of them, while speaking to Quirrell, stares malevolently at Harry, who immediately feels a sharp pain in his forehead scar. Harry asks Percy the prefect who he is, and finds out that this man is Professor Severus Snape, who teaches potions. After dessert, Dumbledore gets up to make his welcome speech. He adds a few warnings about staying away from the Forbidden Forest and avoiding the third-floor corridor on the right side of the school before sending everyone off to bed in their common room. On the way, the Gryffindors run into Peeves, a poltergeist, and upon arriving, meet the fat lady who lets them into Gryffindor Tower after Percy gives her the password. Harry has trouble sleeping due to the dream he had. In it, he is wearing Professor Quirrell's turban, which is demanding him to transfer to Slytherin. He refuses, and the headwear becomes heavier on his head. Malfoy and Snape appear laughing at him. Then the dream ends with a flash of green light that causes Harry to wake up at midnight and fall asleep again, forgetting about it immediately after. Harry finds life at Hogwarts unfamiliar and strange. Everyone talks about him, and an adult always seems to be around when he is doing something wrong. It is hard to find his way to classes due to the 142 changing staircases and tricky doorways. The people in the Hogwarts portraits have been no help to him, for they ignore some students and visit each other, nor have the ghosts who always scare Harry when they glide through a door he is trying to open. Only nearly headless Nick points new Gryffindors in the right direction. But Peeves is worth 2 locked doors and a tricky staircase whenever Harry runs into him when late for class. Even worse than Peeves, if anyhow possible, is the school caretaker Argus Filch, who both Harry and Ron get on the bad side of on their very first morning, when he finds them trying to force their way through a door which turns out to be the entrance to the out-of-bounds third-floor corridor. He threatens to lock them in the dungeons, but the 2 boys are luckily rescued by Quirrell, who is passing by. All the classes become very interesting to Harry, with the only exception being History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, and he learns that there is a lot more to magic other than waving his wand and saying a few funny words. In his first Transfiguration class on Thursday, Professor McGonagall transfigures her desk into a pig, and then back again while explaining how Transfiguration itself is some of the most complex and dangerous magic to be learned, and anyone who will get caught messing around with it will have to be banned from the class. The entire class is very impressed, but then realize that they are not going to be changing furniture into animals. Only Hermione is able to make any progress at turning a match into a needle, for which McGonagall gives her a rare smile, but Harry is relieved to see that most of his peers are just as lost as he is. When the time comes to transition to Defense Against the Dark Arts class, the class everyone is looking forward to, every morning, the lesson turns into more of a joke, as Quirrell keeps going on with stories about his travels in the year prior, such as when he had warded off a vampire in Romania, who he is afraid will come back and get him, and when he had earned his turban from an African prince for saving him from a troublesome zombie. During breakfast on the first Friday, Hedwig arrives with a tea invitation from Hagrid. Later, in his potions class, Harry discovers that Professor Snape hates him, mocking Harry as our new celebrity, and then humiliating Harry for his ignorance of potion-making materials. Harry brings Ron with him to Hagrid's shack for tea. Harry and Ron are disconcerted by Hagrid's huge and fierce-looking dog, Fang, but discover that he is gentle. Hagrid tells Harry that he is overreacting to Snape's treatment, asserting that Snape would have no reason to hate him. Harry happens to notice an article from the wizard newspaper, the Daily Prophet, detailing a break-in that occurred at Gringotts Bank in a vault that had been emptied earlier in the day. He realizes that it happened on his birthday, the day he and Hagrid went to Gringotts. Furthermore, he remembers that Hagrid emptied Vault 713, taking a small package with him as he left. Harry leaves Hagrid's, his mind filled with question. Harry has been at Hogwarts for around 2 weeks when he finds out that the Gryffindors will have flying lessons with the Slytherins, much to his disliking. Harry does not want to spend more time with Malfoy than he has to. However, Harry finds that he is quite a natural at flying. Madam Hooch leads the class, gently sending the new flyers off the ground. Neville has an accident when his broom runs amok and breaks his wrist. Madam Hooch takes him to the hospital wing, telling everyone to stay on the ground while she is away. Malfoy notices a remembrall belonging to Neville, picks it up and begins to fly around with it. Harry goes after Malfoy, who throws the ball in the air. Harry catches it spectacularly and lands safely back on the ground. Just then, Professor McGonagall arrives, reprimanding Harry and ordering him to follow her. But instead of punishing him, McGonagall introduces him to Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and makes him the Gryffindor team's new seeker. At dinner, Harry excitedly tells Ron about joining the Quidditch team, but tells him that Wood wants it to be a secret. Malfoy comes over with his cronies Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle and teases Harry about getting in trouble earlier. The tension grows and Malfoy challenges Harry to a wizard's duel. Harry accepts in spite of Hermione's attempt to dissuade them from breaking the school rule. As Harry and Ron sneak out later that night, Hermione tries to stop them but gets locked out of the dorm. The fat lady has gone for an evening stroll and must tag along. Neville also joins them, as he has forgotten the password to the common room and ended up sleeping on the floor outside. They arrive at the trophy room, the site of the duel, but Malfoy is nowhere to be found. Suddenly they hear Argus Filch and his cat Mrs. Norris enter the room. With it obvious that Malfoy tricked them, they begin to hide and then run away. Not sure where they are going, they accidentally end up in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, staring at a large and scary 3-headed dog. The children manage to get back to their dorm safely, though they are terrified. Hermione reprimands Harry but stirs his curiosity by pointing out that the dog was standing on a trapdoor. The next morning, Harry and Ron are discussing what the dog could be guarding. They also try to find a way to get Malfoy back for tricking them. About a week later, Harry receives a Nimbus 2000, a racing broomstick, along with a note from Professor McGonagall summoning him to Quidditch practice. Malfoy tells Harry that first-year students are not allowed broomsticks. Malfoy then tries to report Harry to Professor Flitwick, who just expresses admiration for Harry's talent. Having heard from McGonagall, Harry later meets Oliver Wood to learn the basics of Quidditch, including the various positions on a standard Quidditch team and the implements used in the game. Oliver explains Harry's role as a seeker. His job is to avoid other players and catch the golden snitch. A Quidditch game cannot end until the snitch is caught, making the seeker the most important player on a team. On Halloween, Flitwick begins teaching his students how to make things fly, using the Wingardium Leviosa spell. Hermione is the first to succeed. Ron, offended by her air of superiority, utters a nasty comment that Hermione overhears. Harry notices her running off in tears. Harry and Ron arrive at the Halloween feast to hear Professor Quirrell, the teacher of defense against the dark arts, burst in and give a terrifying announcement about a 12-foot troll in the building. As the prefects lead the students back to their dorms, Harry realizes that Hermione does not know about the troll. They head off to warn her and come upon the troll. Unwittingly, they lock it in the girls' bathroom, only to realize that Hermione is trapped in there with the troll. Using teamwork, magic, and some luck, the two of them manage to knock out the troll. Professor McGonagall finds them and begins to scold the boys. Hermione interjects that Harry and Ron were looking for her. She then lies, saying that she went to face the troll herself, and that Ron and Harry had been trying to save her from it. At this point, Hermione befriends them. As November begins, so does the Quidditch season, and Harry is about to play in his first match against Slytherin. To prepare, Harry borrows a book entitled Quidditch Through the Ages from Hermione. Professor Snape discovers Ron, Harry, and Hermione out with the book one evening and confiscates it from Harry. on the pretext that library books may not be taken outside of the school, which Harry believed to be a feeble excuse. Harry's suspicions of Snape continue to grow. Harry starts to notice that Snape is limping. Going off to retrieve the book from Snape, Harry overhears Snape talking to Argus Filch about the fact that the three-headed dog has attacked him, leaving a cut on his leg, which makes Harry even more suspicious. The next morning, the Quidditch match begins. Harry spots the golden snitch early in the game, and is flying toward it, when the Slytherin captain pushes him out of the way and is penalized. Later in the game, Harry's broom begins jerking uncontrollably. Hagrid comments that only dark magic could make a broomstick so hard to manage. Hermione notices that Snape is staring at Harry and muttering to himself, signs of casting a curse. As two of Harry's teammates, the Weasley twins, try to rescue Harry in the air, Hermione rushes over to Snape in such a hurry that she knocks Quirrell over, sneaks behind Snape and sets his robe on fire. Suddenly, the spell on Harry's broom is broken, and Harry is once again in control. He starts speeding toward the ground and lands, catching the snitch in his mouth and nearly swallowing it. Hagrid takes Harry back to his hut with Hermione and Ron, who tells Harry that Snape was putting a curse on his broomstick. Hagrid does not believe this, asking why Snape would try to kill Harry. Harry tells Hagrid about Snape getting injured by the dog in the third-floor corridor. Hagrid involuntarily reveals that the three-headed dog Fluffy is his, and that what the dog is guarding is a secret known only to Albus Dumbledore and a man named Nicholas Flamel. Christmas is approaching. Malfoy teases Harry about having to stay at Hogwarts for the holiday, as he does not have parents. Harry, however, is looking forward to spending Christmas away from the Dursleys, especially because Ron is also staying at Hogwarts, as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are going to visit Ron's older brother Charlie in Romania. The day before the holidays, Hermione tears Ron and Harry away from a conversation with Hagrid to look in the library for more information about Nicholas Flamel. The librarian, Madame Pince, catches Harry prowling around the restricted books section of the library and kicks him out. On Christmas Day, Harry and Ron awaken to presents. Though Harry's are fewer, Harry receives a flute from Hagrid, a 50-pence coin from the Dursleys, some fudge and chocolate frogs from Hermione, and a knitted jumper from Ron's mother. He also receives an invisibility cloak, accompanied only by an anonymous note, telling him that the cloak once belonged to Harry's father and to use it well. That night, after a fatifying Christmas dinner and after Ron has fallen asleep, Harry tries on his invisibility cloak. Unseen, he is able to go to the library's restricted books section. But one of the books starts screaming when he opens it, so he quickly leaves. He passes Filch and hides in an old classroom as Filch is getting Snape to help him search the corridors. Inside stands an old mirror in a gold frame, with the inscription, Aris stra aru oit ube kathru oit on warsi. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Harry looks in the mirror and sees many people standing behind him. But when he turns around in the room, he sees no one. Suddenly, he recognizes that two of the people in the mirror are his dead mother and father. He tries to speak to them, but they can only communicate by waving. Harry lingers there a while, but eventually returns to his room. The next night, Harry brings Ron with him to the mirror room. Ron does not see Harry's parents in the mirror, but instead sees himself holding the Quidditch cup. Mrs. Norris, Filch's prowling cat, notices them. On the third night, Ron is afraid of being caught and does not want to go back, as he does not trust the mirror, so Harry returns alone. There he finds Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore explains to Harry that the mirror, which is known as the Mirror of Erised, displays the deepest desires of whoever looks into it. Harry is relieved to find that Dumbledore is not angry. However, he warns Harry that men have wasted away and been driven mad before the mirror, and informs Harry that the mirror will be moved to a new location and tells him not to go looking for it. When Harry asks what Dumbledore sees in the mirror, his answer is himself holding a pair of socks. Harry finds it hard to forget the image of his parents. Quidditch practice continues on even harder, and it is revealed that Snape will referee the next match. Malfoy performs a leg locker curse on Neville, and to cheer him up, Harry tells Neville he is worth 12 of Malfoy. Harry suddenly remembers that he read the name Nicholas Flamel on a chocolate frog card, which reminds Hermione that she had seen the name in a book she picked up from the library. And the team discover that he was a famous alchemist who is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, whose powers include turning any metal to gold and producing the elixir of life, a potion that can make the drinker immortal. The Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff Quidditch match arrives, and Snape, who referees the match, is predictably biased, while on the stands, Ron and Neville get into a scuffle with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle after Malfoy made some rude comments towards the players of their house's team, as well as both of them. Harry catches the snitch and wins the match under 5 minutes, though Ron did not see this due to fighting Draco Malfoy, and Neville is sent to the hospital wing due to the injuries he sustained from fighting both Crabbe and Goyle. Later, Harry notices and follows Snape into the Forbidden Forest by Broomstick, where he meets Quirrell, and they speak of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry thinks that Snape is trying to force Quirrell to help him get the stone so he can get rich, to the alarm of both Ron and Hermione, who fear Quirrell will talk. Harry, Ron, and Hermione meet with Hagrid, who confirms the stone is being kept at Hogwarts. Hermione charms him into talking about the enchantments used to guard it. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is Hagrid's, along with enchantments from Professors Sprout, Flitwick, McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape. After this, Harry complains about the high temperature in Hagrid's hut, only to discover he has a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg, which he names Norbert once it has hatched. Malfoy, who has been spying, then discovers the dragon. To solve the problem, they convince Hagrid to send the dragon off to Ron's brother Charlie. Ron's hand is bitten by the dragon, and he is sent off to Madame Pomfrey. Harry and Hermione smuggle Norbert in a crate up to the tallest tower under Harry's invisibility cloak, and on the way they see Professor McGonagall hauling Malfoy away to detention for being out of bed at night and speaking lies about Harry and a dragon. They pass the crate off to Charlie's friends and head back down the stairs where they meet up with Filch, realizing too late they have left the invisibility cloak behind. Filch takes Harry and Hermione to McGonagall's office, where they meet Neville. McGonagall, very disappointed, takes 50 points each from the three of them and gives them all detention, which they will serve with Malfoy. Their popularity with the other students suffers because of this. A week or so before exams, Harry hears Professor Quirrell sounding as if he is being threatened. So, Harry heads to the library to tell Ron and Hermione. They are convinced Snape was threatening Quirrell and means to steal the stone soon. And Hermione suggests they go to Dumbledore. Harry refuses, saying that they have no proof. Harry, Hermione, and Neville receive notes from Professor McGonagall telling them their detention will begin at 11 that night. Filch takes them out to the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid awaits to take them in to do a bit of investigating. Hagrid shows them some silver unicorn blood and says they need to find the unicorn that is hurt. They split up, with Hagrid taking Harry and Hermione, and Neville and Malfoy going with Fang. Hagrid encounters a few centaurs, named Ronan and Bane, but gets no useful information from them. Suddenly, Hagrid sees red sparks in the air, signaling the other party is in trouble. He runs for them and returns, scolding Malfoy for startling Neville into sending up the sparks. Hagrid switches Harry and Neville, sending Harry off with Malfoy instead. They eventually find the dead unicorn and see something drinking its blood. Malfoy screams and runs with Fang, leaving Harry, who is saved from the figure by a centaur named Firenze, who tells Harry that unicorn blood can keep you alive even if you are an inch from death. but curses you with a half-life in the process. He then reveals that the person who was drinking it was doing so to remain alive until they were able to drink the elixir of life and wants the stone. He also asks Harry if he would not know anyone who has been waiting for years to regain power, and Harry realizes that the mysterious figure was a weakened but still alive Voldemort. Back in the common room, Harry tells Hermione and Ron Voldemort's in the forest, and that Snape wants the stone to help Voldemort restore his powers. Afterwards, going into his bed, Harry finds that his invisibility cloak has been returned to him. After finishing their exams, Harry realizes the suspicious coincidence in Hagrid wanting a dragon more than anything else, only to meet a stranger who had one to give him. He, Ron, and Hermione run to ask him about the man who gave Norbert to him, and he says he never saw his face because he kept his hood up. Hagrid also mentions that they talked about Hogwarts and Fluffy the three-headed dog. He also mentions that the stranger gave him drinks while getting information out of him. Hagrid lets it slip how to get past Fluffy, which sends Harry, Ron, and Hermione off. They head for Dumbledore's office, only to see McGonagall, who tells them he has left for London. After Harry reveals that they know about the stone, McGonagall insists no one could steal the stone. The trio realize that Dumbledore has been lured away and that Snape's going after the stone that night, so they decide to head out that night to try to get it themselves. After Hermione curses Neville in a full-body bind curse for refusing to allow them to leave, they head up to the third-floor room and start their intense trip into the 7 Philosopher's Stone chambers. They find the door ajar and a harp in the room. Harry plays the flute Hagrid got him for Christmas, and Fluffy goes back to sleep. They head down through the trap door. They land in Professor Sprout's room, full of Devil's Snare, which almost smothers them before Hermione lights a fire and drives it off. The next room, Professor Flitwick's, holds a bunch of flying keys and some broomsticks. Harry finds a silver one with a broken wing that is different from the others and catches it, unlocking the next door with it. The next room is Professor McGonagall's and has a large chessboard for a game of wizard's chess that Ron helps them win, at the cost of having to sacrifice himself and getting knocked out. Harry and Hermione continue to the next room, Professor Quirrell's, where they find an unconscious troll laying on the floor. Lastly, they enter Professor Snape's room and find 7 potions in bottles, along with a roll of paper, giving clues on which one to drink to continue, noting that 3 bottles have poison, 2 have nettle wine, 1 will send the drinker back, and the other will let the drinker move forward into the next room. Hermione tells Harry that it is a test of logic and not magic, wherein most wizards fail. She solves the puzzle, and at Harry's instruction, drinks the one that will allow her to head back through the purple flame, while Harry drinks the one to head into the black flame and into the final room, where he is surprised at whom he sees. It is Quirrell whom Harry sees in the room, not Snape. Harry, astonished, hears Quirrell tell him that next to Snape, no one would expect him to try to steal the stone, and that Snape was actually protecting Harry. Harry notices the mirror of Erised, and Quirrell stops to examine it, saying it is the key to getting the stone. To distract him from the mirror, Harry questions Quirrell, who says he is serving Lord Voldemort, and although Snape hated Harry because of his father, he never wanted Harry dead. He explains how Snape and Harry's father went to school together when they were younger, and how it was there where their hatred against each other started. Quirrell asks for help from his master to get the stone, and a snake-like voice tells him to use the boy. Harry is told to look into the mirror. He sees his reflection pull the stone out of his pocket and put it back in, and Harry feels it drop into his own pocket. He tells Quirrell that he sees himself shaking hands with Dumbledore after winning the House Cup for Gryffindor. The snake-like voice tells Quirrell Harry is lying, and Quirrell takes his turban off to show Harry what lies on the back of his head. As Quirrell turns around, Harry is shocked to see another face where the back of Quirrell's head should be. The face has red eyes and a snake-like slit where the nose should be. Harry realizes this is the face of Voldemort, and Voldemort demands Harry give him the stone. Harry refuses and runs, but Quirrell seizes him. However, the contact with Harry's skin burns Quirrell and causes him to have boils all over the area in which Harry touched him. Harry grabs Quirrell's face, then his arm, and holds on, with the blinding pain in his head building, until he feels the arm wrenched away before he blacks out. He awakes in the hospital wing with Dumbledore there, telling him Quirrell did not succeed at getting the stone. And indeed, the stone has been destroyed. In spite of this, there are other ways in which Voldemort can return. He cannot be killed, and he left Quirrell to die. Dumbledore explains the reason why Quirrell could not touch Harry was because Harry's mother had died to save him, protecting him with her love. Harry also told Dumbledore about what Quirrell mentioned to him earlier regarding Snape hating Harry due to hatred for his father. Dumbledore responds that Snape was only grudgingly protecting Harry this year to pay off a debt he owed due to James Potter saving his life during their Hogwarts years. Harry then receives a visit from Ron and Hermione, who reveal that Slytherin came in first for the House Cup, and with Harry unable to play in the championship Quidditch match, Ravenclaw easily won the match before Madame Pomfrey forces them out. Hagrid shows up later and gives Harry a book of photos of his parents and family. The following day, at the end of term feast, Dumbledore awards some last-minute points for the recent events. He gives Ron and Hermione 50 points each, and Harry 60, which places them in a tie with Slytherin for first place. Dumbledore then recognizes that while it is hard to stand up to enemies, it is even harder to stand up to friends, as Neville did, and he awards Neville 10 more points, which was the most house points Neville had ever gotten. This puts Gryffindor in the lead, and the winners of the House Cup, to much rejoicing from everyone but the Slytherins. Not only were Gryffindor students happy, but Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were happy to see Slytherin's downfall. Soon their trunks are all packed, and they take the Hogwarts Express back towards the Muggle world. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all say their goodbyes before heading home. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Harry Potter has returned to the Dursleys for the summer holiday in mid-1992, and things are very bad for him. Over the summer, the Dursleys have become so fearful of Harry's newfound magical abilities that they have locked away all of Harry's magical supplies, e.g. his wand, his broomstick, spellbooks, etc. Immediately after his arrival home, they have also banned Harry from saying words such as magic in the house, as is evident in Uncle Vernon's outburst about Harry saying "say the magic word," meaning please. Harry begins to worry about what his teachers at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will think if he heads back to them without back homework done, and whether or not he'll be banned from the Gryffindor House Quidditch team since he has not been able to practice. The Dursleys have, however, let him keep his pet snowy owl Hedwig, but have put a padded lock on her cage to keep her inside day and night to avoid suspicion from the neighbors. Naturally, this does not go well for the bird. Every time she gets bored, her screech rings throughout the house, causing an irritated Vernon to warn Harry that if he cannot control her, she will have to go. On July 31, Harry's 12th birthday, Harry has never felt so lonely, for he misses Hogwarts and his best friends there, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Neither of them have written to him all summer, not even to send birthday wishes. The Dursleys seem to have also forgotten his birthday, as they are busy preparing for a dinner party for one of Uncle Vernon's clients, Mr. Mason, from whom Vernon is hoping to get a huge order. The only thing that the Dursleys care about is that Harry has to stay in his room for the night, making no noise and pretending he doesn't exist, while Uncle Vernon and his son Dudley are preparing to drive into town to buy dinner jackets. Harry goes out into the garden in order to stay out of his Aunt Petunia's way as she is cleaning, singing happy birthday to himself. He stares into the hedge and sits bolt upright when he sees a pair of enormous green eyes staring back at him from among the leaves. When Dudley comes waddling over and starts mocking him for not receiving a party on his birthday, Harry gets annoyed and scares him away by pretending to think out loud of a spell meant to make the bush bare. Unfortunately, Petunia comes out when Dudley calls for her and beats her nephew with a soapy frying pan. She then gives Harry some chores to do while Vernon and Dudley are gone, and once he is finished it is almost a half hour before the Masons are due to arrive. Harry goes up to his room without making a sound during the party as promised, but when he gets there someone else is on his bed. The thing on his bed, a house elf named Dobby, who was behind the mysterious eyes Harry saw, tells Harry that he must not go back to Hogwarts, as it will be dangerous because terrible things are going to happen there. The elf, however, can't tell him what things, and continues to be vague because every time he gets close to letting something slip, he starts hurting himself. In the process, he makes a lot of noise, which is noticed by the group downstairs. When he hears Uncle Vernon coming upstairs, claiming that Dudley must have left the TV upstairs on, Harry hides the elf in his closet, right before Vernon comes in and scolds his nephew for making such a racket, which has messed up the punchline of his Japanese golfer joke. He lets Dobby out as soon as his uncle leaves, and insists that he has to go back Hogwarts, since that's where he has friends despite them not writing to him. But to his surprise, Dobby then reveals that he has stopped letters being sent to Harry, and offers them to him if Harry will stay away from Hogwarts. Harry refuses, making a frustrated Dobby run downstairs and use a hover charm to smash the dinner party's pudding. Harry is blamed for the incident once Dobby disapparates, and Uncle Vernon shops the shocked Masons into the dining room, while Harry cleans up, promising to deprive the boy of an inch of his life. The evening is almost saved until an owl from the Ministry of Magic is promptly received, scaring away Mrs. Mason, who is mortally afraid of birds, with a warning saying that Harry has violated the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery, though he is not actually punished. Possibly because it is only his first offense. After realizing that Harry is not allowed to do magic outside of Hogwarts grounds, Uncle Vernon locks Harry in his room. Vernon reasons that if Harry uses magic to get himself out, he will be expelled anyway. The Dursleys' punishment lasts for 3 days, until Ron, Fred, and George Weasley, worried about not hearing from Harry all summer, borrow their father's flying Ford Anglia and come to the rescue. They break the metal bars off Harry's window and help him to pick the lock to his door so he can get his Nimbus 2000 and trunk. The Dursleys discover his escape attempt, but by the time they can intervene, Fred, George, Ron, and Harry have got everything of Harry's and have flown away. On the flight to the Burrow, Harry explains Dobby's warning. They all agree that it is very fishy and speculate that Dobby most likely belongs to the Malfoys, who sent Dobby to Harry as a joke, since the Malfoys are an old wizarding family of great wealth. Fred and George tell Harry that Lucius Malfoy formerly worked for Voldemort, but claimed that the Dark Lord bewitched him after Voldemort lost his powers. Harry is taken to the Burrow, the Weasleys' home, and he finds the house truly amazing. Since Ron, Fred, and George took the car without permission, they are yelled at by Molly Weasley, who was waiting in the kitchen. After their scolding, she makes them breakfast and has the 3 Weasley boys and Harry, who volunteered, de-gnome the garden, refusing to use a technique from Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide to Household Pests, and do it their own way. Arthur Weasley soon comes home and is honored to meet Harry after they are introduced to each other. Molly, his wife, yells at him for enchanting the car. Ginny Weasley, who was enrolling at Hogwarts that year, is very obviously enamored with Harry and spends most of the chapter hiding from him. Harry stays at the Burrow until his departure for Hogwarts. The Weasleys make it clear that they all like Harry. For example, Arthur insists that Harry sit next to him during meals, where Molly, who constantly deplores the state of his hand-me-down clothes and how thin he insists that he eat extra food. During that period, he and the Weasleys travel to Diagon Alley with flu powder to get their school supplies. Harry has difficulty with the smoke around him and says Diagon Alley unclearly, and thus he accidentally lands in a shop in the ill-reputed Nocturne Alley instead. The shop is Borgin and Burke's, specializing in objects related to dark magic. There he sees Lucius Malfoy, father of Draco Malfoy, Harry's arch-rival from school, selling items imbued with dark magic to a dark arts salesman, Mr. Borgin. Lucius Malfoy explains that the Ministry has been conducting raids on Wizard Wazes to uncover illegal artifacts, so he is selling his more problematic possessions. He also expresses his disdain for a rumored Muggle Protection Act, which he rightly assumes Arthur Weasley is behind. Harry leaves the shop and is found by Hagrid and taken back to Diagon Alley to reunite with the Weasleys and Hermione Granger, who is also there with her parents. In Flourish and Blots, he and the Weasleys meet the famous wizard author Gilderoy Lockhart, who announces that he will be taking over as Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts teacher. He then forces Harry to have his picture taken with him for the main page of the Daily Prophet. They also meet Draco and Lucius Malfoy there. The elder Malfoy continuously taunts and insults Arthur and his family, and eventually Arthur lunges at him. During the fight, Malfoy grabs one of the Weasleys' second-hand books and after Hagrid breaks the fight up, throws the book back at Ginny in contempt. It is time to return to Hogwarts. Harry and the Weasleys arrives at King's Cross Station on the Ford Anglia after several delays. Fred and George forgetting their broomsticks, and Ginny forgetting her diary, on the way to the Hogwarts Express, when Harry and Ron try to go through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 after everyone else went through. The barrier is mysteriously sealed against them. Having missed the train, Harry and Ron thus decide to fly Mr. Weasley's flying Ford Anglia to Hogwarts. They end up getting spotted by many Muggles and crash into the Whomping Willow, the impact breaking Ron's wand. The giant tree starts pounding the car. The battered car manages to escape, ejecting Harry, Ron, and their luggage, before quickly driving off into the Forbidden Forest. After they make it to the castle, Professor Snape catches the boys and attempts to have them expelled for being sighted and breaking wizard law to get to the castle. Albus Dumbledore, however, says he will send a letter to Harry and Ron's families. Still, Professor McGonagall gives a warning and separate detentions to both boys, and pointed out that they hadn't thought things through, as they could have just sent a letter to Hogwarts with Hedwig. She also tells them that Ginny had been sorted into Gryffindor, providing them with endless sandwiches and disallowing them from attending the start-of-term feast. The next day, Ron receives a howler from his mother during breakfast in the Great Hall. Then Minerva McGonagall hands out timetables, and the first class is herbology with the Hufflepuffs. In the class, Professor Sprout teaches how to transplant mandrake seedlings, which have restorative properties when mature. The next class is Transfiguration, where Ron has problems with his broken wand, even when he repaired it with some spellotape. Later, the trio have their first lesson with Gilderoy Lockhart, appointed as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. His way of teaching is a complete disaster. Much to Harry's chagrin, he receives constant attention from Lockhart and Colin Creevey, a first-year student. Both constantly interact with him on the base of his fame. Colin treats Harry as a celebrity, and Lockhart hopes to actually bring him to that state. The Gryffindor Quidditch team has a very early practice on Saturday morning, where they are treated to an hour-long introduction to a new training program Oliver Wood spent the summer working on. Soon after the actual practice starts, the Slytherin Quidditch team with new Nimbus 2001 broomsticks arrives, and an argument over field time ensues. During the confrontation, Malfoy is revealed to be the new Slytherin Seeker, and the one responsible for getting the Slytherin team new brooms. Hermione says that nobody on their team had to buy his way in. They made it on pure talent. to which Malfoy calls Hermione a mudblood, for which the Gryffindor team react angrily, and Ron tries to curse him. However, his damaged wand causes the curse to backfire, and he is rushed to Hagrid's cabin when he starts vomiting slugs. Ron and Hagrid both explain to Harry that mudblood is a very insulting name for Muggleborns. Like Hermione, they also explain that there are some wizards like the Malfoys who think they are better than everyone else because they are purebloods. After they return to the castle, Professor McGonagall assigns Harry and Ron their detentions. Harry is made to help Lockhart answer his fan mail, while Ron polishes the school's prizes and trophies. During his detention, Harry hears a disembodied sinister voice, which Lockhart cannot hear. In return for distracting Argus Filch just when he is about to give Harry severe punishment, Harry promises he will come to Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party on Halloween. He brings Ron and Hermione along as well. While there, they meet Moaning Myrtle. The three of them quickly get sickened by the ghostly party and return to the Great Hall. Before they get to the Halloween feast, Harry hears the voice again, which Ron and Hermione also cannot hear, and follows it to the second floor, where he finds the bathroom flooded and Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging from a torch bracket, petrified, and next to her, a threatening message is written on the wall, reading, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Then, students leaving the Halloween feast surround them, and Malfoy yells, "Enemies of the heir, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods." Filch and Snape try to get Harry in trouble for what happened, but Dumbledore says that it is powerful dark magic that no second-year student could perform. They decide that Professor Sprout's mandrakes will be used, once they are mature enough, to create a draft that can revive Mrs. Norris. Hermione wants to research the chamber, so she persuades Professor Binns, the history of magic teacher, into telling the class about it. He explains that one of the founders of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin, got into an argument with the others about whether Muggle-born should be admitted. When the rift grew too large, he left the school. According to legend, as a going-away present to the school, he built a secret chamber that could only be opened by his true heir. This Chamber of Secrets contains a monster that only the heir of Slytherin can control, and that, once released, would purge the school of all Muggle-borns. Binns unsuccessfully tries to assure the class that the chamber does not actually exist, and that the school has been searched many times in vain. Dobby wants to save Harry Potter's life. Better sent home grievously injured than remain here, sir. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter hurt enough to be sent home. Dobby explaining his plans to Harry. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide that the heir is probably Draco Malfoy, since everyone in his family have been sorted into Slytherin House. He is a pureblood supremacist, and because his father worked for Voldemort to try to confirm it, Hermione proposes to use Polyjuice Potion, which can change a person into somebody else for an hour. After getting Lockhart's signature to check out the book Most Patented Potions from the restricted section that has the recipe, Hermione warns them that the potion will take a month to brew, supposing they gather all the necessary ingredients, two of which can only be found in Snape's private inventory. Since no one comes into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the three of them decide it is the best place to brew the potion unnoticed. Hermione begins working with the ingredients they have. During the month that it takes the Polyjuice Potion to brew, a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin takes place. During the match, one of the bludgers stakes after Harry and focuses completely on him. Since bludgers are supposed to attack each and every player, the crowd immediately realizes that this bludger has been tampered with. Harry still manages to catch the golden snitch and allow for Gryffindor to win thanks to the Slytherin seeker Draco Malfoy, wasting his time, insulting Harry and not paying attention to his surroundings, where the snitch was hovering slightly above his left ear. However, before Harry could catch the snitch, the bludger broke Harry's arm, and Lockhart, attempting to fix it, gets rid of all the bones in his arm instead. Madame Pomfrey gives Harry Scaly Grow potion to counter this, and Harry is forced to stay in the hospital wing over. During that night, Dobby visits Harry and reveals that it was he who made the bludger chase after Harry, and was also responsible for the barrier of platform 9 3/4, not letting him in hopes of Harry leaving or never arriving at Hogwarts. He also reveals that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened before and immediately punishes himself, as he is not supposed to reveal anything. After Dobby disappears, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey enter with Colin Creevey, who has also been petrified. He was found with a camera containing film that has been burnt to the melting point. Dumbledore just observes the camera saying, "The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again." After Harry heads to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom the next morning and explains the details he learned from Dobby, Hermione comes up with a plan of Harry and Ron providing a distraction in potions, so she can steal the remaining ingredients for the Polyjuice potion from Snape's private stores. Shortly afterwards, when McGonagall comes around with the sign-up list for the students who will remain in the school during Christmas, learning that Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle have signed up, Harry, Ron, and Hermione do this as well, since this gives them the perfect opportunity to use their Polyjuice potion, with Harry providing a distraction during potions class by throwing a filibuster firework into Goyle's cauldron. It creates the necessary disturbance, allowing Hermione to succeed without trouble, though Snape still suspects Harry's involvement with this incident after finding the firework. Harry later signs up for a dueling club, which, to Harry's great displeasure, is taught by his two least favorite teachers, Lockhart and Snape. During a practice battle in the first meeting, Draco Malfoy conjures a snake to attack Harry. Lockhart tries to banish it, but all he manages is to set it loose on the students. Harry sees that the snake is advancing on a Hufflepuff student named Justin Finch Fletchley, and instinctively tells it to stop, which to Harry's great surprise it does. He expects Justin to be grateful. Justin and the others are less than ecstatic about it. All they saw was Harry speaking Parseltongue, the language of snakes, and since they cannot understand it, it seemed to them that he was egging the snake on. Harry learns that Parseltongue is a very rare gift that is closely associated with Salazar Slytherin. Due to this, Harry becomes the #1 suspect among students for being the heir of Slytherin. Hermione even tells him that since Salazar Slytherin lived so long ago, he might actually be a descendant. When a herbology lesson is cancelled, Harry has with Hagrid, who reveals that the school's roosters are being mysteriously killed. Seconds after leaving Hagrid, Harry runs into a petrified Justin Finch Fletchley and a black, also petrified, nearly headless Nick. Peeves alerts the whole school, and a Hufflepuff student called Ernie Macmillan claims that Harry has been caught red-handed. For the first time, Harry is taken to Dumbledore's office, and there he witnesses Fawkes Dumbledore's phoenix bursting into flames and then being reborn from the ashes. Dumbledore says that he does not believe Harry to be behind the attacks, a belief reinforced by Hagrid backing Harry's alibi, but a large portion of the school is now sure that Harry is Slytherin's heir. When Christmas arrives, Harry's gifts, a toothpick, fudge in a tin, a copy of Flying with the Cannons, a new quill, a jumper, and plum cake, with the Polyjuice potion ready, and Hermione having acquired some spare Slytherin robes to use, since they can't use their regular clothes while transformed. They give to Crabbe and Goyle 2 chocolate cakes containing sleeping pills that made Crabbe and Goyle fall asleep after eating the cakes. Harry and Ron take their hairs and shoes, because Crabbe and Goyle have larger feet, and assume their form. Hermione tries to use a hair she thought belongs to Millicent Bulstrode, but it is actually her cat's hair, and Hermione is transformed into a cat-human hybrid. Hermione is forced to spend a few weeks in the hospital wing as Crabbe and Goyle, once Draco leads them to the Slytherin common room. Harry and Ron interrogate an unsuspecting Malfoy and discover that even though he wishes he were, Draco is not the heir of Slytherin. They also hear that Lucius Malfoy mentioned that the last time the chamber was opened, 50 years ago, a Muggle-born student died, and whoever was responsible was expelled. Malfoy also mentions his father's secret stash of illegal artifacts. Weeks later, Ron and Harry overhear Argus Filch complaining about his workload and leaving. They arrive at Moaning Myrtle's bathroom to find it flooded. Myrtle, a sulking ghost, explains that she had flooded it because somebody flushed a diary down the toilet and onto her. Harry picks it up. He discovers that it once belonged to somebody called T.M. Riddle, but the diary is completely blank. Ron remembers from his detention that Riddle had won an award for special service to the school 50 years before, as he had another slug attack on the trophy. Hermione deduces that since this coincides with the last time the chamber was opened, Tom Riddle might have received his prize for catching whoever was responsible for the attacks back then. Even though all attempts to extract information from the diary fail, Harry feels a strange compulsion to keep it. On Valentine's Day, Ron and Harry are dismayed to find out Lockhart has spread dwarves dressed as cupids throughout the school to receive and deliver valentines as a morale booster, due to believing that he made the attacks stop. One cupid dwarf manages to deliver a singing valentine to Harry. While struggling to avoid him, the embarrassed Harry trips and falls, having ink spilled all over the contents of his bag. Ginny notices the diary and assumes a horrified expression. Draco Malfoy also tries to steal the diary as Harry is picking up his stuff, but an angered Harry stuns him, ignoring that Percy Weasley was also there trying to handle the situation, which results in Percy reprimanding Harry. Later, Harry realizes that even though ink is spilled all over the diary, it is not stained at all. He tries writing to the diary and to his surprise, Riddle writes back. He explains that he was the one who caught the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets the last time, and he can show Harry what happened. Harry agrees and gets sucked into a recording of Riddle's memory. Transported back to 13 June 1943, he witnesses the school's previous headmaster, Armando Dippet, informing Riddle that the school will be closed, since now a Muggle-born girl has died. Riddle is apprehensive of this, since it would mean getting sent back to the Muggle orphanage he grew up in, and grown to hate. Dippet guesses that Riddle is Muggle-born as well, but Riddle corrects him by revealing that he's actually half-blood, having been left at the orphanage after his witch mother died, but not before requesting her son's first name to be Tom, after his Muggle father, and his middle name to be Marvolo, after his wizard grandfather. When dismissed by Dippet and a 50 years younger Dumbledore, Harry follows Riddle down into the dungeons, where Riddle catches a 50 years younger Hagrid fiddling with a young acromantula in a cupboard. Accusing the giant of harboring the monster behind the death of the Muggle-born girl in question, Riddle reports Hagrid to Dippet, despite Hagrid protesting that his acromantula, who he has seemingly named Aragog, has never killed anyone. Having seen this, Harry now believes that Hagrid was the one who opened the chamber 50 years before, and he is responsible this time. Harry, Ron, and Hermione decide not to ask Hagrid about it, hoping that the attacks have stopped. And indeed, almost 4 months after the attack on Justin and nearly headless Nick, the disembodied voice keeps quiet, and the attacks seem to have ceased. However, odd things keep happening. Harry returns to his dormitory one day to find it a mess. Ron deduces that somebody has been looking for something, and Harry eventually notices that Tom Riddle's diary is gone. This greatly befuddles them, knowing that only a Gryffindor student or a staff member could know the password to enter the dormitory. The next day, the scheduled Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff is cancelled due to yet another attack, and Harry hears the voice again. This time, Minerva McGonagall calls for Harry and Ron personally, and leads them to the hospital wing, where they see Hermione petrified. She was found near the library with a Ravenclaw prefect, holding a small circular mirror. This proves that Harry is not the heir of Slytherin, since he would never attack one of his friends. Harry and Ron decide they now must talk to Hagrid. With the now constant supervision on students, this is not easy, but they manage to do it by using Harry's invisibility cloak. When they reach Rubeus Hagrid's cabin, Harry and Ron manage to hide just before Cornelius Fudge, who is the Minister for Magic, and Dumbledore arrive at the scene. Fudge announces that Hagrid, who to the best of his knowledge opened the Chamber of Secrets the last time, will be sent to Azkaban prison as a precaution. They are shortly joined by Lucius Malfoy, who declares that he and the other governors of Hogwarts have unanimously voted to suspend Dumbledore, despite the obvious logic that this would only worsen the situation. Both Hagrid and Dumbledore give last words to Harry and Ron. Hagrid says that if anybody wants the truth they should follow the spiders, and Dumbledore says that he will only truly have left the school when none dare remain loyal to him. He also stresses that if anybody at Hogwarts needs help, it will always be available to those who ask for it. Harry and Ron decide to follow the spiders as per Hagrid's advice, after Harry notices the spiders during a herbology lesson. Walking with Fang as their guide along the trails of the spiders, which are strangely all fleeing Hogwarts, takes them into the Forbidden Forest, even though Ron is deeply arachnophobic. Hermione, having been petrified and that they may be able to help through this investigation, gives him the willpower to go along anyway. There they encounter Arthur Weasley's car, which had apparently taken to driving through the forest like a wild animal. The two boys follow the spiders deeper into the forest all the way into a webbed lair. There they are met by a now adult but aging Aragog, who reveals that Hagrid is innocent and explains his past from being given to Hagrid as an egg by a distant traveler, to his accusation as the Chamber's resident monster, until his transfer to the Forbidden Forest and his founding of his colony with Moss. When Harry asks of the monster that killed the girl in 1943, Aragog remarks it is an ancient creature that all spiders as well as giant ones fear, and that they never mention its name nor speak about it, even when Hagrid asked many times, and adds that the dead girl was found in a bathroom. Harry and Ron thank him and turn to leave, but Aragog halts them, deciding to leave them as dinner for his children. Mr. Weasley's Ford Anglia comes blasting through the layers of spiders, however, and enables the boys and Fang to escape. Ron is furious that Hagrid has endangered their lives until Harry explained his logic. After this, Harry and Ron feel that they have reached dead ends everywhere, until one possible last hope occurs to them. Recalling Aragog's remarks of the dead girl in the bathroom, Harry suggests that Moaning Myrtle might have been that victim. Of course, with the school under such security, it will be almost impossible to sneak in the girls' bathroom near where the first attack occurred. Days later, Professor McGonagall informs the students that the Mandrake draft will soon be ready. Later that same day, Harry and Ron manage to trick Lockhart, who is leading them to their next class, into letting them go by stroking his ego. Just as they pat themselves on the back, they get caught by Professor McGonagall, and Harry has to make up an excuse. They were going to see Hermione in the hospital wing, where visitors were now prohibited. They now have to go along to make their story appear convincing, but rather than simply hanging around Hermione's petrified form, this time Harry finds a piece of paper tightly clutched in her hand, which reveals what Hermione discovered before she was attacked. She had discovered, based on strong circumstantial evidence, that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, one of the giant kings of all serpents, thus explaining the mysterious voice that only Harry could hear, since he could speak Parseltongue. The basilisk kills people by looking them in the eye, but no one died since they only looked indirectly at its deadly gaze. Colin Creevey saw it through his camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley saw it through nearly headless Nick, since he was already dead and could not die again. He was only petrified. Mrs. Norris saw a reflection of it in the water from the flooded bathroom, and Hermione and Penelope Clearwater both used a mirror to look around corners after Hermione has figured things out. Harry discovers in the paper that spiders flee from it and how a rooster's crowing is potentially fatal to the basilisk, which explains Hagrid's roosters having been killed during the year. On the note is also scribbled a single word, pipes, implying that the serpent maneuvers through the plumbing, which helps them to realize that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Having solved the mystery, Harry and Ron decide to go to the staff room and report to the teachers. When they get there, they overhear the teachers talking about another attack having occurred. Harry and Ron decide to hide to hear more details and discover that Ginny has been kidnapped by the basilisk, and the heir of Slytherin has left another message under the previous one. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Harry and Ron also discover that Hogwarts will be closed tomorrow. The teachers then force Lockhart to deal with the monster, as he has been claiming he could handle whatever is behind the attacks. Looking very crestfallen, he leaves for his room. Harry and Ron decide that if Lockhart is going to deal with the monster, they might as well tell him what they know. They go to his room, only to find him frantically planning to run away. When questioned on why such a talented wizard as himself is leaving, Lockhart admits that he is a fraud who put memory charms on the people who really did the things that he claimed to have done in his book. He then attempts to put a memory charm on the two boys as well, but they manage to disarm him and, under wand threats, take him to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Moaning Myrtle explains her death, remarking the last thing she saw was a pair of enormous eyes by one of the sinks, whose tap has never worked. Harry finds a snake engraved on the tap, and then opens the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets by speaking Parseltongue to it. Harry, Ron, and Lockhart slide down a large pipe and find themselves in maze-like tunnels far below the school. Down there, they encounter a snakeskin left by the basilisk. Just then, Lockhart feigns fainting and steals Ron's wand, victoriously declaring that he will erase Harry and Ron's memories and tell everybody they lost their sanity at the sight of Ginny's mangled body. Lockhart casts the memory charm. However, Ron's broken wand causes the charm to backfire, erasing Lockhart's memory and causing a portion of the ceiling to cave in, trapping Harry in the direction of the chamber, and Ron and Lockhart in the direction of the castle. Ron must then stay behind and clear a path through the rocks while Harry continues in search of Ginny. Harry then encounters a wall with stone snakes on it, opens it by speaking Parseltongue, and enters the chamber. Haven't I already told you that killing mudbloods doesn't matter to me anymore? For many months now, my new target has been you, Tom Riddle to Harry. Harry finds himself standing at the end of a long, dimly lit giant hall. At the far end, by the foot of Slytherin's statue, he finds Ginny lying on the ground, pale and cold. He drops his wand and runs to her, trying to get a response from her. But to no avail, Tom Riddle approaches them, holding Harry's wand, and remarks that his presence in the present is because he is a memory, which had been preserved in his own diary for He then reveals what has happened. Riddle had opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years earlier, and intended to purge the school of Muggleborns. However, when he discovered that the school was going to close down because of the attacks and that Dumbledore, then the Transfiguration Professor, was keeping a closer watch on him, he was left to abandon the attacks and frame Hagrid for doing it. He eventually left behind a diary containing the memory of his 16-year-old self, in hopes that it would, one day, fall into the hands of an unsuspecting victim who would help him to finish his work. The diary ended up in Ginny's possession. Riddle had written back sympathetically, and Ginny grew to confess her fears, hopes, and feelings to him. She essentially poured some of her soul into him, which was exactly what he wanted. He gradually grew more powerful and eventually managed to pour some of his soul back into her, possessing her and using her body to open the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the basilisk that launched the new series of attacks, and to write the threatening messages on the walls. However, Ginny became suspicious of the diary and tried to dispose of it by flushing it down a toilet in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. This is when Harry found it, and when Ginny saw Harry with the diary on Valentine's Day, she panicked and worried that Riddle had told Harry about her role in the attacks, so she stole it from his dormitory. It began taking control of her again, but this time with the intention of killing Harry, so he had Ginny write her own farewell on the wall and come down to wait, luring Harry to the rescue and consequently his doom. Riddle is angered that Harry managed to defeat the Dark Wizard Lord Voldemort as a mere baby. When Harry asks why Riddle cares how he escaped, Riddle remarks that Voldemort is his past, present, and future. He then writes the air with Harry's wand, his full name, Tom Marvolo, Riddle, then waves the wand and the letters form an anagram. I am Lord Voldemort. Harry then discovers that Lord Voldemort was only a pseudonym, and that his real birth name was Tom Marvolo Riddle. Riddle remarks that he couldn't bear to use the name of a Muggle father who abandoned him before his wizard son would be born. Right when he found out that his wife was a witch descended from Salazar Slytherin. Instead, he scrambled that name to create a new one, which he knew people would fear when he became the greatest sorcerer in the world. Harry remarks that he must be mistaken, because as everybody knows, Albus Dumbledore is the greatest sorcerer in the world. Even with Voldemort being at the peak of his power, he was afraid of Dumbledore, and now he is barely alive. Riddle replies that Dumbledore has been driven out the castle by the mere memory of him. Harry declares that Dumbledore is not as gone as Riddle seems to think. In this display of loyalty, he summons Fawkes the Phoenix to him, who also brings with it the Sorting Hat, both assets that Riddle claims to be extremely useless. Riddle then summons the Basilisk and commands it to kill Harry. However, Fawkes is not as defenseless as one might initially think, and pecks out the Basilisk's eyes, thus preventing its gaze from killing. The Basilisk is still able to hear and smell Harry, however, and remains very dangerous. So Harry, in desperation, puts on the Sorting Hat, wishing against hope for help. Instead of an answer, a heavy sword with a hilt embedded with rubies falls on Harry's head from inside the hat. After several missed strikes from the blinded Basilisk, it strikes again, right at him this time. But Harry thrusts the sword into the roof of the Basilisk's mouth, killing it. However, one of its poisonous fangs falls into his arm, injecting a deadly poison. While Riddle gloats over his win, Harry takes Riddle's diary and thrusts the Basilisk fang into the diary. Ink begins pouring out of the book like blood as Riddle is destroyed. Ginny instantly stirs and wakes up as Harry is now moments from death, when Fawkes cries on the wound, and since Phoenix tears have healing powers, Harry is instantly cured. Harry and Ginny travel back through the chamber to find Ron and Lockhart. Lockhart has no idea of who or where he is. Harry, Ron, Ginny and Lockhart grab onto Fawkes and fly up the tunnel out of the chamber, another Phoenix specialty, as they can lift very heavy loads. They return to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where the entrance seals shut again, and head to McGonagall's office. At McGonagall's office, Harry, Ron, and Ginny find Dumbledore, McGonagall, Arthur, and Molly Weasley, who are delighted to see them alive. Harry worries that Ginny will get blamed for being the person behind the attacks, but to his great relief, Dumbledore rightly deduces that Voldemort is the culprit and only used Ginny's body. After Ginny leaves to get a much-needed rest, Harry and Ron both receive 200 house points each for Gryffindor, and both get an award for special services to the school. And then Dumbledore asks to speak with Harry alone. Harry expresses his concern that he belonged in Slytherin. Dumbledore reveals that Voldemort transferred some of his powers to Harry when he gave him his scar, explaining his ability to speak Parseltongue. He asks Harry why he thinks the Sorting Hat put him in Gryffindor, if he has so many Slytherin qualities, and Harry admits that the only reason it did was because he had asked it to. Dumbledore confirms this and tells Harry that it is our choices rather than our abilities that reveal who we truly are. He points out to the sword Harry had drawn out of the hat, Harry now notices it has Godric Gryffindor's name on it. Dumbledore says that only a true Gryffindor would be able to draw it out. Lucius Malfoy then barges into McGonagall's office, outraged that Dumbledore has returned to the school after being dismissed. Dumbledore calmly responds that the governors had asked him to return once they discovered that Arthur Weasley's daughter was attacked. Apparently, they had been blackmailed by Malfoy to vote for Dumbledore's dismissal in the first place, under Malfoy's threat of cursing their families. Dobby follows Lucius into the room, thus showing that his masters are the Malfoys. Dumbledore and Malfoy have a calm but venomous interchange, respectively, during which Dumbledore and Harry, with the help of Dobby's unspoken hints, essentially expose Lucius for sneaking Riddle's diary, one of his illegal artifacts, into Ginny's school things, during the fight with Arthur at Flourish and Blot. This is supposed to frame Ginny for the attacks, with heavy implications on the Muggle Protection Act. Arthur Weasley has been suggesting. Malfoy dares Dumbledore to prove his accusation, and while the headmaster has insufficient evidence for that, he cautions Malfoy against orchestrating any further such plots. Otherwise, he is certain that Arthur Weasley would do whatever it took to trace it back to Malfoy. Knowing that a master can release his house elf by giving them some clothes, Harry tricks Malfoy into freeing Dobby by giving Malfoy one of his own socks, which he promptly passes to Dobby as rubbish to get rid of him. Malfoy's retribution is thwarted by the now free Dobby, who then thanks Harry profusely and disappears. The petrified people are cured. Hagrid is released from Azkaban. Lockhart is sent to a hospital and Lucius Malfoy is fired from his post as school governor. The book ends with Harry at King's Cross, crossing the barrier back to the Muggle world, and Ginny mentioning to Harry, Fred and George that Percy has a girlfriend, and she is Ravenclaw's perfect Penelope Clearwater. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of the Azkaban. Harry Potter spends another summer holiday with the Dursleys in mid-1993, and things haven't been that easy for him. Over the summer, the Dursleys have forbidden him to talk to any of the neighbors out of fear of him exposing his magical abilities. The separation from his magical supplies, e.g. his wand, his broomstick, spell books, etc., have become a real problem for Harry too, because his teachers at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry have given him a lot of summer homework. He has seized the opportunity to start it a week after his arrival home by sneaking some of his books upstairs and hiding them in his room, while Aunt Petunia and Dudley go out to admire Uncle Vernon's new company car. None of the Dursleys have noticed him studying magic every night since then, and Harry has been very careful to avoid trouble with them, for his aunt and uncle have already been in a bad mood with him due to a telephone call they got from their nephew's best friend at Hogwarts, Ron Weasley, about which Vernon has furiously confronted him, even though Harry doesn't know how Ron got their home number. The incident must have simply made Ron warn their other friend Hermione Granger not to call, as Harry received no word from them afterwards. The only improvement in his relationship to the Dursleys that gets changed is that they have given him permission to let his pet snowy owl Hedwig out at night with a promise not to use her to send letter to Ron or Hermione, since Uncle Vernon couldn't take the screeching racket she makes while bored if she gets locked in her cage all the time. On 31 July, Harry's 13th birthday. After midnight, Harry receives gifts and letters from Ron, Hermione and Rubus Hagrid, each wishing him a happy birthday and sending him a gift. According to Ron, his dad, Arthur Weasley, won a daily profit prize draw for 700 galleons and has used it to take the family to Egypt to visit his eldest son, Bill, with the remainder being used to provide Ron with a new wand to replace the one that was broken last year. Harry also learns that Percy Weasley is entering his 7th year at Hogwarts and has been named head boy. According to Hermione, she and her parents are currently spending the holiday in France. Also, both Ron and Hermione mention in their letters they will be in London on the last week before term to pick up their school supplies and want Harry to join them. Hagrid hints in his letter the book he sent Harry will come in handy next term, but he wants the reason for it to be a surprise until the term starts. Another letter from Professor Minerva McGonagall arrives saying that third years are allowed to visit the village of Hogsmeade and that their guardian needs to sign the permission form in order for them to do so. When Harry awakes the next morning, he goes downstairs hoping to watch TV. Unfortunately for him, he finds his Uncle Vernon and Dudley already watching the news and sits down with them unnoticed. As the channel's anchorman is halfway through the report on word from the Muggle Prime Minister out on the London streets of an escaped convict, Sirius Black, who Uncle Vernon comments looks like he came from an asylum rather than a prison. This is obviously because the mental state of Black's gaunt face and elbow-length hair is almost like comparing him to Harry, who luckily feels well-groomed. The reporter then transitions to his report on the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries announcement without implying beforehand which prison or asylum Black has escaped from, much to Uncle Vernon's confusion. Nonetheless, Vernon announces to the family that his sister Marjorie Madge Dursley is coming to visit for a week. Harry agrees to behave normally during her visit if his uncle will sign his permission form and has to send Hedwig to the Weasleys for the week due to Marge not knowing that Harry is a wizard. On the final night when she calls his father, James Potter, a lazy good-for-nothing drunk, Harry loses his temper and accidentally inflates her. She explodes and Harry decides to take his school things and run away, fearing he will almost certainly be expelled from Hogwarts after using magic outside school. He reaches Magnolia Crescent and sees a black dog staring at him. In his shock, Harry falls and the night boss, a triple-decker bus designed for wizard transportation, arrives. The dog vanishes and is nowhere in sight. Harry meets the night bus's conductor, Stan Shunpike, and the driver, Ernie Prang. Harry departs on the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron in London. He learns from the Daily Prophet, Sirius Black, the same convict and a follower of Lord Voldemort, broke out of Azkaban, the first person to ever do so. Sirius was imprisoned for murdering 13 people with a single curse in 1981, right after the Potter's murder. At the Leaky Cauldron he meets the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, in person, though Harry has to pretend that he doesn't know him since Harry and Ron were technically breaking school rules during their previous school year when they saw him in Hagrid's hut. After explaining that Marge has been restored to normal and her memory modified, to Harry's surprise, Fudge doesn't take any action against him, stating that accidental uses of magic don't count as violations of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Fudge books a room for Harry, where he will stay for the rest of the summer, but refuses to sign Harry's Hogsmeade permission slip. Harry spends the rest of the holidays in Diagon Alley, purchasing his school things and making sure not to make unnecessary purchases. On the last day of the holidays, Harry meets up with Ron, Hermione, and the rest of the Weasleys, who are also staying at the Leaky Cauldron. When Hermione decides to spend her birthday money on a magical pet, to Ron's displeasure, Hermione purchases a cat named Crookshanks, who harasses Ron's pet rat Scabbers. At some point during the night, Harry overhears a conversation between Ron's parents, Arthur and Molly Weasley. From what he hears, he learns that when Voldemort met his downfall, Black lost everything and is now trying to kill Harry. Harry realizes that Fudge let him off because he was relieved to find Harry alive. He is unconcerned about Black, doubting that the escapee could harm him at Hogwarts, with Headmaster Albus Dumbledore around. The next day, shortly before Harry boards the Hogwarts Express, Arthur tries to warn him about Black and makes him not to go looking for Black no matter what he hears. Harry tells him that he already knows because he heard Mr. and Mrs. Weasley talking about it earlier. Harry is also confused and asks why he would go looking for somebody who wanted to kill him. On the train, Harry, Ron, and Hermione share a compartment with Professor Remus Lupin, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. After several hours, the train stops and a sinister, cloaked figure enters. It sucks the happiness out of Harry, who faints. The creature then approaches Harry, possibly to kiss him, until Lupin drives it off with a spell. After Harry recovers, Lupin hands him and the others some chocolate and explains that the creature was a Dementor, one of the Azkaban guards, and that they were searching the train for Sirius Black. At Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy taunts Harry over his reaction to the Dementor. After getting inside, Professor McGonagall calls Harry and Hermione to her and takes them to her office. Once there, McGonagall reveals that Lupin had informed her by owl post of Harry's adverse reaction to the Dementor and wants him looked at by Madame Pomfrey to see if he's ill. The matron confirms that he's fine. After McGonagall's business with Hermione is concluded, they return to the Great Hall to find that they missed the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore announces the two changes in staffing during the year. Lupin and Hagrid, who has been made the care of magical creatures teacher due to the retirement of Professor Kettleburn. Dumbledore also announces that Dementors are to be stationed around the school as a precaution against Black. Lessons start the next day. Harry, Ron, and Hermione head to the North Tower for their first divination lesson. They meet Sibyl Trelawney and predict future events using tea leaves. Harry sees a black dog in his teacup, which Trelawney identifies as the Grim, the omen of death. This worries Harry, as he remembers the black dog he saw when he ran away. In their next lesson, Transfiguration, Professor Minerva McGonagall assures Harry that Trelawney has predicted the deaths of a number of students, none of whom have died. In their Care of Magical Creatures lesson, Hagrid teaches them about hippogriffs, horse-eagle creatures. Although initially nervous, Harry successfully approaches and rides a grey hippogriff named Buckbeak. Later in the lesson, Malfoy, who had not been listening to Hagrid's lecture, insults Buckbeak, causing it to slash his arm with its talons. He is taken to the hospital wing, and Hagrid fears that he will take the blame for letting Buckbeak attack Malfoy, even though Malfoy provoked it in the first place. Harry and his friends offer to help him clear Buckbeak. This makes Hagrid sober up and finally notice that Harry's there. He angrily tells Harry off for leaving the castle after dark and escorts the trio back to Gryffindor Tower personally. Later in the week, in potions, Malfoy returns with a heavily bandaged arm. Although it is implied that he is exaggerating the seriousness of the injury, there is no way to prove it. Harry learns that Black has been sighted near Hogwarts. During the lesson, Malfoy hints that Black may be connected to Harry's past. In Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lupin teaches the third years about boggarts, shapeshifters that take the shape of a person's worst fear. The class then take on the boggart, forcing it to assume a shape they find amusing. When it comes to Harry's turn, he is sure the boggart will turn into a Dementor. But Lupin jumps in and repels the boggart for him. Faced by Lupin, the boggart takes the shape of a bright glowing orb. Harry is disappointed that Lupin does not let him fight the boggart, thinking that Lupin feels he is not up to the task. In October, the Gryffindor Quidditch team practices hard for the upcoming Quidditch season, especially since this is their team captain Oliver Wood's final year at Hogwarts. Oliver believes that despite the misfortune which occurred during the previous 2 years, their team should be able to win the Quidditch Cup before he graduates. Third years are also visiting Hogsmeade on Halloween, and only Harry is not allowed, because his uncle did not sign his permission form. Harry spends the day in Lupin's office, drinking tea with him. Lupin tells him that he did not let Harry face the boggart because he did not want the boggart to become Lord Voldemort. Shortly afterwards, Snape appears with a mysterious potion for Lupin. Lupin claims to simply have an illness, and that he is aided by the potion. A few hours later, Ron and Hermione return. They reach the portrait of the fat lady and see it slashed and that the fat lady is gone. Peeves reveals that he saw her fleeing through another portrait after Sirius Black attacked her for not letting him into Gryffindor Tower. Dumbledore, Argus Filch, and Percy seek her out. Every student is moved in the Great Hall to sleep while teachers search the castle. They fail to find any sign of Black, and Snape suggests that someone inside the castle helped Black gain entry. Dumbledore refutes this argument. Nobody talks about anything but Sirius Black for the next few days. The fat lady refuses to return to work until Black is caught. Because of this, Dumbledore is forced to replace her with Sir Cadogan, the Mad Knight. Nobody in Gryffindor House is happy about this, both because he changes the password, which are ridiculously complicated, twice a day, and because he's for the most part extremely annoying. But there's nothing they can do because none of the other pictures wanted the job because of what happened to the fat lady. Meanwhile, because of the attack, an annoyed Harry gets placed under surveillance. Teachers find excuses to go down the halls with him. Percy Weasley, acting on his mother's orders, follows him everywhere like a guard dog. Professor McGonagall decides to reveal the truth to Harry, but Harry reveals he already knows Black's after him. McGonagall explains that's why she doesn't want him practicing Quidditch in the evenings, but Harry states he's got to train. Professor McGonagall agrees and decides to ask Madam Hooch to be present. Gryffindor's first Quidditch match is coming up, but due to Malfoy's injury, Slytherin cannot play. Gryffindor plays Hufflepuff instead. On the day before the match, Lupin becomes ill, and Snape teaches his classes for him. Oddly, he ignores Lupin's syllabus and instead gives a lesson on werewolves and assigns the class to write an essay on werewolves. During the match, it is raining badly, and Harry sees a large black dog resembling the Grim in the topmost empty row of seats in the Quidditch stadium. Dementors enter the match, causing Harry to faint and fall from his broomstick. Harry realizes that the screaming he had been hearing during his Dementor-induced fainting spells is his mother in her last moments. Dumbledore saves Harry, but his Nimbus 2000 broomstick flies into the Whomping Willow and is destroyed. Hufflepuff wins the match shortly afterward. After the match, Harry wakes up in the hospital wing and learns what happened, including that Oliver Wood has declined Hufflepuff Captain Cedric Diggory's offer for a rematch. Alarmed by the adverse effects the Dementors have on him, Madame Pomfrey insists that Harry stay in the hospital wing for the rest of the weekend. The following week, Lupin is back teaching class, and states that the class doesn't have to write the essay Snape assigned for them, though Hermione has finished hers. After class, Harry goes to Lupin wondering why the Dementors affect him so much. Lupin explains that Dementors are fear itself and they pull forth the horrors from a person's past, which is why just before he faints, Harry hears his mother screaming before she dies, and why the Dementors affect him worse than anyone else. Harry asks Lupin if he can give him private lessons on the spell to drive off Dementors in case another one arrives at a Quidditch match. Lupin says he will, but after the Christmas holidays, citing his frequent illness. Hufflepuff is defeated by Ravenclaw in their next Quidditch match, which gives the Gryffindor team a chance in the running for the Quidditch Cup. Harry, who uses an old-school broom in training sessions, is busy looking to obtain a new broomstick for himself, so Gryffindor can stand a chance in their remaining matches. During the last weekend before the holidays, while the eligible students visit Hogsmeade, Harry is yet again not able to go. To bring some Christmas cheer to Harry, Fred and George reveal they know secret passages in and out of Hogwarts. They give Harry the Marauder's map as a Christmas present and instruct him on how to use it. It shows Hogwarts' secret passages, corridors, classrooms, offices, common rooms, etc., as well as every person's location within the castle and the ground. Harry uses the Marauder's map to sneak into Hogsmeade, He then meets Ron and Hermione in Honeydukes, where they were discussing what kind of sweets to get Harry. They visit the Three Broomsticks, a pub run by Madame Rosmerta, when Cornelius Fudge, Minerva McGonagall, Felius Flitwick, and Rubeus Hagrid arrive. Harry hides underneath their table to avoid being seen. The trio overhears a conversation between the group and Madame Rosmerta, in which they discuss how Sirius Black is a close childhood friend of Harry's father, James, and that he is Harry's godfather. The group goes on to talk about how the Potters learned how Voldemort had marked them for death by Dumbledore, who had been tipped off by a spy. Dumbledore had advised them to go into hiding using the Fidelius charm, a concealment charm so powerful it can only be broken if the secret keeper, the person the spell is bound to, reveals it to the person the witch or wizard doesn't want to be found by. James Potter insisted on using Sirius Black despite Dumbledore offering be his family's secret keeper, due to a fear that a friend of the Potters had turned traitor and joined Voldemort as a spy because he trusted Black beyond all his other friends. 1 week later, Black sold out the Potters to Lord Voldemort, who met his downfall in Harry. This forced Black to run for it. Peter Pettigrew, another of James's friends, confronted Black for the betrayal, and he and 12 Muggles were killed by Black with a single curse. Black was taken to Azkaban afterwards. It's also revealed that Black isn't affected by the Dementors at all. After they leave, Ron and Hermione stare at a devastated Harry. Harry is depressed both about the truth about Sirius Black and that no one bothered to tell him before. Harry is also continuing to have nightmares about Dementors and his mother screaming. During the start of the holidays, Ron and Hermione try to console Harry, but Harry chooses to go to Hagrid's house to ask him about Sirius Black, despite Ron and Hermione's protests. When the trio arrives at his house, they find him distraught about Buckbeak's upcoming hearing before the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, and Harry decides it is better not to bring Sirius Black up. Hagrid reveals that he had a horrible experience with the Dementors during his brief time in Azkaban. He can't set Buckbeak free without the risk of being sent back there. The trio then decides to help Hagrid prepare his defense for Buckbeak's case. For Christmas, among his other presents, Harry receives the best model broomstick ever released, the Firebolt. Hermione is not happy when she learns that it came without a note and is driven out of Harry and Ron's dormitory after Crookshanks attacks Scabbers again. During Christmas dinner, Hermione reports the mystery gift to McGonagall, who sends it away to have it tested for tampering. Both Hermione and McGonagall suspect Black might have sent the broomstick and that it could be jinxed. Harry ceases speaking with Hermione, even though he knew she had good intentions with reporting the Firebolt. Ron is also no longer on speaking terms with Hermione, because Crookshanks has been attacking Scabbers non-stop. Meanwhile, Harry starts his lessons with Lupin. Lupin tells Harry that the spell to drive off Dementors is called the Patronus Charm, instructs him in how to cast one, and lets him practice on a boggart. Harry fails to produce a Patronus at first. This, however, is to be expected. The Patronus charm is well beyond OWL standard. During his first lesson, Harry learns that Lupin was a friend of his father James back during their days at Hogwarts, and also knew Sirius Black as well. In January, Slytherin beats Ravenclaw in their Quidditch match. Gryffindor's chances of getting the Quidditch Cup are good, as long as they don't lose in their own match against Ravenclaw. By February, Harry becomes quite good at producing a Patronus after a few lessons, but doesn't master it entirely. At the end of a lesson, Lupin explains the concept of a Dementor's kiss and reveals that it will be Black's punishment, as an article in the Daily Prophet confirmed that the Ministry gave the Dementors permission to use the kiss on Black when they find him. While thinking about the horror of the punishment, Harry runs into McGonagall on his way back to Gryffindor Tower. McGonagall gives Harry back the Firebolt, which has been proven not to be jinxed, and suggests that he practice with it before the match. Harry meets up with Ron and they decide to go make up with Hermione. Outside Gryffindor Tower, they bump into Neville, who's in trouble because he lost a list. After the pair let him in, Neville tells Harry and Ron that he made a list of the passwords for Gryffindor Tower, because Sir Cadogan is still changing them twice a day, but somehow they got lost. Harry attempts to patch things up with Hermione, but Scabbers disappears after they arrive at Gryffindor Tower, ruining any chance for Ron and Hermione's reconciliation. As March arrives, a new Quidditch match approaches, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Harry spends the last practice session before the match getting used to his firebolt. During the game, just as Harry is about to catch the snitch, Cho Chang, a fourth-year seeker for the Ravenclaw team, screams. Harry looks around and sees 3 Dementors in the stands. He reacts instantly, sending a full-fledged Patronus at the Dementors. Harry catches the snitch before Cho Chang, winning the match. Lupin compliments Harry on his Patronus, and shows Harry that the Dementors were really Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, and Marcus Flint, the Slytherin team captain, trying to sabotage Harry. A furious McGonagall takes 50 points away from Slytherin and sentences all 4 of them to detention as punishment. The Gryffindors celebrate until Professor McGonagall tells them to go to bed, but Ron still refuses to reconcile with Hermione. That night, Ron wakes up to Sirius Black slashing his bed curtains in the boys' dormitory. Everyone thinks it might be a nightmare, but the curtains are indeed ripped, and Sir Cadogan proves Ron right beyond any reasonable doubt when he happily admits he let Sirius Black into Gryffindor Tower. Black apparently had the whole week's passwords on a piece of paper. A furious Professor McGonagall demands to know who wrote down the passwords and lost them, to which Neville admits responsibility. Another search of the castle takes place, but Black evades capture again. Tighter security is put in place. Professor Flitwick is teaching the doors to recognize Sirius Black, while Argus Filch boards up everything Black can use to sneak in, except the passageway into Hogsmeade. Sir Cadogan is fired, and the Fat Lady resumes her duty guarding Gryffindor Tower on the condition her portrait is to be guarded. Ron becomes an instant celebrity, which he enjoys. Neville, on the other hand, is in complete disgrace. Professor McGonagall is so furious with him that she strips him of his visitation rights to Hogsmeade for the rest of the school year, gives him a detention, and forbids the other Gryffindors to tell him the password. His grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, sends him a howler 2 days later. Hagrid sends a letter to Harry, telling him that he and Ron are to meet him in the entrance hall, so he can take them to his hut for tea. Other than learning that Buckbeak's trial is that week, Harry and Ron learn that Hagrid wants to talk to them on behalf of Hermione. Hagrid mentions their feud has been hurting Hermione more than they think, and that she is only concerned about protecting Harry from Sirius Black. Despite Hagrid's advice, Ron's anger reignites when Hermione threatens to tell McGonagall about the Marauders map, which Harry plans to use to sneak into Hogsmeade during the upcoming trip that Saturday. While on the trip that weekend, Harry uses his invisibility cloak to make a few stops with Ron before visiting the Shrieking Shack, a house that is supposedly filled with violent ghosts. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle show up there and provoke Ron. Harry, using his cloak, attacks the trio, and Malfoy catches a glimpse of Harry's head. Malfoy later reports the incident to Snape, who interrogates Harry after he returns from Hogsmeade. Snape finds the Marauders map, but is not able to discover what it does, and is instead bombarded by insults from the map's makers. Lupin is summoned and claims ignorance about the map, and Ron shows up and claims the map is a Zonko product that insults anyone who touches it. Afterwards, Lupin brings Harry and Ron to the entrance hall, where he confiscates the map and reprimands Harry for not handing in something that could aid in Black's capture. He also scolds him for risking his life to sneak into Hogsmeade, thus undervaluing his parents' sacrifice. On their way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry and Ron find Hermione, who informs them that the Ministry has decided to execute Buckbeak despite the help she provided for Buckbeak's defense. Buckbeak's impending execution causes the friends to reconcile. Ron promises to help Hermione work on filing an appeal for Buckbeak's case, since Harry will be too busy with Quidditch practice sessions for the final match. After Malfoy mocks Hagrid during one of his classes, Hermione smacks him in the face. She then accidentally skips charms. In divination, Hermione finally explodes and drops the class. In May, the Quidditch final takes place. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Gryffindor needs to be more than 50 points ahead before Harry can catch the Golden Snitch in order to win the Quidditch Cup. On the morning of the match, Harry catches another glimpse of the dog, this time with Crookshanks. In the match, Gryffindor take an early lead, and Slytherin resorts to cheating. This helps the Gryffindor team to gain penalty shots and get further ahead. Harry manages to catch the snitch at the right moment, allowing Gryffindor to come in first in the overall points and win the Quidditch Cup at last. The students take their end-of-year exams in June. Buckbeak's appeal is scheduled on the final day of the exam. After Harry's divination final, Trelawney issues a genuine prediction that Voldemort's servant will return to him that night, and Voldemort will once again rise to full power, stronger than before. Meanwhile, Buckbeak's appeal fails, and it is decided that Buckbeak would be executed. That night, after Hermione retrieves Harry's invisibility cloak from the one-eyed witch's hump, where he hid it after Malfoy spotted him in Hogsmeade, Harry, Ron, and Hermione use the cloak to go to Hagrid's cabin to console him before Buckbeak is executed. Hermione finds Scabbers in a milk jug and returns him to Ron. After the trio depart, Dumbledore, Fudge, a representative of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, and the executioner Walden McNair arrive. Buckbeak is then apparently executed. Shortly afterwards, Scabbers escapes from Ron's grasp. Harry, Ron, and Hermione run after him and spot the black dog and Crookshanks. After Ron catches Scabbers, the dog grabs Ron by the arm and pulls him in a passage under the Whomping Willow, breaking his leg in the process. Harry, Hermione, and Crookshanks follow after them. The passage leads them to the Shrieking Shack, where they find Ron, Scabbers, and Sirius Black. Black turns out to be an unregistered animagus, whose animal form is a black dog. He was the one who dragged Ron down into the Shrieking Shack. Harry manages to overpower and subdue Black, who admits that he is responsible for the death of his parents. Lupin then arrives and is accused by Hermione of being Black's accomplice and a werewolf. Hermione deduced this following Snape's lesson on werewolves, since Lupin was always absent on nights of the full moon, and Lupin's boggart turned into the moon. Lupin admits that he is a werewolf, but denies the charge of helping Black. He explains that he found out where Harry, Ron, and Hermione went through the Marauders map, since he had helped to create it, and knew that the three of them would visit Hagrid that night, due to Buckbeak's execution. He also adds that he saw a supposedly dead person on the map with the trio, Peter Pettigrew, who is also an animagus, and had been living for years as Scabbers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione refuse to believe that Pettigrew is alive, pointing out that he was murdered by Black. Black denies this, and Lupin convinces him to tell Harry the truth of what happened. Lupin tells the story of how the Marauders came to be. He had been bitten as a child, and in those days there was nothing to be done about his transformation into a monster every month. He explains that the recently invented potion Snape has been making for him, the Wolfsbane potion, suppresses the mental change and allows him to retain his human sense of self as a wolf, as long as he drinks a gobletful every day the week before the full moon. Despite this, Dumbledore welcomed him to Hogwarts and took precautions for his stay, having the Shrieking Shack and the passage leading to it built to provide Lupin with a safe place to transform. The Whomping Willow was planted on the entrance to the tunnel to prevent anyone from running into the transformed Lupin. The rumors that the Hogsmeade residents started about the shack being haunted by violent ghosts were allowed to spread to keep people from guessing that it was actually a werewolf making those sounds. Eventually, Lupin's friends Sirius Pettigrew and James Potter discovered Lupin's secret and became animagi to support him. Sirius became a dog to keep Lupin under control with James, and Pettigrew became a rat so he could disable the willow by scurrying under its branches and touching a certain spot on its trunk. Lupin admits that he has not told Dumbledore about Sirius being an animagus, as it would have meant admitting that he had betrayed his trust and led 3 students into illegally becoming animagi. He also reveals the reason for Snape's animosity towards him during the year. During their days at school, Sirius had played a near-fatal trick on Snape involving Lupin in his transformed form, but James saved him. Snape thought both of them were involved with Sirius's trick. Just then, Snape arrives using Harry's invisibility cloak, which he had left at the foot of the Whomping Willow. Snape arrives and tries to arrest Lupin and Black, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione, curious to hear the rest of the story, disarm Snape, knocking him unconscious in the process. Sirius reveals he broke out of Azkaban after seeing the Weasleys in Egypt in the Daily Prophet. He saw Scabbers and immediately recognized it was Pettigrew in his animagus form. Pettigrew was missing a finger, Scabbers was missing a toe. Black also realized that Pettigrew was in the perfect position to capture Harry and deliver him to Voldemort's followers if they became strong again. He searched for Pettigrew to kill him, to avenge the Potters and protect Harry. Crookshanks helped, since he could tell that Scabbers was no rat and Black was no dog. Sirius explains after he gained Crookshanks's trust. Crookshanks helped him get into Gryffindor Tower by stealing Neville's list of passwords. According to Black, Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper. Sirius believed he was too obvious a choice to be secret keeper, and at the last second, convinced James and Lily to pick Pettigrew instead, so he could be a decoy, not even telling Dumbledore or Lupin about the sudden change of plan. What Sirius hadn't realized was that Pettigrew was already a spy for Voldemort, with Pettigrew immediately revealing James and Lily's hiding place to his master. After the Potter's murder, Sirius confronted Pettigrew, who killed the 12 Muggles and faked his own death by cutting his finger and turning into a rat and escaping, thus framing Black for the crimes. Sirius was innocent all along and means no harm to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Black and Lupin force Scabbers to turn into Pettigrew. During their interrogation, Sirius explains the obvious reason why Pettigrew remained as a rat. He was afraid that Voldemort's followers would try to kill him, thinking Pettigrew betrayed Voldemort, as Voldemort met his downfall upon following Peter's instructions. Black also knows that Pettigrew only stayed with the Weasleys to keep up on the news until he felt it was safe to find and rejoin his master. Hermione asks how Sirius escaped. He reveals that the knowledge that he was innocent kept him sane. It was not a happy thought, so the Dementors could not drain it from him. He also often transformed into a dog, since Dementors cannot affect animal emotions. After learning where Pettigrew was and knowing Pettigrew would use the opportunity to capture Harry and regain favor with his allies, Black escaped while in his animagus form. Black tells Harry that he would have died before betraying his parents, whom he loved as family, and at long last, Harry believes him. Pettigrew admits it's all true and begs for mercy, but is met with only disgust from everyone in the room. Before Lupin and Sirius can kill Pettigrew, Harry stops them, saying that James would not want his 2 best friends to become killers. The group takes Pettigrew back to the grounds, where he will be handed to the Dementors. Sirius and Harry talk about the former's friendship with the Potters, including that Sirius is Harry's godfather. Sirius tells Harry that he can choose to live with him if he wishes. Harry quickly and happily agrees, knowing this would mean he would never have to return to the Dursleys. Unfortunately, the full moon rises, causing Lupin, who had not taken that day's dose of wolfsbane potion, to turn into a werewolf. This allows Pettigrew to knock Ron out, turn into a rat and escape. Harry and Hermione run after Lupin and Black, who has transformed into a dog. After seriously injuring Black, Lupin flees to the Forbidden Forest. By the Black Lake, 100 Dementors arrive and suck the happiness from Harry, Hermione, and Black, and attempt to perform a kiss on them. Before they all faint, Harry sees a familiar figure across the lake conjure a powerful stag-shaped Patronus that drives all the Dementors away. Harry, Hermione, and Ron are taken to the hospital wing, and Black is taken to West Tower, where he is sentenced to a Dementor's kiss. When Dumbledore arrives, Harry and Hermione try to tell him what actually happened, but Dumbledore tells them that, though he believes them, he cannot save Black, as the evidence against him is too great. Snape had lied about what happened earlier to Cornelius Fudge, and the minister will not take the words of underage students seriously. Dumbledore gives the pair cryptic instructions and bids them good luck. Hermione then reveals she has a time turner, a device that will take them back through time. McGonagall gave the device to her during the sorting on their first day back. This explains why throughout the year, there had been occasions of Hermione taking multiple classes at the same time, and apparently disappearing into thin air. Harry and Hermione travel 3 hours into the past, watching themselves move through previous events, starting from the trio sneaking out to Hagrid's hut. They realize that Dumbledore wanted them to travel 3 hours back to not only save Buckbeak from being wrongfully executed, but also to use Buckbeak to free Black from West Tower, after narrowly rescuing Buckbeak at the right moment before McNair can execute him, so Dumbledore and Hagrid would not be accused of setting Buckbeak free. Harry and Hermione hide near the Whomping Willow in the Forbidden Forest, to wait for the other Harry and Hermione and everyone else to return from the Shrieking Shack. During this time, Harry tells Hermione about the man he saw across the lake and how he thinks it was his father who conjured the Patronus. After 2 hours following Lupin's transformation, Harry decides they need to head back to Hagrid's empty cabin, so Lupin doesn't attack them. After spending some time in hiding, Harry leaves the cabin to check out the present situation and sees himself, Hermione, and Black fainting from Dementors. He realizes that the silver stag he saw earlier across the lake was not cast by his dad, but rather by himself, and conjures a powerful Patronus that drives all the Dementors away. When it returns to him, he pets it and realizes that it was the same Patronus as Prongs, his father. After Hermione and Buckbeak catch up, they wait until they see McNair leave the castle to retrieve the Dementors. He and Hermione then fly Buckbeak up to West Tower and rescue Black. Harry and Sirius say their goodbyes before Sirius flies away on Buckbeak. Harry and Hermione make it back to the hospital wing just in time for Dumbledore to magically lock the door. Shortly afterwards, Snape bursts in, followed by Fudge and Dumbledore, and accuses Harry of freeing Black. Fudge assumes Snape is simply delirious because his chances of receiving the Order of Merlin have gone up in smoke. Fudge leaves to inform the Daily Prophet of the news and agrees to remove the Dementors from Hogwarts, since the Dementors' attempt to perform the Dementors' kiss on Harry proves them to be more harmful than helpful. Shortly after they leave, Ron wakes up from his unconscious state. The next day, while most of the other students are at Hogsmeade, the trio learns that Lupin is resigning because Snape told the Slytherin house Lupin's secret. Harry goes to see Lupin and is unable to sway Lupin's mind, since Lupin does not want to risk endangering the students again. Lupin confirms Harry's suspicions that James's animagus form was indeed a stag. Lupin then gives Harry his invisibility cloak back, along with the Marauder's map, and leaves with Dumbledore to catch his carriage. Later, while talking with Dumbledore, Harry confesses that he feels bad for not letting Lupin and Black kill Pettigrew, realizing that he was the servant that would aid with Voldemort's return from Trelawney's prophecy. Dumbledore reminds Harry that he saved Black, an innocent man, from a terrible fate. Furthermore, Pettigrew owes a life debt to Harry for saving him, which Dumbledore is sure will prove useful later on. Before he leaves, Dumbledore mentions that Harry has some of his father's qualities, which is why his Patronus took the form of prongs. At the end of the year feast, Gryffindor wins both the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. The students return to London aboard the Hogwarts Express. Hermione mentions to Harry and Ron that she gave up the time turner because it caused her too much stress. She has decided to drop Muggle studies so she can have a normal schedule again. Ron announces that he is planning to invite Harry to the Quidditch World Cup, since his father can get them tickets from work. Ron also has a telephone that he can use to contact Harry now. A tiny owl from Black then arrives on the train with a letter. In the letter, Black reveals that he is traveling far away from Hogwarts to avoid causing further problems, and admits he bought Harry the firebolt with Crookshank's help. A separate section of the letter provides Harry with permission to visit Hogsmeade. Harry knows Dumbledore will accept it. Sirius also mentions that the tiny owl is a gift for Ron, later named Pigwidgeon by Ginny, since it is Black's fault that Ron no longer has a rat. After arriving at King's Cross, Ron says he will contact Harry about the finals of the Quidditch World Cup, and Harry heads back to Little Whinging with Uncle Vernon. Harry is happy he now has a true family member to depend on, and mentions to Uncle Vernon that he has a godfather who had escaped from wizard prison and likes to check up on him. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. In August of 1943, an absurd tragedy occurred inside the Riddle House, and nobody was able to find out how it happened. When the Riddle's maid went to work that day, she discovered all 3 Riddles dead in the drawing room, still in their dinner things. The police found no evidence of murder or suicide, claiming to be in perfect health except for the fact that they were dead. They arrested the Riddle's gardener Frank Bryce for questioning, since the door and windows were not forced open or shattered on the night of their murder, and the Riddle's cook testified that he was the only one with a key to the house. Frank, however, said the only person he saw that night was a mysterious dark-haired boy, and was released due to lack of evidence, but many still believed he committed the murders. Half a century later, on the night of 16 August 1994, an elderly Frank is still working as the groundskeeper at the Riddle House. He sees a fire flickering in one of the rooms and goes over to investigate, thinking it is a couple boys who regularly disturb him. Inside, he overhears the same boy he saw on the night of the Riddle's murder, now grown up as Lord Voldemort, who, still unknown to him, was Tom Riddle Sr.'s unwanted son, and his servant Peter Pettigrew, planning to capture Harry Potter with the aid of a reliable servant. Voldemort, Frank learns, also plans to reward Pettigrew for his help in capturing Bertha Jorkins, a Ministry of Magic employee, who Voldemort extracted information from before killing. Frank is then discovered by Voldemort's snake Nagini, who reports his presence to her master via Parseltongue. When Pettigrew beckons him in as a guest, Frank stands up to Voldemort, who is unhappy that muggles like the elderly gardener would be spying on him. Frank doesn't know what a muggle is, and despite being offended that Voldemort called him one, when it is explained that term means he's not a wizard, he is still determined to inform the police about the intruder's plot, but becomes horrified upon seeing Voldemort's weak form. Voldemort then casts the Avada Kedavra curse, ending Frank's life before the book can describe what Voldemort looks like. Simultaneously, about 200 miles away in the Surrey town of Little Whinging, Harry Potter wakes up from a nightmare at the Dursleys' house in Privet Drive. The experience is shown to be a dream that Harry had, and he wakes up with his scar hurting. Harry considers writing to his best friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, as well as the Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore, but eventually decides to write a letter to his godfather Sirius Black, an escaped convict. Sirius was actually framed for his crimes by Peter Pettigrew. But as the entire wizarding world except for Harry, Ron, Hermione, Remus, Lupin, and Dumbledore believes him to be guilty, Sirius is in hiding. Harry does not mention the dream, only his scar hurting, and plans to send the letter once his owl Hedwig gets back. The next day, it is revealed that Aunt Petunia has put the entire family on a diet, which Harry's not following. Suddenly, a letter from Molly Weasley addressed to the Dursleys arrives. She asks if Harry can join Hermione and the Weasley family to go to the Quidditch World Cup final between Ireland and Bulgaria. Unfortunately, the letter upsets Vernon Dursley because there are so many stamps on the envelope that the postman actually rang the doorbell to laugh about it. However, one mention of Sirius Black is enough to convince Vernon Dursley to let Harry go. Harry writes back to Ron after a letter from Ron was delivered by Ron's owl Pigwidgeon, confirming that they can come pick him up. Harry writes an extra sentence or two to Sirius's letter explaining that he will be heading to the Burrow before sending the letter via Hedwig. On Sunday afternoon, the Weasleys attempt to use flu powder to access the Dursley household, now aware that they have an electric fireplace. The Dursleys are shocked after Mr. Weasley destroys half the sitting room. Mr. Weasley sends the boys back, but not before Fred purposely drops a Tum-Tum toffee on the floor. Dudley Dursley, unable to resist due to the diet the family has been following, and his fondness for sweets of all sorts, attempts to eat it and experiences the magical effects of a bigger tongue. Harry exits for the Burrow as Uncle Vernon starts throwing china figurines at Mr. Weasley. Upon arriving at the Burrow, Harry meets Ron's older brothers Bill and Charlie. Before they have a chance to talk, Mr. Weasley arrives back home and angrily explains that Dudley's tongue grew to be 4 feet long and turned purple before he was allowed to fix it. He points out that this incident could undermine the Muggle-wizard relations he has been working so hard to improve, even after the twins tell him they did it because Dudley bullies Harry. Mrs. Weasley learns what happened and joins in the scolding of the twins. Meanwhile, Harry leaves the room and learns that Molly is upset about Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, a business enterprise Ron's brothers Fred and George set up to sell their self-invented sweets and prank objects. Mrs. Weasley forced them to stop, since she wanted them to have a more reputable career in the ministry after graduation. After the spat, the Weasleys, Harry and Hermione enjoy a lovely dinner in the garden. At the table, a lot of topics are discussed: the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, Bill's personal appearance, Sirius Black's whereabouts, a private conversation by Harry, Ron and Hermione, a missing ministry witch named Bertha Jorkins. Percy, who has joined the ministry following his recent graduation, mentions a top-secret event that he is up to in the ministry, which will take place after the Quidditch World Cup. Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys, excluding Bill, Charlie, and Percy, who would apparate later, and Mrs. Weasley, who would not be attending, travel early the next morning to the site of the Quidditch World Cup final via a portkey, an enchanted object that can transport large groups of people across large distances in a short time. Mr. Weasley explains that 200 portkeys have been placed around Britain to transport thousands of wizards, and that they will be using the one at Stoatshead Hill. There they meet Cedric Diggory, captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, and his father, Amos. Fred and George are not too keen to see Cedric due to his team beating Gryffindor last year, and Mr. Diggory makes a big deal of it, despite Cedric himself stating it was a fluke. They then gather around and use portkey on Mr. Weasley's signal, transporting them to the Quidditch World Cup final. After arriving and setting up their tents at a wizard campsite, Harry, Ron, and Hermione witness international members of the wizarding community while getting water. As the older Weasley children arrive and the group makes lunch, they meet Ludo Bagman, the match commentator and head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and the man who got them their tickets. During their talk, against their father's wishes, Fred and George make a bet with Ludo, their entire life savings and a fake wand, that Ireland will win. but the Bulgarian seeker Victor Krum will catch the golden snitch. Arthur also asks Bagman if they have found Bertha Jorkins yet. Percy's boss, Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, then arrives looking for Bagman, though he has to shush Bagman when he starts to talk about a big event coming up at Hogwarts. Later that night, after getting some souvenirs, the group heads to the match. While at the top box in the World Cup Stadium, Harry meets Winky the house elf, a friend of Dobby's, who is saving a seat for Mr. Crouch, who never shows up. The Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, as well as Lucius Malfoy with his wife and Draco, though both the Weasleys and Malfoys have to restrain themselves out of respect for Fudge, are also in the box. After Bagman introduces both teams' mascots, the match is intense and exciting, with amazing skill displayed on both sides, particularly from Krum. A fight breaks out between the two teams' mascots after Ireland is awarded many penalty shots, which angers the Vila. Ireland quickly gains a massive lead and wins the match, despite Krum catching the golden snitch. After the match, both teams head to the top box and Fudge awards Ireland the Quidditch World Cup, while Fred and George rejoice about winning their bet with Bagman. After the wizards around the campsite celebrate before going to sleep, that night, a group of masked wizards attack the camp and torment some local muggles. While Mr. Weasley heads out with his older children to face them, the rest of the group hides in the woods. When Ron trips on a tree branch, he, Harry, and Hermione lose Fred, George, and Ginny. They run into Draco Malfoy, who goads them about the riot and tells them to keep Hermione, the mudblood, safe. Shortly afterwards, Harry realizes his wand is missing, and they find Winky behaving strangely, as if she were trying to restrain something. After finding a place to hide, they hear someone nearby incant Mos Mordre, and they watch the dark mark float into the sky. The Ministry is quickly at the scene, stunning anything that moves. After determining that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had nothing to do with the dark mark, they search nearby to find Winky holding Harry's wand. A quick spell proves that Harry's wand conjured the dark mark, even though no one thinks Winky did it. Barty Crouch publicly fires her, leaving Hermione incensed. Mr. Weasley is forced to take the group back to their tents where the others are. After the attack, Mr. Weasley mentions that the dark mark is the sign that Voldemort's supporters leave whenever they murder someone. The group also learns that the hooded wizards were Death Eaters, followers of Voldemort. Bill mentions that the ones from tonight strangely fled the scene when the dark mark was cast in the sky, likely because they were afraid Voldemort would punish them for failing to stay loyal to him after his downfall. Mr. Weasley then insists they go back to bed, since they would be leaving by Portkey in a few hours. Harry can't sleep due to taking this as a sign that Voldemort's making another plan to get his powers back. The next morning, the group quickly departs the campsite and arrives at the burrow, where a worried Mrs. Weasley greets them. Mrs. Weasley shows them the Daily Prophet article covering last night's attack, which is filled with some inaccurate details penned by Rita Skeeter, a journalist well known for her heavily negative stories. This forces Mr. Weasley to head to the Ministry with Percy to straighten things out, as he is indirectly mentioned in the article. Heading into Ron's room, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about his scar hurting and his letter to Sirius, as well as the dream. The three remark on how strange it is that Harry's scar hurt so soon before the dark mark appeared for the first time in 13 years. On the final day before they are to return to Hogwarts, Harry hears that the Ministry of Magic has come under heavy fire for failing to stop the riot at the Quidditch World Cup or arrest any of the culprits because of Rita Skeeter's article. Mr. Weasley mentions that Rita is also attacking the Ministry because of the disappearance of Bertha Jorkins. Meanwhile, Ron is dismayed by his hideous hand-me-down dress robes, which he will need to wear at Hogwarts for a formal occasion later in the year. The next morning, Harry overhears a conversation between Mr. Weasley and Amos Diggory, who is communicating through the Flu network about an ex-Auror named Alistair Mad-Eye Moody, who was attacked in his home the previous night. Amos needs Mr. Weasley's help in clearing things up before the situation gets worse. Charlie informs Harry that an Auror is basically an evil wizard catcher. After Mr. Weasley leaves, Percy, who needs to get back to work, departs. This leaves the rest of the adults to take the children to King's Cross Station by Muggle taxi. At the station, the kids say goodbye to Mrs. Weasley, Bill and Charlie, and the adults suggest that the year ahead would be an exciting one for all of the Hogwarts students, as well as other wizards and witches. In the Hogwarts Express, after chatting about other wizarding schools across Europe and the Quidditch World Cup, Draco Malfoy also speaks about the mysterious upcoming event that Mrs. Weasley, Charlie, and Bill were talking about earlier, and says that there's glory and money involved. After arriving at the castle and dealing with one of Peeves's pranks, the trio heads to the Gryffindor table for the sorting ceremony, the first in 3 years for Harry. Here they meet Colin Creevey, who reveals his younger brother Dennis is one of the new students. During the ceremony, Dennis is placed in Gryffindor. The start of term feast then begins. After nearly headless Nick brings up the subject of Peeves causing problems in the kitchen, Hermione learns that house elves work there. This makes her even more angry about the way house elves are treated, especially since house elves do not get any benefits, which the house elves themselves do not want. She then refuses to eat any more food in protest. After making a few start-of-term notices, Professor Dumbledore announces that instead of having Quidditch this year, which created lots of mayhem, especially from the Weasley twins, a very special event is going to take place at Hogwarts. Before he goes on, a mysterious man with a bizarre appearance appears in the Great Hall. Dumbledore identifies him as Mad-Eye Moody, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Afterwards, Dumbledore states this event is the Triwizard Tournament, which will start at the end of October on Halloween. The tournament calls for a single champion from each of the 3 largest wizarding schools in Europe to compete in a series of 3 trials for the prize of 1,000 galleons. Though it wasn't in play in the past due to the vast number of student deaths, Dumbledore reveals that both Crouch Department of International Cooperation and Bagman's Department of Games and Sports departments at the British Ministry of Magic have decided to reinstate the tournament under the condition that new safety rules are used, including that no student under the age of 17 will submit their name for consideration. The students are then sent to bed, though Fred and George plot to find a way to bypass Dumbledore's safety measures so they can enter the tournament to get fame and glory as well as money. On the morning of their first day back, Harry, Ron, and Hermione prepare to begin the classes in their school schedule, though Harry is concerned about why Hedwig had not returned with a reply from Sirius. Hermione has also ended her hunger strike, deciding to stand up for house elf rights in a different manner. First, the Gryffindor 4th years have lessons for herbology, then care of magical creatures, where Hagrid teaches about monstrous creatures known as blast-ended scroots. Lastly, Harry and Ron have divination, where Sybil Trelawney assigns the class extra homework after Ron makes a rude comment to Lavender Brown. At dinner, Draco Malfoy insults Ron by showing Ron a Daily Prophet article that casts Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, identified in the article as Arnold Weasley, in a bad light by Rita Skeeter, who somehow found out about the attack on Alistair Moody's home, even after the Ministry of Magic tried to keep it secret. While Harry and Hermione restrain an angry Ron, Draco makes some rude comments about Mrs. Weasley. After Harry counters this by making a rude comment about Draco's mother and starts walking away, an angry Draco attempts to curse Harry from behind. Moody quickly intervenes, transfiguring Draco into a white ferret and bouncing him around until Professor McGonagall appears. After seeing what he's doing and putting 2 and 2 together, McGonagall undoes the spell. She then proceeds to tell Moody off by stating they never punish the students by hexing them. Moody defends his actions by explaining he thought a good sharp shock would be sufficient. Professor McGonagall tells him they punish the students by giving them detentions or speaking with the offender's head of house. With that, Moody takes Draco Malfoy to see Professor Snape. After Hermione leaves to do some extracurricular work, even with no homework given out to her, Fred, George, and their friend Lee Jordan show up and tell Harry and Ron how cool Moody's defense against the dark arts class is. Ron finds out it will be a few days before Ron and Harry will have their first lesson with Moody. In their first lesson with Moody on Thursday, Moody, after revealing he will only be staying for the year, decides to show the fourth-year Gryffindors the unforgivable curses. Despite some fear amongst the students, especially Neville, who needs comfort from both the trio and Moody after the lesson. Moody later lends Neville a herbology book to cheer him up. Moody shows the entire class the 3 curses using spiders as his test subjects: the Imperious Curse, a mind control spell, the Cruciatus Curse, a pain-inflicting spell, and the Killing Curse, a spell that causes instant death to any living thing it hits. He also reveals that the use of these spells gain the user a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Later that night after dinner in their common room, Harry and Ron fake their divination homework after finding it too difficult. Harry notices Fred and George plotting something, though he is unable to figure out what. Later on, Hermione shows up and reveals that she has started SPU, a club for fighting for house elf rights, and has just spent time in the library researching house elf history. She wants Harry and Ron to join, but before the conversation is carried out further, Hedwig returns with a letter from Sirius. Sirius says there are rumors about Harry's scar hurting, and he is returning to Britain. Harry feels worried about Sirius coming back and possibly getting caught by the Ministry, all because he hastily sent the letter. He goes to bed unsettled. Early the next day, a concerned Harry sends a letter to Sirius claiming he is fine and that Sirius won't have to return to Britain. Over the next couple of weeks, Harry fights off his concerns for Sirius while waiting for Hedwig to get back. In defense against the dark arts, Moody has his students practice resisting the Imperious Curse. Only Harry is able to resist it, despite slightly bruising his knees in the process. It takes him a couple more tries before he can completely resist it. During Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall explains to her fourth-year students, as she assigns them extra homework, that this is the time for them to start preparing for the OWL examinations, which will occur at the end of their next year. Following care of magical creatures, the group returns to the castle and sees a crowd of students looking at a sign posted to the wall. The sign reveals that in about a week, on 30 October, lessons will end early due to the delegations from the 2 other schools, the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and the Durmstrang Institute, arriving that evening. The lesson cut off for Gryffindors was potions, and the trio felt lucky, especially when Snape hinted of a poisoning to find out if their antidotes work or not. Over the next week, Hogwarts Castle undergoes a major refit. The castle is redecorated and the nervous staff members prepare for the delegates to arrive. On 30 October, Harry again hears Fred and George Weasley talking. This time, he hears that they are talking about sending a letter to a certain person. The trio talk with the twins about the Triwizard Tournament, and Hermione brings up house elves. Fred and George suggest she should visit the Hogwarts kitchen just to see for herself how happy they are, despite Hermione's insistence that they are being brainwashed. The owls then arrive, including Hedwig. Sirius mentions that he has seen through Harry's ruse and asks Harry not to worry about him, but rather to watch out for himself and keep him posted on the recent events at Hogwarts. Sirius also asks that Harry use a different owl next time when sending him a message, as Hedwig, a snowy owl, would attract too much attention. That night, each of the houses are assembled in a line in the Great Hall while waiting for the delegates to arrive. The first comes by flying carriage. the second shortly afterwards via submerged ship, with their respective heads, Madame Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons, a woman as big as Hagrid, and Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang. Victor Krum is revealed to be among the Durmstrang students, which makes Ron a little excited. The students sit down at their tables, with the Beauxbatons students at the Ravenclaw table, and Durmstrang at Slytherin, and the welcoming feast begins. Hagrid, Ludo Bagman, and Barty Crouch all arrive late. After the feast, Dumbledore announces that Bagman and Crouch, who helped organize the tournament, will also serve as judges alongside the three headmasters to evaluate the champions' performances. Dumbledore then announces that the three champions will be chosen by the Goblet of Fire, an enchanted artifact. Students must drop their names into the goblet, and the goblet chooses the most worthy entrants to compete in 3 dangerous tasks. Dumbledore finishes by stating the champions will be selected the following night during Halloween. On the way out, the Durmstrang headmaster Karkaroff gives Harry a look of displeasure before Moody forces him to move along. The goblet is placed in the Great Hall and an age line is drawn around the goblet to prevent underage students from submitting their names. The next day, predictably, Fred and George attempt to cross the line through the use of an aging potion, but they are repelled by the line. The pair has to be sent to the hospital wing to have their long gray beards removed, much to everyone's amusement, while Dumbledore states that their beards are finer than those of the other students who tried to enter. That afternoon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione visit Hagrid at his cabin and find that he has gotten dressed up for Madame Maxime. He refuses Hermione's offer to join SPB, pointing out that the house elves enjoy their work. That night, during the Halloween feast, the champions are announced. Victor Krum, the seeker for the Bulgarian national Quidditch team representing Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour, a beautiful girl Harry and Ron met the night before, representing Beauxbatons, and Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff representing Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, a fourth name is thrown from the Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter, much to the surprise of everyone and dismay of some. Since Harry neither submitted his name nor asked an older student to do so, the assembly is dumbfounded. Harry himself is feeling very confused as he heads into the room where the champions are waiting. Although protests issue from the heads of the other schools, it is decided that the Goblet of Fire has spoken and that changes must be made accordingly. While many think Harry has somehow circumvented Dumbledore's age-restricting barrier, Moody suggests that perhaps someone entered Harry's name under a fourth school to ensure he would be included in the competition, hoping he might not survive the perilous tasks. Crouch reveals that the first task is on 24 November, and the champions have until then to figure out what it is and to prepare for it. The champions are forbidden to receive any help from anyone else. They are told that they will learn the details of the second task after completing the first task. They will also be exempt from the end-of-year exams due to the tournament. The group disbands and Cedric talks with Harry briefly as they are heading back to their respective dormitories. Harry tries to tell him that he did not put his name nor ask for it, but his efforts are wasted. At the Gryffindor common room, most of the other Gryffindor students throw a party to celebrate despite Harry's displeasure. Afterwards, he returns to his dormitory, where Ron refuses to believe Harry's story about not entering the tournament. Hermione explains to Harry the next morning that his entry into the competition strained his relationship with Ron, who feels once again left in the shadow of his friend. Harry reluctantly accepts Hermione's advice to send a letter to Sirius to update him on what happened. He sends a letter with a school barn owl, much to Hedwig's chagrin. Ron is not alone in shunning Harry. A great many of the students from all 3 schools assume he somehow cheated his way into the tournament. This makes Harry's life miserable, even though his fellow Gryffindors, excluding Ron, are proud that Harry will be in the tournament. The stress makes it difficult for Harry to concentrate on his lessons over the next week. In potions, the Slytherin students wear insulting badges that cause an angry Harry to attempt to curse Malfoy. Goyle and Hermione end up cursed instead, and both head to the hospital wing, though Harry and Ron reconnect when Snape takes 50 points away from Gryffindor and gives them detention for yelling at him. Ron refuses to reconcile with Harry. During a potions lesson with Snape, Colin Creevey arrives to pick up Harry, as Mr. Bagman requires him for a photo session. Rita Skeeter interviews Harry in a closet for a piece she is writing on the Triwizard Tournament, before the much important wand-weighing ceremony begins. Harry tells her he doesn't know how he entered the tournament, but she manages to twist his words before Dumbledore interrupts, stating the ceremony is about to begin. Here, Harry sees the wand creator, Mr. Ollivander, again. After examining the other champions' wands, he examines Harry's and deems it in perfect condition. After the champions and judges go through a long photo shoot, Harry goes to dinner and then returns to Gryffindor Tower. Ron tells Harry that he has an owl and that their detention starts later. Going to where the school barn owl is with Sirius's letter, Harry reads that Sirius thinks it is too risky to communicate by letter and that he will contact Harry on 22 November. At 1, Harry must be alone at the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room at that time. Harry's impending talk with Sirius helps him through his embarrassment about Rita Skeeter's news article, which told a highly inaccurate version of his life story. This further deepens the rift with Ron, who thinks Harry is trying to get attention. Ravenclaw Cho Chang is the only person outside of Gryffindor who wishes Harry good luck with the first task that is coming up on that Tuesday. Harry finds himself infatuated with her. On the Saturday prior to the first task, the students visit Hogsmeade Village. Harry goes with Hermione under his invisibility cloak so he can relax and avoid dealing with any more criticism. While they are at the Three Broomsticks Inn drinking butterbeer, Moody spots Harry through the guise of his cloak and tells Hagrid. Hagrid asks Harry to meet him at midnight, 1 hour before his meeting with Sirius. The gamekeeper sneaks Harry into a meeting with Maxine. She does not know Harry, who is again hidden under his cloak, is there. Hagrid leads Maxime and Harry to a spot in the woods where dragons are being kept for the first task. Charlie Weasley and other dragon keepers are working to get the dragons ready for the first task and keep them under control. Charlie talks with Hagrid and identifies the species of each of the 4 dragon breeds. He reveals that one is for each champion and that each must get past their assigned beast, though he and the other keepers are also there to keep things under control. Harry leaves for the castle, bumping into Karkaroff, but managing to keep hidden. He realizes that if Karkaroff followed Hagrid and Maxime, it was likely that Cedric will be the only champion not aware of what he would be facing. Just as Harry returns to his common room, Sirius contacts Harry via the Flu network. Harry starts by filling him in on what has happened. Sirius then speaks and warns him that Karkaroff was once a Death Eater. He was released only after identifying other Death Eaters and could have put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire. Sirius then mentions Rita Skeeter's article from last month regarding the attack on Moody. He suspects it was no accident and that someone may have tried to keep Moody from going to Hogwarts. Sirius also brings up the Death Eater disturbance at the Quidditch World Cup, as well as Bertha Jorkins. Jorkins, he says, disappeared in Albania, where Voldemort was last reported to be. Sirius reveals he knew Jorkins personally while they were in school, and mentions that she wasn't very bright and could have easily fallen into a trap. She also would have known about the Triwizard Tournament beforehand. Sirius finishes by stating that Karkaroff betrayed the Death Eaters long ago and might not be the guilty party, especially since whoever put Harry's name in the goblet had a reason for doing so. Before he can give Harry any advice on getting past his dragon, he is interrupted by Ron and disappears from the fire. Ron demands to know whom he was talking to, but Harry tells him it's none of his business and goes to bed. After Harry tells Hermione everything he learned recently, they try to research ways to get past a dragon in the library without success. On Monday, realizing the other school's champions know about the dragons, Harry tips off Cedric to make sure the contest is fair. Moody then appears and gives Harry some general advice on how to beat his dragon, play to his strengths, and use a simple spell to get what he needs. With Hermione's help, Harry manages to master the summoning charm after working on it until 2 a.m. On Tuesday, the day of the task, Mr. Bagman reveals that their task is to get the golden egg each dragon is guarding. The model dragons each champion would draw out of a small bag would determine the order they'll be going in and which dragon they'll face. Harry finds himself slated to go last. He gets the most violent of the 4 dragons, the Hungarian Horntail, though he declines Mr. Bagman's offer for advice. Once his turn comes up, Harry manages to summon his firebolt and fly. He uses the flying strategies he learned as a Quidditch player to lure the dragon off the eggs long enough for him to zoom in and snatch the golden egg, despite taking a minor shoulder injury during the task. Ron, realizing the true danger of the tournament, and realizing that Harry was telling the truth about not putting his name in the Goblet of Fire, tries to apologize to Harry, feeling terrible about how he treated him. Harry forgives him, and they become best friends again, with most of Hogwarts, excluding Slytherin, backing him as well. After seeing his score, Harry learns from Charlie Weasley that he is currently tied with Victor Krum for first place, and that Mr. Bagman needs to see him. Mr. Bagman reveals to the champions that the second task will take place on 24 February at 9:30 a.m., and that their golden eggs contain a clue as to what it will be. On his way back to the castle with Ron, Rita Skeeter shows up for an interview, but Harry brushes her off. After Ron is brought up to speed on what Harry has learned, he allows Harry to borrow Pigwidgeon and send Sirius a new letter updating him on the completion of the first task. Gryffindor celebrates Harry's success that night, but when Harry opens up his golden egg during the party, a horrible screech comes out. Meanwhile, Hermione learns from Fred Weasley how to get into the kitchen where the house elves are. In December, Rita Skeeter arrives at Hagrid's during a Care of Magical Creatures lesson, with the fourth years try to get an interview with Hagrid. Hagrid is surprised to see her there, as Dumbledore had banned her from Hogwarts Castle. That night, Hermione does not show up to dinner. She surprises Harry and Ron as they are about to enter Gryffindor Tower and takes them to the kitchens. There they see a lot of domestic elves, and Harry is reunited with Dobby and learns that Winky is there too. Dobby reveals that it is difficult for a free house elf to find actual work. After he spent 2 years failing to find work and found Winky, Dobby came to Hogwarts and had been there for a week. So far, Dumbledore even agreed to pay Dobby a small wage. Winky is very sad and ashamed about being fired by her old master. Hermione tries to cheer her up with no luck, though Winky does become slightly happier when she learns that Mr. Crouch has been at Hogwarts. After a transfiguration class, McGonagall tells her students about the Yule Ball, a formal that is scheduled for 25 December and is open to 4th years and above, though a younger student can still attend if invited by an older student as their date. She tells Harry privately that he and his dance partner will start off the event alongside the other champions, and their dates as a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament. Over the next few weeks, both Ron and Harry unsuccessfully attempt to find dates as they get through the final classes of the term. Fred and George are also acting suspiciously again. They want to borrow Pigwidgeon to deliver a letter to someone, but Pigwidgeon is not back yet from delivering Sirius's letter. Harry later works up his courage and asks Cho to go to the dance with him, but learns that she had already agreed to go with Cedric. This information sours Harry's relationship with Cedric. After Harry returns to the Gryffindor common room, He sees Ginny comforting Ron and learns that Ron foolishly tried to ask Fleur out. Ron then tactlessly asks Hermione out, but she is going with someone else. Harry can't ask Ginny out either, since she is going with Neville. Finally, Harry manages to secure dates for both himself and Ron. As the holidays begin, Hermione refuses to tell Ron who her date for the Yule Ball is, stating he'll make fun of her. She also reveals that after Malfoy put the curse on her that made her already large front teeth grow to a huge size, she let Madame Pomfrey shrink them to a more normal size when she healed her. Draco Malfoy tries to taunt Hermione, saying no one in their right mind would take her to the ball, but the mere mention of Mad-Eye Moody is enough to drive him back. Pigwidgeon returns with Sirius's reply. Sirius congratulates Harry for completing the first task and reminds him to stay on guard. On Christmas Day, Dobby wakes Harry up and gives Harry his present. A pair of mismatched socks he made himself from wool he purchased with his wages. Harry then opens the presents he got from his other friends for Christmas, which include a hand-knit jumper with the image of a dragon from Mrs. Weasley and a magical penknife from Sirius. After spending the day relaxing, Harry and his dorm mates get ready for the ball, then head to the Great Hall, where the event is to take place. At the start of the ball, it is revealed that Hermione is going with none other than Victor Krum. When the champions reach the judges' table, Crouch is nowhere to be seen. Percy Weasley, who was promoted to Crouch's assistant, says Crouch is ill. After the entire room has their meal, the Weird Sisters start their performance for the dance. Neither Harry nor Ron have any interest in dancing, though Harry does participate in the opening dance, and their dates, the Patil sisters, soon abandon them. Ron also gets into an embarrassing argument with Hermione. He claims that Victor Krum is the enemy, and that going to the ball with him is treason. Percy sees Fred and George bothering Ludo Bagman, and tries to intervene, and Mr. Bagman comes over to have a chat with Harry. Harry and Ron then decide to go for a walk on the grounds to get away from the ruckus. They encounter Karkaroff having a worried discussion with Snape, and Hagrid and Maxime enjoying a tender moment. The moment is ruined when Hagrid insinuates Maxime is a half-giant. Like him, Ron naturally has to inform Harry about how serious this information is, given the nasty reputation giants have in the wizarding world. Shortly after the ball, Cedric gives Harry a hint about the egg. Have a bath with it. He gives Harry the password to enter the prefect's bathroom, and thanks him for warning him about the dragons. Ron and Hermione decide to put last night's argument behind them. Hermione isn't too surprised when she learns that Hagrid is a half-giant, as she suspected this all along. Meanwhile, Harry is reluctant to take Cedric's advice due to his jealousy about Cho. A substitute teacher, Professor Grubbly Plank, teaches the first Care of Magical Creatures of the year. Draco Malfoy shows Harry that Rita Skeeter had published a nasty story about Hagrid and his giant heritage, which also used a quote from Draco. This has apparently driven Hagrid into hiding. This raises some questions between the trio, as nobody else heard Hagrid talking privately with Madame Maxime that night, and Rita is supposed to be banned from Hogwarts. Several weeks pass, and during another Hogsmeade visit, while hoping to find Hagrid at the Three Broomsticks Inn, the trio instead finds Ludo Bagman meeting with some goblins. During a private conversation with Mr. Bagman, Harry learns that Barty Crouch has stopped coming to work and is sending Percy instructions by owl. Also, after a search, they still haven't found Bertha Jorkins. Bagman then again offers his help for the tournament, which Harry immediately declines. Fred and George's sudden appearance forces Mr. Bagman to leave. Hermione then questions why Mr. Bagman is trying to help Harry cheat, along with why he was meeting with goblins. Rita Skeeter, who also encountered Bagman and the goblins, then shows up to investigate. Harry and Hermione start an argument with her about her article on Hagrid. The trio go to Hagrid's cabin and, along with Dumbledore, try to persuade him to return. They point out that not everyone has abandoned Hagrid, and that everyone has secrets in their pasts. After Dumbledore leaves, Hagrid remembers his late father, telling him never to be ashamed of what he is, and gets over his depression. He gives his support to Harry in the tournament, believing that if Harry wins, he could show everyone they do not have to be ashamed of what they are. This is enough to convince Harry to put aside his pride and take Cedric's advice. Harry sneaks into the prefect's bathroom at night, so he could have all the time he will need to figure out the clue, taking only the golden egg, his invisibility cloak, and the Marauder's map with him. Harry initially has trouble figuring out how to open the egg properly, but with a little help from Moaning Myrtle, who had been spying on him, Harry opens the egg underwater. This time, Harry hears voices singing and can understand them when he puts his head underwater. Harry realizes that he must save something he cares about from merpeople who live in the depths of the Black Lake. On the way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry sees Barty Crouch in Snape's office on the Marauder's map and goes to investigate. When he falls through a trick stair and traps his leg, he accidentally drops the egg and map, attracting the attention of Filch. Filch finds the egg, and Snape soon arrives and demands Filch's help in catching someone who broke into his office. Moody then shows up, angering Snape by suggesting Snape had something to hide in his office. Snape points out that Moody searched his office after his arrival at Hogwarts. Moody then saves Harry from detection by claiming that the Marauder's map is his own, after an invisible Harry warns him not to give it to Snape. However, Snape suspects Harry's involvement because he recognizes the Marauder's map before Moody confiscates the egg from Filch and forces the pair away. As Moody frees Harry's leg, Harry tells Moody about how the map works and that he saw Mr. Crouch on it. After Moody spends time looking over the Marauder's map, Harry asks what Crouch was doing in Snape's office, and Moody suggests that Crouch was trying to find evidence of Snape being a dark wizard. Moody then asks to borrow the map, and after learning what Harry was up to that night, says that Harry might consider becoming an Auror for a career. Harry explains what happened the previous night to Ron and Hermione. Even though Harry and Ron suspect Snape might have put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire, Hermione doubts this. Harry also sends a school owl to Sirius to update him on what happened. Over the coming weeks, even with help from Hermione and Ron as well as the library's resources, including getting McGonagall's permission for the restricted section, Harry struggles to think of a way to breathe underwater for an hour. 2 days before the second task is to start, Sirius's response comes in. Sirius wants to know when their next trip to Hogsmeade is. On the last night before the task, the trio are continuing their research in the school library, when Fred and George appear to inform them that Professor McGonagall has summoned Ron and Hermione. Harry later sneaks back into the library after hours with his invisibility cloak, but can't find anything else. The next morning, with a little help from Dobby, Harry discovers gillyweed, a plant that, when eaten, gives him fish-like qualities such as gills and fins. He quickly makes his way to the lake just as the task is about to start, and finds that, once again, Percy is taking Mr. Crouch's place. While swimming through the lake and fighting off a swarm of Grindylows, Moaning Myrtle points Harry in the right direction, and Harry discovers a town of merpeople, where Ron, the thing Harry would miss the most, is being held, along with Hermione, for Crone Cho, for Cedric, and Fleur's sister. Harry frees Ron, but refuses to leave the others, despite the insistence of the merpeople. Cedric and Krum appear and rescue their loved ones, but Fleur never arrives. With little other choice, Harry drags her sister to the surface as well, narrowly avoiding drowning as the gillyweed wears off. Although he was wrong to think the other hostages would be left to die, they would have simply returned to the surface unharmed. His bravery and valor earn him extra points from the judges, who state that he showed great moral fiber. This puts both Harry and Cedric in first place in the overall points. Ludo Bagman then reveals the third and final task is on 24 June and the champions will learn more about it a month beforehand. In March, Sirius's reply states that the trio are to meet up with him during their next Hogsmeade trip and asks them to bring food. Before potions, Slytherin Pansy Parkinson gleefully gives Hermione a copy of Witch Weekly. Rita had published an article on Hermione Granger, saying that she is toying with both Harry and Crom's feelings. Pansy, who is quoted in the article, suggested Hermione was making illegal love potions. Hermione realizes that Skeeter must have eavesdropped on her and Crom's conversation on the shores of the lake, and begins wondering how Rita is getting her information. After Snape gets a hold of the article, he reads it aloud, creating further laughter from the Slytherins. He then breaks the trio up and sends them to different tables. Snape also confronts Harry over the recent theft of Boomslang's skin and gillyweed from his office, who has no idea what he's talking about. He threatens Harry with Veritaserum, a potion that will cause Harry to tell the truth when consumed. Karkaroff then shows up to talk to Snape and sticks around until after class. Snape blows him off, but not before Harry, who purposely stayed behind, noticed that Karkaroff had tried to show Snape something on his arm. Sirius meets Harry, Ron, and Hermione secretly in Hogsmeade and directs them to a mountain cave where Buckbeak and some old Daily Prophet articles are waiting. Sirius had been stealing discarded newspapers to keep up on current events. They first discuss Winky and what happened at the World Cup. Sirius suggests that whoever stole Harry's wand must have done so while they were watching the game in the top box, and is suspicious that Barty Crouch was looking around for something before he sacked Winky. He then finds it odd that not only did Crouch not show up during the game, but also that he is suddenly indisposed. Sirius explains that Crouch was the one who sent him to Azkaban without a trial, as Crouch used to be the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and was once poised to become the next Minister for Magic. During Voldemort's previous reign, Crouch took extreme measures against the Death Eaters, including allowing the Auras to use the unforgivable curses against them. While this greatly boosted Crouch's popularity and ensured that Crouch would become the next minister, Crouch's son had been caught with a group of Death Eaters just after Voldemort's downfall. The Death Eaters in question were trying to find Voldemort and help him get his strength back. The youth was given a show trial by his father before being locked up in Azkaban. He died a year later. Shortly after Barty Crouch Jr. died, Crouch's wife died as well. Crouch's popularity dropped heavily after that, as people suspected that Crouch was a bad father. As a result, with Crouch's reputation outside the ministry destroyed, the Minister for Magic's post went instead to Cornelius Fudge, who immediately reassigned Barty Crouch Senior to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Ron brings up Crouch's appearance in Snape's office. Sirius states that doesn't make sense, since Crouch would have kept an eye on Snape as a tournament judge. When Ron and Hermione bicker about whether Snape can be trusted, Sirius says they both have a point, as it is questionable why Dumbledore would trust Snape. Snape was interested in the dark arts as a child and hung out with some Slytherin students that became Death Eaters, though he also knows Snape is smart enough to not get caught by the Ministry. Harry then remembers Karkaroff's sudden appearance in their class, though Sirius can't figure out what that was about. Sirius then brings all the questions of these mysterious circumstances together, including why Moody was also searching Snape's office. He asks Ron to send a letter to Percy to find out if there is any news about Crouch. Before they leave, Sirius reminds them not to wander outside Hogwarts at all for safety reasons. On the way back, the trio conclude that the scandal involving his son is the reason Crouch overreacted to seeing Winky being accused of conjuring the Dark Mark. Ron voices how he and Percy are similar. Hermione states Percy would never do what his boss did, but Ron is unconvinced. After sending Hedwig with the letter to Percy, the trio heads to the kitchen to give Dobby the socks Harry bought for him. They find that Winky has become intoxicated from consuming a large amount of butterbeer, which works like alcohol on house elves. It doesn't help when Harry mentions that Mr. Crouch has disappeared. The hate mail soon starts popping up for Hermione. In regards to Rita Skeeter's article, she has to go to the hospital wing due to a curse and doesn't turn up until a Care of Magical Creatures lesson, where Hagrid is having them use nifflers to find gold coins, which is actually leprechaun gold he buried. Hagrid encourages Hermione to ignore the hate mail, citing the hate mail he received after Skeeter released the article about him. Hermione decides to discover how Skeeter has been getting her information when she is already banned from school grounds. It is around Easter that Percy's response comes. Along with Easter eggs from Mrs. Weasley, Hermione's is smaller than Harry and Ron's, because Mrs. Weasley read Skeeter's article. His irradiated response doesn't help. On the night of 24 May, Harry and the other champions are called to the Quidditch pitch by Ludo Bagman and informed that a magical maze will be grown there and filled with magical obstacles. Their job is to head to the center of the maze and touch the Triwizard Cup. Before Mr. Bagman can offer Harry advice again, Krum takes Harry aside to the Forbidden Forest and questions him about his relationship with Hermione. Harry assures Krum that he and Hermione are just friends. Moments later, a rather crazy-looking Barty Crouch emerges from the forest asking for Dumbledore. He mentions that Voldemort is getting stronger and that he himself was responsible for something bad. He also mentions his son, as well as Bertha Jorkins, who is now dead. Harry goes to retrieve Dumbledore, but when he returns, they find that Krum has been stunned and Crouch has disappeared. Karkaroff accuses Mr. Crouch's apparent attack on his student as a secret conspiracy by Dumbledore. Hagrid angrily demands that he apologize, but Dumbledore restrains him. Dumbledore has Hagrid take Harry back to Gryffindor Tower to rest. He hints in his message not to contact Sirius until the next morning. On the way back, Hagrid scolds Harry for being out alone with Victor Krum. The trio debate last night's events the following morning. Harry thinks the strange things Mr. Crouch said were important, especially if Voldemort is getting stronger. The group go to the Owlery to send a letter to Sirius Black, and overhear Fred and George, who are talking about blackmailing someone that they've tried to reason with. Ron asks whom they are blackmailing, but they make it look like they are joking. After they leave, Ron points out that it is obvious Fred and George are serious about starting a joke shop. They are close to graduating with only one full year left, and they have to make enough money on their own to start one. Hermione suggests telling Percy, but Ron refuses, both because of what Sirius said about Barty Crouch Sinner and Percy's similarities to him. Later they meet up with Moody. Moody reveals that he couldn't find him. He also tells them that there's nothing they can do about Crouch, and that the Ministry is investigating the matter, and urges Harry to instead prepare for the final task. Sirius's response arrives the following day. He scolds Harry for being out with Krum alone and late at night and says he is lucky he wasn't attacked, since it is clear to him that someone did not want Barty Crouch to reach Dumbledore, and he was probably feet away from them in the dark. He instructs Harry to stay safe and practice defensive spells for the third task, and demands that Harry give him his word that he won't go out of bounds again, especially not after hours. At Hermione's urging, he sends an owl back doing so. Not long later, during divination, Harry passes out and has a vision. He sees Voldemort being informed of someone's death and torturing Wormtail for failing to prevent that person from escaping. Harry awakens with his scar hurting badly and pretends he has to go to the hospital wing. Harry actually goes to see Dumbledore. After spending time trying to get the password to Dumbledore's office right, Harry overhears an argument between Dumbledore, Moody and Cornelius Fudge regarding the Barty Crouch situation. Fudge refuses to believe the words that Crouch said about Bertha Jorkins being dead, and while debating what happened to Crouch, Fudge suggests that Madame Maxime is the likely culprit given her half-giant physiology. Dumbledore accuses Fudge of acting on personal prejudice, which Fudge ignores due to Dumbledore's friendship with Hagrid. Moody interrupts the debate to explain that Harry Potter has arrived. Dumbledore, Fudge, and Moody leave to examine the school grounds, and Harry is alone in Dumbledore's office. While looking around, notices Dumbledore's pensieve, a device that stores memories. Through curiosity, Harry peers in and ends up looking into 3 of Dumbledore's memories. The first is the trial of Igor Karkaroff, in which he renounces his support of the Death Eaters and gives the names of existing Death Eaters, including Snape. Dumbledore, in the memory, states that Snape is a spy against Voldemort and is no longer a threat. The second memory shows the trial of Ludo Bagman, who was accused of passing information to Voldemort, even though he wasn't aware the person he gave the information to was a Death Eater. His popularity quickly clears him. The third is a trial for the Lestrange family, a group of 3, and Crouch's son, Barty Crouch Jr., for the use of the Cruciatus curse on Alice and Frank Longbottom. Crouch sentences them all to a lifetime in Azkaban. By then, Dumbledore, from the present, arrives and brings Harry back. After Dumbledore explains what happened and shows Harry another of his memories regarding a teenage Bertha Jorkins during her Hogwarts years, Harry explains what happened in divination. Dumbledore finds Harry's scar pains to be an odd concept and brings up that this is the second time it is hurt, the first being during the summer. This shows Harry that Dumbledore has been talking to Sirius Black, and Dumbledore reveals that it was his idea for Black to hide in the cave outside Hogsmeade. Dumbledore suspects that the reason why Harry's scar hurts is due to the connection that Voldemort's failed curse had created with him. He believes the scar would only hurt when Voldemort were close or was feeding a strong emotion. Dumbledore also explains to Harry that, unlike the Ministry, he believes that the disappearances of Bertha Jorkins, Barty Crouch, and a Muggle by the name of Frank Bryce may be connected to Voldemort. Dumbledore also explains that Frank and Alice Longbottom are Neville's parents, and they went insane due to the Lestrange's attack, and that this is the reason why Neville was brought up by his grandmother, and why he has such an aversion to the Cruciatus curse. Dumbledore doesn't know if Crouch Jr. was involved, but he personally requests that Harry does not disclose this information to anyone, saying that Neville himself will share it when he is ready. Harry passes on the information he learned from the pensieve to Ron and Hermione, excluding the details about Neville's bands. Hermione realizes this is what Rita Skeeter and Winky meant about Ludo Bagman being a dark wizard. That same night, Harry's hatred of Voldemort reaches a new height because of what he learned from the pensieve. As the task approaches, Ron and Hermione find time when they are not studying for their final exams to help Harry. Even McGonagall helps by allowing him to practice in her empty classroom during lunchtime. During one practice session, Ron notices Malfoy outside the castle sitting by a tree and doing something odd. Harry and Hermione also see him before they return to practice. Sirius sends Harry messages by owl each day, reminding Harry to focus on what is ahead. On the day of the third task, Rita Skeeter releases an article claiming Harry is demented and dangerous. She uses a quote from Draco Malfoy in the article. This raises some questions between the trio, since the article mentions Harry's scar hurting during divination. The class takes place in the North Tower and Skeeter is not allowed inside Hogwarts, so she shouldn't have had that information. Hermione finally figures out how Skeeter may be getting her information and leaves to put her theory to the test. McGonagall tells the champions that their families have come to watch them complete. Harry doesn't want to meet them, expecting the Dursleys, but instead finds Molly and Bill Weasley. While they give Harry a tour of their knowledge of Hogwarts, Mrs. Weasley gets into an argument with Emma Diggory regarding Harry's popularity in the tournament before Mrs. Diggory asks him to stop. They then mention to Harry that Percy will not be coming this time. After the Barty Crouch incident, which is being kept secret, Percy was hauled in for questioning regarding the instructions he was receiving, which may not have actually been sent by Barty Crouch. Instead, Cornelius Fudge will be serving as the fifth Triwizard Judge in his place. After the rest of the Weasley children and Hermione show up, Harry tells Mrs. Weasley that everything Skeeter wrote on Hermione was a lie. After dinner, Mr. Bagman takes the champions to the maze, and Harry and Cedric, who are tied for first place, are sent in first. Harry successfully navigates the maze with the aid of the 4-point spell. He gets past both a blast-ended Scroot and a Boggart disguised as a Dementor. Along the way, he hears Fleur scream. Harry rescues Cedric, who has been attacked by a mind-controlled Krum. Harry manages to stun Krum and sends out a signal for Krum to be rescued before he and Cedric move on. Harry manages to pass a Sphinx and as he approaches the cup, is attacked by an Acromantula. Aided by Cedric, he defeats it, though one of Harry's legs is injured in the process. After taking the monster out, they decide to grab the cup simultaneously. Unbeknownst to them, the cup is actually a portkey that transports them to an old cemetery in the Muggle village of Little Hangleton. Just as Harry and Cedric are trying to figure out what happened, a hooded stranger appears and Harry's scar begins hurting again. A second voice orders the stranger to kill Cedric, which he does, leaving Harry frozen with shock and horror. Harry is then dragged to a large marble tombstone with the name Tom Riddle engraved upon it. The stranger then tightly binds Harry to it with thick black cords from arm, wrists, legs, neck to ankle, and gags him by stuffing black cloth in his mouth to muffle his cries for help. Unable to escape, Harry recognizes the stranger as Peter Pettigrew due to the missing finger on his right hand. He also notes that Pettigrew is carrying what appears to be a deformed infant. Pettigrew takes some of Harry's blood, bone dust from Tom Riddle's Senior's grave, and puts them in a cauldron. He then cuts off his own right hand at the orders of the strange creature and places it in a cauldron. The creature is revealed to be none other than Lord Voldemort himself, and the potion made by Pettigrew returns a physical form and restores his powers stronger than before, therefore fulfilling Sybil Trelawney's second prophecy from the previous year in its entirety. Voldemort forces Wormtail to take out his bleeding arm to activate the Dark Mark and summon the Death Eaters. While in wait, Voldemort tells Harry that after his father abandoned him and his mother upon finding out that his mother was a witch, Voldemort's mother died giving birth to him, and he was raised in a Muggle orphanage. He later sought revenge by murdering his father. After his Death Eaters arrive, Voldemort spends time criticizing them for failing to seek him out during these last 30 years, even though they knew that he had found a way to escape mortal death. He believes they feared a power greater than his, like that of Albus Dumbledore, which is why they slipped back into normal wizarding society and claimed they were never loyal to Voldemort. Voldemort then rewards Wormtail for aiding with his rebirth by creating a new silver hand for him. Voldemort identifies more Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy, and announces his plans for rebuilding his army and punish the Death Eaters that have deserted him. Voldemort answers Lucius's question about how he had returned by explaining the protection spell that Lily Potter provided Harry when she died. That is what originally caused his downfall and provided Harry with protection from him. But now that they share the same blood, Voldemort is free to touch Harry. Voldemort then reveals that he fled deep into an Albanian forest, barely alive and without a proper body, surviving by possessing animals until Quirinus Quirrell showed up and let Voldemort share his body. Following his failure to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort returned to Albania with little hope of getting a corporeal body again. After fleeing the country following the events of Harry's third year, Wormtail learned of Voldemort's continued existence from other rats. Wormtail went to seek Voldemort, and during his journey, he ran into Bertha Jorkins. He delivered her to Voldemort, and, through torturing her, Voldemort found out about the Triwizard Tournament. He also discovered that a faithful Death Eater servant was still alive after breaking a memory charm that had been placed on Jorkin. With Wormtail's help, Voldemort was able to regain a body of his own, and some of his powers, and return to Britain. There he plotted Harry's abduction and kidnapping, knowing that Harry's blood would remove his own mother's protection. Voldemort reveals that this servant who is at Hogwarts has ensured that Harry would win the tournament and be brought to the graveyard. Voldemort then frees the injured and weakened Harry and orders him to face him in a duel, wishing to prove who among the two is stronger in front of his minions now that there is no one around to protect Harry. Voldemort challenges Harry to a duel. After Harry refuses to bow to the Dark Lord, Voldemort uses the Imperious Curse on Harry to force him to. Though Harry gives in the first time, the second time he manages to shake the curse off, much to the astonishment of the Death Eaters present. When the duel begins, something miraculous happens. Voldemort and Harry's wands are brothers due to the fact that their wands' cores are both feathers from the same phoenix. As the wand spells meet in the air and interlock, a priori incantatem effect occurs. This causes the spirit echoes of Voldemort's victims, including Harry's parents, to spill out from his wand. The echoes momentarily protect Harry, allowing him to grab the portkey and escape to Hogwarts with Cedric's body. When he arrives back at the school, many of the students begin to scream when they see Cedric's body. During the confusion, where an exhausted Harry tries to tell Dumbledore what happened, Harry is ushered away by Moody while Dumbledore and Fudge are busy with Cedric's parents. Moody takes Harry to his office, where Harry sits in shock and Moody gives him a potion to bring him around. As Moody probes Harry for information, Harry says he believes that Karkaroff is the faithful servant that Voldemort mentioned. Moody reveals that when the Dark Mark was activated, Karkaroff fled Hogwarts, since he had betrayed the Death Eaters and could never go back to them. After Moody reveals he knows that Harry was taken to the graveyard and that he is angry that Voldemort did not try to torture the Death Eaters that had abandoned him, he tells Harry that he was responsible for putting Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire under a different school. He purposely tipped off Hagrid about the dragons so Hagrid could show Harry and gave Harry a hint for beating the first task. He gave Cedric the clue to the egg for the second task, knowing that Cedric would tell Harry Moody's original plan was to have Harry use Neville's herbology book to learn about the gillyweed. But since Harry would not ask for help, Moody purposely set up the conversation with McGonagall about gillyweed so Dobby would get it from Snape's office. Moody also reveals that he was responsible for helping Harry in the third task, by dealing with the obstacles, stunning Fleur, and bewitching Crumb to take out Cedric. Moody attempts to kill Harry to please his master, but before he has the chance, Dumbledore, Snape, and McGonagall burst in and Dumbledore stuns him. Dumbledore tells Harry this man is not Alastor Moody, which Dumbledore realized when Moody took Harry from Dumbledore, something the real Moody would never do. Dumbledore sends Snape to get a potion and fetch Winky. He also sends McGonagall to tell a large black dog she would find at the pumpkin patch to go to his office. He then opens Moody's trunk and finds the real Alastor Moody inside the 7th compartment. Dumbledore discovers that the imposter has been using the Polyjuice potion to disguise himself as Alastor Moody all year, keeping the real Moody alive so he could use his hair as an ingredient. Though he suspects in the excitement of tonight, the imposter forgot to take his most recent dosage. They wait until the effects wear off, revealing that the imposter is Barty Crouch Jr., just as Snape, McGonagall, and Winky arrive. Under the effects of Snape's Veritaserum, Crouch Jr. is asked by Dumbledore how he escaped Azkaban. Crouch Jr. confesses that his father, Barty Crouch Sr., and his mother helped him escape Azkaban. His mother was dying, and it was his mother's wish that he could escape. So Barty Crouch Jr. and his mother switched places using the Polyjuice potion. Mrs. Crouch died and was buried disguised as him, while Crouch Sr. had a private funeral for her to conceal the truth. Barty Crouch Sr. put the Imperious curse on his son to make sure he was controlled and out of sight. Bertha Jorkins found out when she came to their house on business while Crouch Sr. was not home, forcing Crouch Sr. to place a memory charm on her. This permanently damaged her memory. After Winky persuaded her master to let his son go to the Quidditch World Cup, they arranged to use an invisibility cloak to hide Crouch Jr. as he sat in the top box. During this event, Crouch Jr. secretly fought the curse and stole Harry's wand when Winky wasn't looking. When the Death Eaters showed up and disrupted the tournament, Barty Crouch Jr. was angry that they weren't loyal to Voldemort. After regaining control, he used Harry's wand to summon the Dark Mark, which scared the Death Eaters away. His father fired Winky for failing to watch him and almost letting him escape. He then found him and took him home. Eventually, thanks to Bertha's information, Voldemort and Wormtail were able to find Crouch Jr. and release him from his father's imprisonment. Learning from Bertha about Alastor Moody becoming a teacher at Hogwarts, he and Wormtail captured Moody, allowing Crouch Jr. to be planted at Hogwarts as Moody, with Wormtail keeping an eye on Crouch. He kept Moody alive, not only to maintain his disguise, but also learned about his habits so he could fool Dumbledore. It is revealed that Crouch Jr. was the Barty Crouch Harry saw on the Marauders map, stealing potions ingredients from Snape's office to continue making the Polyjuice potion. Eventually, Crouch started to fight off the Imperious curse placed upon him, and was then kept under home imprisonment by Wormtail under the pretense of being unwell. He managed to escape and travel to Hogwarts to warn Dumbledore of his son's existence. However, using the Marauders map, Crouch Jr. was able to intercept and kill him. He then transfigured his father's body into a bone and buried it in Hagrid's yard. Crouch Jr., as Moody, then offered to take the Triwizard Cup into the maze so he could turn it into a portkey and complete his master's plan. Dumbledore takes Harry to his office to meet Sirius, but not before placing McGonagall in charge of Crouch Jr. He also sends Snape to take Moody to the hospital wing and bring Cornelius Fudge up to Moody's office. Once in Dumbledore's office, Harry tells Dumbledore and Sirius everything. Dumbledore explains the priori incantatem effect and says that the spirits that appeared were echoes of Voldemort's most recent victims. After Sirius transforms back into a dog, they head to the hospital wing, where Harry is given a sleeping potion to help him relax. Upon waking up, he, along with Molly and Bill Weasley, hear a large argument. Fudge summoned a Dementor's protection when he went to confront Crouch Jr., which sucked out Crouch Jr.'s soul before he, McGonagall, Snape, and Dumbledore entered the hospital wing. Dumbledore is upset that they lost a key piece of evidence on Voldemort's return, while Fudge believes the man was a lunatic and that his testimony would not have been useful. Due to reading Rita Skeeter's last article about Harry being dangerous, Fudge cannot accept Harry's testimony, nor does he believe Dumbledore's information about Harry's scar. Harry gets up and tries to identify the Death Eaters whose names he heard earlier, but Fudge points out they were cleared long ago, and he might have read this out of an old Daily Prophet article. Fudge is offended by Dumbledore's suggestions of removing the Dementors from Azkaban and sending an envoy to make an agreement with the Giants. Even after Snape reveals his dark mark and explains that Voldemort had summoned him, Fudge thinks it is some kind of a ploy and makes it clear that he is going to have a serious talk with Dumbledore about his position before he leaves. He then exits the room, but not before he gives Harry his winnings from the tournament. Bill Weasley leaves at Dumbledore's request to inform his father of the situation and have him discreetly contact those within the ministry that can be convinced of the truth. McGonagall is sent to retrieve Hagrid and Madame Maxime for a mission. After Madame Pomfrey is sent to look after Winky, Dumbledore has Sirius revert to his true form. Both Mrs. Weasley and Snape are surprised by his presence, but are quickly convinced of his innocence. Dumbledore dispatches Sirius to reinstate the Order of the Phoenix by gathering known wizards and witches who would support their side. Harry then regrets asking Cedric to grab the Triwizard Cup with him, and then uses the last of the potion to return to sleep. After a few days of rest, Harry meets with Cedric's parents. They do not blame him for what happened and are thankful to have his body, but decline Harry's offer of the winnings. Harry is able to have a relaxing time due to Dumbledore having made a formal request for the students to not talk about what happened that night, though some students are still unsettled due to Rita Skeeter's article. Hagrid gives the trio a good lecture on how Voldemort's return was inevitable, and all they can do now is fight. Hagrid mentions that what Dumbledore has assigned for him is top secret, and that Madame Maxime might be accompanying him. During the leaving feast, a memorial feast for Cedric is held, where Dumbledore tells the school what has happened in the graveyard, despite the Ministry's wishes that he keep it secret. Afterwards, everyone is packed and ready to leave. Fleur and Krum both say goodbye to the trio before they head back to their schools, while the trio take their carriage to the Hogwarts Express. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione ride to King's Cross Station, they learn that the Daily Prophet is not reporting Cedric Diggory's death, likely due to the Ministry's interference. Hermione reveals that she has discovered that Rita Skeeter is an unregistered animagus who can turn into a beetle. Hermione caught Skeeter in a jar in the hospital wing after the third task. As the three think back, they realize that there was a bug on the statue the night of the Yule Ball, where Hagrid told Madame Maxime his secret, that Krum found a bug in Hermione's hair after the second task, and that there was a bug on the window that day in divination, when Harry's scar hurt. They also realize that the reason why Rita got those interviews from Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson undetected was that they knew she was an animagus. Harry recalled Draco sitting by a tree that day talking while holding a bug. Hermione assures Harry and Ron that her stories will trouble them no longer, since she told Rita that if the stories continued, she would tell the Ministry about her secret. Just as Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle arrive and taunt Harry over Voldemort's return, they are rendered unconscious from hexes used by both the trio and Fred and George Weasley. Harry, Ron, and George then began kicking, rolling, and pushing the unconscious Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle into a spot where they will be out of the way. Soon another mystery is solved. The person that Fred and George were hinted to have been blackmailing was Ludo Bagman. When the twins won their bet, he paid them their winnings at the Quidditch World Cup in leprechaun gold, and wouldn't even return their original wager. This is also why he tried to avoid them in public when they confronted him. The twins reveal that Bagman has a long-time problem with gambling, and he was also in debt to the goblins, who took his money after the World Cup and followed him to Hogwarts. Bagman made a bet that Harry would win the tournament to get his money back, which is why he was trying to help Harry cheat. However, since Harry and Cedric actually tied for first place, Bagman has gone on the run. As they get off the train and step and leave the Malfoy and his gang, Harry gives the twins his Triwizard winnings to help them with their dream of running a joke shop. Everyone then say their goodbyes as Harry prepares to leave with Vernon Dursley. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. On the hottest day of summer so far, Harry Potter remains at his house, 4 Privet Drive, living with his Muggle aunt, uncle, and cousin, and severely cut off from the rest of the wizarding world. The neighborhood is suffering from an exhausting heat wave. Harry spends the majority of his summer out of the house, going on walks and avoiding his aunt and uncle. He doesn't want them to know why he is so interested in the news that summer. He is constantly rummaging through bins for old newspapers, searching for front-page news about the return of Lord Voldemort in the Daily Prophet. However, nothing unusual is reported, so Harry assumes that the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, is still as oblivious and in denial of Lord Voldemort's return as he was before. After running into his cousin Dudley Dursley and his street gang on a walk, Harry confronts Dudley after his gang leaves. This turns into an argument where Dudley mocks Harry about Cedric's death, having heard Harry use that name in his sleep. Harry immediately denies it, and when Harry takes out his wand and pretends to curse Dudley with it, a cold chill comes onto the duo, and they are then attacked by Dementors. Harry attempts the Patronus charm 3 times, and is successful on the last try, and is surprised to find Mrs. Fig, his old cat-loving neighbor, storming up the road towards them. Harry tries to hide his wand, but Mrs. Fig tells him to keep it out in case more of them show up. This comment makes Harry realize that Mrs. Fig knows about the wizarding world. She is furious about Mundungus Fletcher, who was supposed to be watching Harry for the Order of the Phoenix, but had disapparated from the front of 4 Privet Drive only moments earlier. While angry over the situation, Mrs. Fig explains to a surprised Harry she is actually a squib. The two take a demented Dudley back to Privet Drive, where Mrs. Fig mentions she was sent by Dumbledore to watch over Harry and also kept his visits to her house boring. So the Dursleys would not send Harry elsewhere if he were happy. After Mundungus Fletcher shows up, Mrs. Fig scolds him for his foolish actions before sending him to inform Dumbledore of this situation, so he can act quickly. Just before they part, Harry learns that Dumbledore has been keeping him under observation in order to protect him after what had happened with Voldemort last month. When Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon notice Dudley in his sickly state, they fawn over him and Harry attempts to slip away, but Dudley speaks and assumes that Harry attacked him with some sort of spell since Muggles cannot see Dementors. Before Harry can explain himself, the Ministry of Magic sends Harry a letter telling him that he's been expelled from Hogwarts for underage magic. Before Harry attempts to run away before Ministry officials would come by to destroy his wand, another letter from Arthur Weasley arrives telling Harry that Dumbledore is trying to sort this out and to stay put in his house, not surrender his wand, and not to perform any more magic. As Harry is explaining that the Dementors are responsible, Petunia surprisingly shows she has some knowledge of the Dementors. A second letter from the Ministry arrives stating that Dumbledore has convinced them to set up a hearing on 12 August to decide whether or not to break Harry's wand, and Harry is being placed on suspension instead of being expelled. After Harry explains to the Dursleys about the Dementors' abilities, Vernon is ready to throw Harry out, as he has always yearned to do so since receiving Harry. When Petunia receives a howler, before she has an opportunity to open the letter, it bursts into flames, and a menacing voice says, "Remember my last, Petunia." Petunia then immediately convinces her husband to let Harry remain at Privet Drive, and tells Harry that he needs to stay in his room. Harry has no idea of what's going on. Harry immediately writes letters to Sirius, Hermione, and Ron. After 4 days of being locked in his room, while dealing with his anger from the lack of response, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley leave to attend an award ceremony for the best-kept suburban lawn in England, which was a hoax set up by Tonks to lure the Dursleys away from their house, and a number of witches and wizards, auto-denominated the Advance Guard, come to rescue Harry from the Dursleys' home. They are members of the Order of the Phoenix, an elite group whose members fight Lord Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Among them were the real Mad-Eye Moody and Remus Lupin, along with some newcomers such as Nymphadora Tonks and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Lupin reveals that their destination is a hidden place that is much safer than the burrow. Lupin leaves a note for the Dursleys. Then the entire group begins a long flight on broomsticks. After flying through the cold night, They land at their destination and Moody gives Harry a piece of parchment that mentions their headquarters, 12 Grimmauld Place. They bring Harry to their headquarters, 12 Grimmauld Place, London. The Weasleys, Hermione Granger, and Harry's godfather Sirius Black are there. While the Order of the Phoenix are having a meeting, Mrs. Weasley takes Harry to the room where Ron and Hermione are before heading back. Harry converses with Hermione and Ron, and learns to his ire that Dumbledore was the reason he had no contact from his friends all summer. Though Ron and Hermione were uncomfortable with this, knowing how Harry would feel, they comfort Harry by explaining that they haven't been let in on everything that has been going on either, since they are too young and have mostly been working on cleaning up the house, as no one has lived there for years. Fred and George then appear magically through apparition, revealing to Harry they passed their test, followed by Ginny walking into the room and tells the twins it is now pointless for them to spy on the meetings anymore. The Weasley children reveal that besides Severus Snape, who has joined the Order, Bill and Charlie have also joined. Also that Bill has moved back to England to be closer to the family, and has been teaching the former Triwizard champion Fleur Delacour, who has also been working at Gringotts, in order to improve her English, while Charlie has been given the task of recruiting foreign wizards to their cause. As for Percy, the Weasley children sadly reveal he has deserted their family after he and Arthur had a fight over Percy's recent promotion to Cornelius Fudge's junior assistant. Having denied his father's claims that Fudge is using him, with his unwavering loyalty to the ministry, Percy has moved away, breaking off contact in the process, even after a depressed Molly Weasley tried to straighten things out. Harry also learns that the ministry has been using the Daily Prophet to build on what Rita Skeeter started, and is portraying Harry as some attention-seeking liar. Hermione also reveals there have been no articles on the Dementor attack or Harry's hearing, since the ministry is likely waiting until the hearing is over before reporting on the likelihood of Harry being expelled. After being called down for dinner, Tonks accidentally trips on an umbrella stand, which causes too much noise, and the portrait of a woman responds with strong cursing. While helping on closing the curtains, Sirius shows up and reveals the woman in the portrait is his mother. Sirius explains to Harry that number 12 Grimmauld Place is the Black family's ancestral home, and that he inherited it upon his mother's death. While they are setting up for dinner, Sirius reveals that compared to Harry, he has been confined in the house for a month, since he is still a wanted criminal, and that Voldemort and the Death Eaters would know he is an animagus by now, due to Wormtail informing them, which makes him almost useless to the Order. Fred and George almost stab Sirius's hand when they send a cauldron of stew, an iron flagon of butterbeer, and a breadboard with a knife to the table, and the knife slips off, which infuriates their parents, as they have been using their magic irresponsibly ever since they came of age. They then have dinner, and numerous conversations go around, with Bill mentioning to his father and Lupin that the goblins won't join their side due to what happened with Ludo Bagman, and Mundungus Fletcher mentioning his business dealings before Molly asks him to stop. After dinner, Sirius tries to tell Harry about the latest events and about their plans, but Molly keeps saying that Harry is too young, and that Dumbledore told them not to tell Harry more than he needs to know. After the two argue about it, Molly reluctantly allows Harry and everyone else but Ginny to stay and listen. Harry learns that Voldemort is keeping a low profile and is building an army, though Harry managed to escape during Voldemort's rebirth, allowing Dumbledore to reactivate the Order of the Phoenix. It is difficult for them to convince as many people what has happened, because of the Ministry and Fudge's position, since Fudge believes that Dumbledore is after his job. His fears make it easier for him to believe that, rather than admit Voldemort is back, which would end the last 14 years of peace. Another reason the Order is having trouble with finding allies is the issue of their credibility. Sirius is a wanted murderer, Lupin is a werewolf, and the members that work for the Ministry would lose their jobs since Fudge is willing to sack anyone just for disagreeing with him. Fudge has also been trying to discredit Dumbledore's reputation to prevent him from spreading the information, and is having the Daily Prophet cover up any news related to this. Sirius attempts to mention that Voldemort is trying to retrieve a weapon, something he didn't have last time, before Molly and Lupin ask him to stop, and they then send the kids off to bed. After Harry and Ron head into their room, Fred and George apparate inside, where the four briefly discuss their speculation on what Voldemort might be seeking. Before their mother's footsteps convince the twins, they have to get back to their own room. The next day, while helping with the cleaning of the house with Mrs. Weasley and the other children, Harry talks in secret with Fred and George, and learns their joke shop plans are booming, thanks to the money he gave them, though they haven't got premises yet, and their mother remains unaware of it, due to the fact she had cancelled their subscription to the Daily Prophet out of disgust. While Molly is busy arguing with Mundungus Fletcher in another room, Harry meets Creature, the domestic elf of the House of Black. He is always cursing and muttering bad words, on occasion calling Hermione a mudblood, and then insulting Sirius for betraying his mother's trust after Sirius arrives before Creature heads to another room. Harry notices an old tapestry that Sirius sarcastically explains is the family tree of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Sirius reveals that he was disowned by his family at the age of 16, and lived with Harry's father James and his parents before his uncle, who was disowned as well, left Sirius some money to live on his own. Sirius mentions to Harry that his younger brother Regulus Black, who was more obedient to their parents' wishes, had been a Death Eater. Sirius explains that his family was all for the purification of the wizarding race, getting rid of Muggle-borns and having pure bloods in charge, and while not all of them were Death Eaters, they agreed with Voldemort's ideals. Sirius mentions that his brother was killed, presumably for attempting to abandon the Death Eaters. After Molly calls them down for lunch, Harry stays with Sirius and Sirius explains more about his family. Harry is then surprised to learn that Sirius is related to the Malfoys through Lucius's wife Narcissa. He also learns that Tonks's mother Andromeda is Sirius's cousin, and that she was also disowned. Both she and Narcissa had a sister, Bellatrix, who was sent to Azkaban. She is the woman Harry saw in Dumbledore's pensieve during Barty Crouch Jr.'s trial. Sirius then mentions his parents' home is only being used as the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters due to the protective enchantments his father put on it years ago, and the additional security measures that Dumbledore set up, which is why he had to put up with moving back in. After several more days of cleaning, on the night before Harry's hearing, Molly mentions that Arthur will be escorting him to the ministry on his way to work. The next day, Harry heads down to breakfast and learns that Amelia Bones will be in charge of his hearing, and Tonks assures him that she is fair. Sirius reminds Harry not to lose his temper during the hearing. Harry is nervous over the possibility of being expelled from Hogwarts, but Lupin assures Harry that underage wizards are allowed to use magic in life-threatening situations. Arthur Weasley then escorts Harry to the ministry for his disciplinary hearing using the train in the London Underground to get there, since Harry can't apparate. They access the ministry through a dilapidated telephone booth. In the atrium, Harry sees a fountain with statues of wizards, witches, and magical creatures, and several fireplaces where workers apparate and disapparate. After spending time on the lift getting to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and then putting on an act with Kingsley about Sirius Black, due to the need to keep their affiliation secret, they arrive in Mr. Weasley's office. Mr. Weasley's co-worker, Perkins, runs in announcing that the hearing's time and location has been changed, and Harry is already late. The new location is in Old Courtroom 10 in the ministry's basement. Since the lift does not descend that far, Harry and Mr. Weasley race down the stairs the rest of the way after getting off. Just outside the courtroom, Mr. Weasley stops, telling Harry that he must face the hearing alone. Harry recognizes the courtroom is the same one he saw in Dumbledore's pensieve during his last school year. Cornelius Fudge is acting as the head of the Wizengamot, And Harry is also surprised to see Percy Weasley acting as scribe, although Percy refuses to look at Harry. After Dumbledore arrives, Fudge starts the trial without giving Harry a chance to defend himself. Once Harry gets the chance to explain about the Dementors, Fudge labels his statement a convenient lie, but Dumbledore is able to produce a reliable witness, Mrs. Fig, whom Percy brings in. Mrs. Fig is able to describe the attack and confirms that the Dementors attacked Harry and Dudley. When Fudge points out the unlikelihood of Dementors in Little Whinging, Dumbledore suggests that someone within the Ministry ordered them there. Fudge, however, refuses to accept any of this as evidence, and while Dumbledore reminds him that magic can be used in these extraordinary circumstances, Fudge dismisses this given Harry's past issues, reminding them of the illegal use of a hover charm 3 years ago. While this was Dobby's fault, Fudge refuses Dumbledore's suggestion to bring him in, and also brings up the fact that Harry inflated his aunt a year later, even though no charges were pressed. Fudge also tries to bring up Harry's rule-breaking at Hogwarts, but Dumbledore reminds Fudge that the Ministry does not have the authority to punish students for what they do at school. He points out the irregularity of the hastiness for this trial and attempt to destroy Harry's wand without successfully proving these charges, and also the use of the full Wizengamot for a simple case of underage magic. When the Wizengamot takes a vote, Harry is cleared of all charges, with more than half of the Wizengamot raising their hands to clear him, though Fudge is slightly angry when he casts the verdict. Dumbledore leaves before Harry can thank him. Harry is puzzled by Dumbledore's actions before he leaves the courtroom, and tells Mr. Weasley, who was waiting outside, that he had been cleared of all charges. Mr. Weasley is surprised that Harry was tried before the entire Wizengamot, as they are also leaving the courtroom, with some showing them recognition, while others, like Fudge and Percy, completely ignore them. Arthur decides to take Harry back to Grimmauld Place before he heads out on an assignment. On their way, they see Fudge meeting with Lucius Malfoy. While Harry believes that Fudge may have been put under the Imperious Curse, Mr. Weasley states that Dumbledore has doubted this, believing Fudge is acting of his own accord. Back at Grimmauld Place, everybody celebrates Harry's acquittal. A few days later, on the last day of the holidays, the children receive their Hogwarts letters, and Ron and Hermione are named prefects. Molly Weasley is so pleased with Ron's appointment as a prefect that she agrees to Ron's request to get a new broomstick, though an inexpensive one, when she goes to Diagon Alley to pick up their new books. Harry feels some resentment that Ron was chosen over him as prefect, given all he has done at Hogwarts over the years. Later that night, Mrs. Weasley prepares a dinner party for the new prefect. During the party, Harry feels better when he learns from Sirius that he and Harry's father James were not made prefects either during their 5th year at Hogwarts, since Lupin was selected for that position instead. After the party, Mrs. Weasley goes upstairs to get rid of the boggart Alistair Moody identified for her earlier. Moody shows Harry an old photograph of the original Order of the Phoenix, and identifies the people in the photograph, though hearing Moody describe the terrible fates of some of the members in the photograph makes Harry feel uncomfortable. After going upstairs, Harry finds that the sight of her worst fears, all her family members and Harry dead, was too much for Mrs. Weasley. She starts to cry before Lupin gets rid of the boggart. After arriving upstairs with Sirius and Moody, as they help calm her down, Mrs. Weasley wonders about the future of her loved ones. On the day of departure to platform 9 3/4, the group is rushing to get ready as the children will be taken there under guard per Moody's recommendation. Mrs. Weasley is angry with Fred and George for bewitching their trunks instead of trying to carry them downstairs and knocking Ginny off balance. Harry is assigned to go with Molly and Tonks. Sirius accompanies them in his animagus form. After the Hogwarts Express departs, with Ron and Hermione having to go to the prefect's carriage, Harry shares a compartment with Ginny, Neville Longbottom, and a girl from Ginny's year named Luna Lovegood, who is a Ravenclaw student. Later, Ron and Hermione show up and tell them who the new prefects are for the other houses, including Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson for Slytherin. Luna is reading a tabloid magazine called The Quibbler, of which she tells them her father is the editor, after Hermione makes an insensitive comment towards the magazine. Draco and his cronies then show up briefly, and Draco makes fun of the fact that Ron was chosen over Harry for the position of prefect, and his comment dogging around causes Harry to worry that Draco might know now that Sirius is an animagus. After arriving at Hogsmeade Station, Harry notices that instead of Hagrid, Professor Grubbly Plank, who previously substituted for Hagrid during their last school year, is there to direct the first years to their boats. When boarding their carriage, Harry notices that the carriages are being pulled by some sort of winged horses. He points them out to Ron and Hermione, but they cannot see them, and act worried when he insists that they are right there. Luna says that she can see them, and in fact could see them ever since she first came to Hogwarts. Harry is mystified, since he couldn't see them when he first came, but he can see them now. The group arrives at the school, but not before Harry wonders about the winged horses, as well as Hagrid's whereabouts. Ron gets into an argument with Luna over Hagrid's disappearance. At the start of term feast, the Sorting Hat gives a warning in its new song. After their meal, the students are surprised to hear that Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister who had been present at Harry's hearing, is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Besides the announcement that Grubbly Plank is once again taking over Hagrid's teaching duties, Umbridge rudely interrupts Dumbledore's start-of-term notices and gives a speech which easily dulls the audience, and Hermione realizes through the hidden messages within the speech that the Ministry intends to meddle at Hogwarts. After the feast, Harry goes to Gryffindor Tower with Neville, who knew the new password, and when he goes to his dormitory, learns that not everyone believes that Voldemort is back. He argues with Seamus Finnegan and insults Seamus's mother for believing in the Daily Prophet before Ron arrives and breaks it up. Afterwards, Dean Thomas reveals his mother doesn't get the Prophet since she's a muggle, while Neville reveals that he and his grandmother cancelled their subscription since they support Harry and Dumbledore. Before going to sleep, Harry wonders how many fights he will have to have before people realize that Voldemort is truly back. The next morning, the trio meet in the common room, and, after taking down one of Fred and George's advertising posters, Hermione learns of the argument with Seamus and reveals that she was having the same problem with Lavender Brown about whether Harry was telling the truth about Voldemort's return. That morning at breakfast, Harry learns from Angelina Johnson that she has replaced Oliver Wood as the captain for their Quidditch team, and will be holding tryouts on Friday to recruit a new player to fill Oliver's old position as keeper. Harry reveals that he has cancelled his subscription to the Daily Prophet out of disgust. The trio then meet with Fred and George, and Hermione insists they cannot advertise to test their joke products on students. The twins bring up the fact that this year is important for the three of them, since they will be taking their OWLs. When the twins reveal they weren't sure if they wanted to attend their 7th year for their NE, George almost lets it slip on why they don't need to take them, though they and Harry cover this up as the twins leave. Ron then remembers that besides their OWLs, they will also have career advice sessions to help determine what classes they'll need to take next year for their NEBUTs on what career they'll pursue. After going through most of their classes and getting a lot of homework, as well as Harry briefly meeting up with Cho Chang, they head to their first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson. There they discover that Umbridge refuses to teach real defense methods, and that they will not be performing any spells, only learning ministry-approved theory, learning in a risk-free way. When various students start raising questions regarding this, Umbridge immediately contradicts them, and also criticizes the teachings of their previous two teachers, including identifying Lupin as a dangerous half-breed. Harry disagrees with Umbridge about Voldemort, costing Gryffindor house points and getting him a detention. Harry then has an outburst after she rebuts his attempts to convince her that this is not a lie and sends Harry to McGonagall's office with a note. Upon learning what happened, McGonagall urges Harry to keep his temper under control because he could end up in even worse trouble due to Umbridge's position. McGonagall then reveals the note Umbridge sent to her states that Umbridge has assigned him detention for a week. Word quickly spreads amongst the students about Harry's behavior in Umbridge's class that night at dinner, creating more snide remarks. After they leave the Great Hall, Hermione explains to an irritated Harry that despite Dumbledore's speech at the end of the last school term about Voldemort's return, the Ministry's interference over the last 2 months prevented the truth from sinking in. When they return to their common room, the trio talk about Umbridge and her class. Hermione points out Umbridge was obviously sent by Fudge as a spy. When the other students return from dinner, Hermione catches Fred and George once again testing their joke products on first-year students, though Fred and George mean no harm, as they tested their products on themselves first. Hermione threatens to write to their mother if they continue to test them in their first years. Hermione then goes to bed and also mentions the woolly hats she brought her for the house elves, confirming she is still doing her The next day, teachers brief their fifth-year students about their upcoming ordinary wizarding level exams and give them a lot of homework. Hagrid is still missing, and his class is taken over by Professor Grubbly Plank. During care of magical creatures, Harry has difficulty keeping his temper under control when he hears Draco Malfoy make some rude comments about Hagrid, including that it is likely that Hagrid will be sacked even if he did return to Hogwarts based on what his father told him. Once he returns to Hogwarts Castle, Angelina Johnson mentions to Harry that she is unhappy that Harry's detention on Friday will prevent from attending the tryouts for their Quidditch team, as she wanted the whole team to be there. Due to Harry's telling the truth about Lord Voldemort's return in Professor Umbridge's first defense against the dark arts lesson, she gives him detention every day for a week. Umbridge refuses Harry's suggestion to modify the punishment so he could attend Quidditch tryouts on Friday, believing it is the most effective punishment to make him miss out on something he likes. She makes him write out "I must not tell lies" many times in his own blood, though Harry makes sure to keep his temper under control to avoid another outburst in front of Umbridge. With Umbridge's detentions and his busy schedule, Harry has difficulty with keeping up on his homework. Ron is busy with something, causing him to also fall behind in his homework. He later mentions to Harry that he wants to try out for the Quidditch team now that he has a decent broom. Ron becomes concerned when he learns about Harry's detentions, but Harry refuses to go to McGonagall or Dumbledore, knowing there is nothing they can do. After Harry's final detention on Friday, he learns that Ron was chosen as their team's new keeper. Angelina Johnson also apologizes for the cold way she criticized Harry earlier, due to the pressure of having to lead their Quidditch team. He then meets with Hermione, who is exhausted after making more hats for the house elves. When Harry mentions his scar recently hurting again, he refuses her advice to see Dumbledore. Harry decides to immediately write to Sirius, but Hermione talks him out of it by pointing out the chances his letter could be intercepted. On Saturday morning, despite Hermione's warning, Harry decides to write a letter to Sirius. Harry writes about his detention and asks about Hagrid's whereabouts, though he carefully codes the words and phrases in case the letter is intercepted. After sending Hedwig with the letter, Harry notices the same mysterious winged horses he saw before outside. Cho Chang arrives and praises Harry for standing up to Umbridge in her class before Argus Filch arrives. He claims that he heard from a source that Harry was sending an order for dung bombs, but Harry states that he already sent his letter, which Cho confirms. After Harry arrives at breakfast, Hermione reads through the Daily Prophet. She discovers that the Ministry has received a tip that Sirius Black is hiding in London. Harry worries that Lucius Malfoy may be the source, as he may have recognized Sirius in his animagus form at King's Cross Station. Harry also notices an article saying that Sturgis Podmore, secretly a member of the Order of the Phoenix, has been arrested for breaking into a top-secret room at the Ministry. This causes some concern, as Harry recalls that Podmore did not show up for guard duty on the day they left for Platform 9 3/4. Harry then helps Ron practice before their actual Quidditch training session begins. During the training session, Draco and his gang are there to insult the members of the Gryffindor team, and a nervous Ron isn't able to play at his best. When an accident Ron caused injures Katie Bell's nose, which Fred unintentionally makes worse, Katie has to be taken to the hospital wing. The remainder of the training session is then called off, after he and Harry spend the next day trying to catch up on homework. On Sunday evening, Ron receives a letter from Percy. His brother congratulates him on becoming a prefect and urges him to stop associating with Harry, who he feels is a bad influence, as well as believing that his family would one day realize their mistake for believing Dumbledore and apologize to him. He also mentions an important article is being released in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Ron finds the letter extremely offensive, tears it up, and throws it into the fire. After reading the letter, Harry thought he had never felt more like his godfather Sirius Black, whom the wizarding world at large still considered a mass murderer. Hermione then agrees to help Harry and Ron catch up on their homework. After midnight, they and Crookshanks are the only ones left in the common room. Sirius contacts them through the Flu network, as he wishes to respond to Harry's letter this way in case his response was intercepted and the code was broken. After talking about Harry's scar, Sirius mentions that while Umbridge is no Death Eater, she possesses a strong racial hatred for half-breeds. Sirius reveals she is the reason why Lupin cannot find a job, due to anti-werewolf legislation she proposed in the Ministry. Once the trio mentions Umbridge's classes only allow defensive theory and textbook reading, Sirius explains based on their information, Fudge does not want them trained in combat. Fudge believes Dumbledore intends to use the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to raise the students as an army to take on the Ministry, and wants to prevent this possibility with the new curriculum. Sirius knows that with Fudge's growing paranoia, it is only a matter of time before he finds an excuse to arrest Dumbledore. Sirius then asks Harry not to worry about Hagrid. Sirius reveals while Olympamaxie mentioned in her message they got separated on the way home, he knows Hagrid's tough and asks Harry not to raise too many questions about Hagrid, or they will attract the Ministry's attention. When Sirius suggests about meeting them in disguise at their next Hogsmeade trip, Harry advises him not to, given the Daily Prophet article, and that Draco might recognize him if Sirius were to show up. Sirius then leaves, but mentions he will send a letter when he feels it is safe to communicate by the Flu network again. It becomes clear Umbridge is really there to spy on and take control of the school, and is soon appointed High Inquisitor, arbitrarily imposing rules and regulations, known as educational decrees. She also harbors racial hatred for half-breeds, such as centaurs, werewolves, merpeople, and similar creatures. Umbridge starts to observe the professors in class, where she apparently intends to evaluate all teachers. During lunch, Fred, George, and Lee Jordan discuss ordinary wizarding level grades with Hermione and how Flitwick treated Umbridge like a guest while she inspected their class. In divination, Harry finds Umbridge inspecting Trelawney, who is nervous while being done so. Umbridge demands that Trelawney make a prediction and is unimpressed with the result. In Defense Against the Dark Arts, Umbridge claims Quirinus Quirrell would have been the only DA teacher to pass a Ministry inspection, which Harry retorts saying that Quirrell had Voldemort on the back of his head, resulting in Umbridge giving him another week's worth of detentions. Angelina Johnson berates Harry for earning himself another week of detentions, and Minerva McGonagall penalizes Harry 5 house points for not heeding her warning about Umbridge. Later in Transfiguration, McGonagall ignores Umbridge throughout the class's inspection and expresses her obvious disdain toward her when being questioned. Umbridge, however, is delighted and impressed with Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank's teaching of care of magical creatures. Harry loses his temper when Draco Malfoy mentions being injured by a hippogriff during Rubeus Hagrid's class, earning himself another night of detention with Umbridge. After Harry's final detention, Hermione convinces Harry to secretly teach students defense against the dark arts, based on all his past accomplishments, including escaping Voldemort. Though at first reluctant, Harry finally considers the proposition. The trio hold a meeting at the Hog's Head to discuss with other students the possibility of Harry giving them defense lessons. Harry is stunned at how many there are. Neville, Dean, Lavender, Parvati, and Padma Patil, Cho and her friend whom Harry does not recognize, Luna Lovegood, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, Angelina Johnson, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, Terry Boot, Ginny, a Hufflepuff Quidditch team member, later identified as Zachariah Smith, Fred and George, and Lee Jordan. Harry has only agreed to teach defensive magic. At the end of the meeting, Hermione has everyone sign a piece of parchment, which is an agreement to keep the group secret. After hearing about the defensive magic organization, Dolores Umbridge uses her power as Hogwarts High Inquisitor to pass the educational decree, which immediately disbands all existing clubs, teams, societies, and groups, and forbids further groups, defined as the regular meeting of 3 or more students, without the High Inquisitor's consent. Any student found to be in non-compliance of the decree is to be expelled immediately. Harry worries that someone from the Hogshead group might have betrayed them, but Hermione informs him that she enchanted the parchment they all signed to inform her if someone did. Harry also learns from Angelina that the Quidditch teams have also been disbanded under the new decree, although Umbridge unsurprisingly immediately gives the Slytherin team permission to reform, and asks Harry to promise her not to provoke Umbridge again out of fear she might not reinstate the Gryffindor team. During History of Magic, Hedwig turns up and appears injured while delivering a letter from Sirius. Harry leaves the class to have Grubbly-Plank tend to her while Professor McGonagall warns Harry that the Flu Network and Owl Postal Service are being closely monitored at Hogwarts. Before potions, Draco Malfoy makes fun of people who go to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, which leads to Neville Longbottom trying to attack him, but is held back by Harry and Ron. During the class, Umbridge inspects Snape, which Harry becomes so interested in watching that he gets extra homework on writing an essay on strengthening solution after messing up his potion. In divination, Harry learns that Trelawney has been put on probation, based on her temperamental mood after getting the results of her inspection from Umbridge. That night, in the Gryffindor common room, the trio chat with Sirius through the Flu Network, who finds out about the defense organization, agrees it's an excellent idea, and encourages them to continue on with it. Their reunion is cut off when Sirius disappears from the fire, and Umbridge's hand appears in the flames, groping to catch hold of Sirius. Hermione becomes certain that Umbridge has been reading Harry's mail and had injured Hedwig. After classes, Angelina receives news that the Gryffindor Quidditch team has been given permission to continue playing. During the night, Dobby the house elf returns Hedwig to Harry and suggests he use the Room of Requirement for secret defense meetings. Despite the prohibition, they name their clandestine group Dumbledore's Army, or the D for short, to mock the Ministry of Magic, which fears Dumbledore is creating a secret wizard army. Harry starts them off slowly, practicing the disarming charm. The class progresses at a fair rate, practicing the impediment jinx, the reductor curse, the stunning spell. For the safety of the group, Hermione bewitches some coins with a protean charm, one for each member of the DM. When activated by Harry, the numbers on each coin change to inform the bearer of the time and date of the next meeting. The Gryffindor Quidditch team begin their season with a victory against Slytherin, despite the fact that Ron was very nervous and didn't play well, and the Slytherins composed a song mocking his performance. Shortly after the match, Draco Malfoy insults and provokes Fred, George, and Harry. Harry and George attack him, but all three have their broomsticks confiscated and are given lifetime bans by Umbridge. That night, they discover that Hagrid has returned. The trio goes to visit Hagrid in his cabin. They are shocked to find Hagrid disheveled and badly injured, regularly applying a piece of dragon meat over some of his wounds to alleviate his pain. Hagrid, however, gives evasive answers when they ask what happened to him. When Ron asks if his injuries are related to giants, Hagrid explains he was in an expedition with Olympin Maxine to the last giant colony in the world, located in an isolated location in Eastern Europe, where they tried to recruit the powerful giants to Dumbledore's side. Hagrid recounts that, although they were initially successful, managing to impress Carcus, the giant Gurg leader of the tribe, luck suddenly turned against them when Carcus was murdered by another giant, Golgomath, who became the new Gurg and was allied with Death Eaters. Hagrid and Maxime then almost managed to recruit some dissident giants exiled from Golgomath's rule in nearby caves, but this group was attacked as well, so they had to finally give up. Thus their mission to convince the giants to help the Order was ultimately unsuccessful. When Hagrid mentions that they will be studying an interesting creature in care of magical creatures without naming it, the Ririo tries to discourage him from bringing dangerous creatures to his classes, fearing that Umbridge will sack him, but Hagrid guarantees that the creature they are going to see is harmless. Hagrid returns to his class, and he is observed by Umbridge while teaching about Thistrals, which Harry recognizes as the same winged skeletal horses he saw pulling the carriages, and which Hagrid explains can only be seen by those who have witnessed death. As Harry, Fred, and George are banned from Quidditch by Umbridge, Ginny Weasley replaces Harry as Gryffindor's seeker, while Andrew Kirke and Jack Sloper replace Fred and George as beaters. Dumbledore's army meet again to review practicing the impediment, jinx, and stunning spell before the Christmas holidays, and Harry and Cho share a kiss with each other under the mistletoe. One night, Harry dreams that he is a snake attacking Ron's father, which actually occurred. He awakens in a panic and tells others, who indeed find Mr. Weasley at the Ministry, suffering from severe venomous snake bites. Arriving at Dumbledore's office with Ron and McGonagall, Harry tells the headmaster, with the latter barely looking at him, about the attack. Dumbledore calls for several portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts to raise the alarm. Critically injured, Arthur is taken to St. Mungo's. Dumbledore then sends Harry, Ron, Fred, George, and Ginny to 12 Grimmauld Place via Portkey. Mr. Weasley survives the attack, and the Weasleys and Harry agree to stay at Grimmauld Place for the holidays. Harry tells Sirius about his vision being the snake, but Sirius tells him not to worry. Harry and the Weasleys, along with Mad-Eye and Tonks, go to visit Mr. Weasley at St. Mungo's, who is required to take a blood-replenishing potion at regular intervals. He shares the ward with a man who had been bitten by a werewolf and a woman with a massive chunk out of her leg, who refused to tell the healers what had bitten her, arousing suspicions she had been handling something illegal. While the kids are outside the ward, they overhear Mad-Eye on the extendable ears suspecting that Harry could be possessed by Voldemort. Fearing Voldemort is possessing him, Harry speculates this to be why Dumbledore is ignoring him, and decides to seclude himself from the others for their safety. Hermione joins Harry and the Weasleys at Grimmauld Place for Christmas, and admonishes Harry for his behavior. Ginny comforts Harry by pointing out she has been possessed by Voldemort, knows how it feels, and doesn't say Harry is being possessed. Relieved, Harry joins in the festivities. Percy sends back his Weasley jumper, which makes his mother very sad. Hermione, Ron, and Ginny Weasley discover that Neville Longbottom's parents are insane and living at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. They also see their former Defense Against the Dark Arts professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry finally says that he knew what happened to Neville's parents. After the holidays, Harry and the Weasleys return to Hogwarts on the night bus. In response to Arthur Weasley's attack, Dumbledore has Snape teach Harry occlumency to block his mind from intrusion. During the class, Harry sees the dark corridor in the Department of Mysteries that he often dreams about. A mass breakout from Azkaban occurs. Broderick Bode dies from a thicket of Devil's Snare while recovering in St. Mungo's, and Hagrid is put on probation. Umbridge bans teachers from giving students information unrelating to their subjects. Harry goes out on a date with Cho Chang to Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, which goes nightmarishly wrong when Harry mentions, in a way that leads to a misunderstanding, that he has to meet up with Hermione, leading Cho to become jealous, cry, and leaving the shop. At the Three Broomsticks Inn, he sees that Hermione blackmails journalist and unregistered animagus Rita Skeeter into writing a favorable article about Harry witnessing Voldemort's return. Luna Lovegood arranges with her father to publish the story in his paper The Quibbler. Hermione gives Harry advice on his love life after he recounts his date with Cho. Harry has disturbing dreams about running down a hallway and attempting to open a door in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, but being unable to do so. The article containing Harry's interview about Voldemort's return is published in The Quibbler. Furious, Umbridge bans the tabloid from the school and strips Harry of his Hogsmeade visitation rights. But the story spreads rapidly, gathering support for Harry. Many in the wizarding community also now begin to believe Harry. Harry has another dream where he is Voldemort discussing Broderick Bode's death with Augustus Rookwood on how and why Bode couldn't retrieve something Voldemort wanted, and plans to punish Avery II for his failure in the plan. In one of Harry's occlumency lessons, he briefly enters Snape's mind using a shield charm, but still makes very little progress. Umbridge sacks Trelawney for her inept performance during Umbridge's inspections. Although Dumbledore is unable to prevent Trelawney's dismissal, he invokes his authority to allow her to remain in the castle and appoints a new divination teacher, a centaur, Firenze, much to Umbridge's disgust, due to her hatred for half-breeds. Harry and his friends have their first divination class with Firenze, whose teaching methods are based on centaur wisdom and therefore very different from Trelawney's. For example, centaurs believe that astrology may predict events that are significant to mankind, but not trivial events of human lives. The room in which Firenze gives his class was bewitched to resemble his natural habitat in the Forbidden Forest. When asked why he does not teach in the forest itself, Firenze explains that he was banned from his colony because he agreed to teach at Hogwarts, which the centaurs consider treason because they do not wish to share their wisdom with humans. During another DA meeting where Harry is teaching the Patronus charm, a desperate Dobby tells Harry that Umbridge has found out about the group. Harry immediately calls the meeting off, and most members manage to escape, but he gets caught by Draco and turned over to Umbridge. Umbridge takes Harry with her to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore and McGonagall are with Fudge, who is accompanied by Aura's John Dawlish and Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Percy Weasley. Harry learns that the group was betrayed by Marietta Edgecombe, a friend of Cho Chang, but that the only information she gave so far was that a meeting was taking place at the Room of Requirement. However, Umbridge is unable to get more information from her because, due to a jinx, Marietta's face is covered in pimples forming the word sneak, so she is too ashamed to speak. and her covering her face with her hands muffles her voice. Umbridge suggests that Marietta communicate only by nodding, but before she can begin, Kingsley, who is secretly loyal to Dumbledore and not to the Ministry, discreetly puts a charm on Marietta that prevents her from further incriminating the dean. However, Umbridge produces the parchment containing the names of all involved students under the name Dumbledore's Army. Dumbledore takes the blame on himself and claims that he was the one behind the group, citing its name as evidence, and that he planned to train students as his soldiers to Umbridge's and Fudge's. Fudge and his men try to arrest Dumbledore, but Dumbledore easily disables them and is spectacularly whisked away by his phoenix fork. Umbridge is appointed headmistress and imposes even tighter control by forming the Inquisitorial Squad. After going through an interrogation with Umbridge regarding Dumbledore and Sirius Black's whereabouts, Harry learns the Flu network connection in her fireplace is not being monitored like the others are by the Ministry. Fed up, the Weasley twins instigate a revolt, causing mayhem throughout the school by setting off their wildfire whiz-bangs in protest against Umbridge's tyranny, while the staff pointedly do nothing to help Umbridge regain control. Umbridge is unable to get rid of the fireworks, which continue to explode all over the school for days. Harry ends his relationship with Cho after confronting her about Marietta's betrayal. During the next Alchemy lesson, Harry uncovers the source behind Snape's hatred for his father when he went into Dumbledore's Pensieve, borrowed by Snape, and saw both Snape's memories of being bullied by James and the breaking up of Snape and his mother's friendship. Snape ends the lesson abruptly after pulling Harry out of the Pensieve and throwing him out. Harry and the other fifth years are getting ready to begin the sessions on the advice of what they'll need to do to prepare for the careers they'll pursue after graduation. During Harry Potter's career advice session with Professor McGonagall, he tells her that he wants to be an Auror. Suddenly they are rudely interrupted by the headmistress, Dolores Umbridge. She remarks against Harry's ambition of being an Auror. The meeting ends up with Professor McGonagall supporting Harry and having a screaming argument with Umbridge. Under Fred and George's advice, Harry decides to sneak into Umbridge's office and use her fireplace while they distract her. Harry is able to talk briefly with Lupin and Sirius about his father's cruel treatment of Snape. They tell him that James, like many other people, stopped acting that way as he got older. After being deliberately caught by Umbridge for turning one of Hogwarts' corridors into a swamp, Fred and George summon their confiscated broomsticks before flying away from Hogwarts. This marks the end of the magical education of Fred and George, who now opt to move into their magical tricks and joke shop in Diagon Alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Fred and George's departure from Hogwarts triggers a revolt among the students. During this, Harry finally reveals to Ron and Hermione that he gave the twins his Triwizard winnings, which is how they got the money to buy everything they need. As Ron Weasley is playing in Gryffindor's championship Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, Harry and Hermione are whisked away by Hagrid to introduce his half-brother Grawp, reasoning that it is only a matter of time before he is driven out of Hogwarts by Umbridge. Now that Dumbledore is gone, Hagrid wants them to take care of Grawp in his stead once this happens. When the Centaurs show up, Harry and Hermione learn that Firenze becoming the divination teacher and Grawp's presence in the Forbidden Forest have angered them. The Centaurs make it clear to Hagrid that their patience is running thin to where they wouldn't hesitate to attack any human that enters their forest. Emerging from the forest, Harry and Hermione see Ron being triumphantly carried out of the stands for helping Gryffindor scrape the Quidditch Cup, thanks to his superb goalkeeping. Harry and Hermione tell Ron about Grawp. The fifth years begin going through their OWL examinations. During the night of Harry's astronomy exam, Umbridge orders several Aurors to evict Hagrid from Hogwarts. She acts this time under the cover of darkness to avoid what happened with Sybil Trelawney. Hagrid resists their spells, and Minerva McGonagall is injured when protesting against the use of excessive force against Hagrid. Hagrid is able to escape, and McGonagall is sent to St. Mungo's. During Harry's History of Magic exam, he falls asleep and receives a vision that Sirius is being tortured by Voldemort at the Department of Mysteries. Harry tells Ron and Hermione about Sirius, although Hermione suspects it may be a trap and suggests that he attempt to talk to Sirius first to confirm he is missing. With help from several of his friends to serve as lookouts and distractions, Harry uses Umbridge's fireplace once again, and is able to talk with Kreacher, who confirms that Sirius has indeed left for the Department of Mysteries. This time, however, Harry is caught by Umbridge and the Inquisitorial Squad, who captured his friends aiding him. Umbridge summons Snape to provide her with Veritaserum for the interrogation, but Snape says he has run out of it and will take a full month to brew more. When Snape is about to leave, Harry tries to pass on a coded message to him, but is unsure if the potion's master understands or intends to deliver it. After Snape leaves, Umbridge is about to use the Cruciatus curse on Harry, while also revealing it was her who sent the Dementors to attack Harry during the summer. Just before Umbridge can do so, Hermione claims that Dumbledore has hidden a powerful weapon in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione leads Harry and Umbridge into the forest, where they encounter centaurs. The skirmish in the Forbidden Forest ensues, and Umbridge foolishly insults them, and an angry centaur picks up Umbridge and carries her off screaming into the woods. The centaurs contemplate taking Harry and Hermione as well, but when Hagrid's giant half-brother, Grop, crashes onto the scene, Hermione and Harry escape amid the chaos. During their escape, Harry, Ron, and Hermione find Luna, Ginny, and Neville, who outsmarted the Inquisitorial Squad and came after them. Harry tells them about Sirius and, together they fly to the Ministry of Magic on the school's thestrals. The group arrive at the Ministry, which is empty. When they arrive at the Department of Mysteries, they pass through several cryptic chambers until they arrive at the Hall of Prophecy, where Harry picks up a prophecy contained in a glass sphere before they are ambushed by Death Eaters. The group is nearly defeated, but when they reunite in the Death Chamber, Order members suddenly arrive to help them. During the ensuing battle, the glass sphere is shattered, and the prophecy lost. Sirius is blasted with a spell by his Death Eater cousin Bellatrix Lestrange, and falling backwards, disappears through a mysterious veiled archway. Remus Lupin restrains Harry, who wants to follow and rescue Sirius, telling him that Sirius is dead. Dumbledore arrives and swiftly captures the Death Eaters, with only Bellatrix Lestrange managing to escape. Harry chases Bellatrix through the Ministry and tries to cast the Cruciatus curse on her, but is unable to produce a lasting effect. Lord Voldemort appears as Harry is fighting Bellatrix and tries to kill him, but he is saved by Dumbledore, and an intense duel erupts between the two mighty wizards, with Dumbledore visibly dominating the duel as he calmly overcomes all of Voldemort's attempts before eventually imprisoning him in a cocoon of water, forcing him to disapparate. Left with the realization Dumbledore surpasses him, Voldemort, in desperation, attempts to possess Harry to cause him unbearable pain in the hope that Dumbledore will kill Harry both to spare him and to kill Voldemort. However, Dumbledore does not act on the bait, and in an ironic twist of fate, Harry's grief for Bellatrix's murder of Sirius, or love, allows him to cause Voldemort immeasurable pain and forces him out. Ministry of Magic employees arrive in time to see the Dark Lord before he disapparates, taking Bellatrix with him. Cornelius Fudge finally admits Voldemort has returned after witnessing the latter's appearance. Dumbledore sends Harry back to Hogwarts via Portkey. In Dumbledore's office, Harry is furious at Dumbledore for his apparent insensitivity to Sirius's death. Later, Dumbledore apologizes to Harry for withholding information over the past year and explains everything else to him. Why he was distant with him, why he arranged occlumency with Snape, and that he was trying to keep Sirius alive with him shut up inside his house. He also explains that when Harry spoke to Kreacher in the fire, Kreacher lied to him, and that Sirius was upstairs tending to Buckbeak, whom Kreacher had injured after being encouraged to do so by Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. He reveals the lost prophecy, for it was to him that it was first told, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Dumbledore also reveals that, due to when the boy was predicted to be born, Neville Longbottom could also have been the child in the prophecy. Dumbledore believes Voldemort chose to attack Harry because he is a half-blood like himself. Neville is a pureblood. In doing so, the Dark Lord marked Harry as his equal. Therefore, there is no doubt that the prophecy relates to anyone but Harry. Dumbledore also reveals to Harry that he never chose him as a prefect, because Dumbledore thought that Harry had enough responsibility to be going on. The day before term ends, Umbridge is removed from Hogwarts. While packing, Harry sees the two-way mirror that Sirius gave him, and tries to call his godfather, but he sees nothing. Then suddenly he has the idea to talk to nearly headless Nick, and ask him if Sirius could come back as a ghost. Nick says that Sirius is not the kind of wizard who would do that, which leaves Harry disappointed and sad. Running into Luna Lovegood, and remembering she can see Thestrals, Harry asks her if she had known anyone that died. Luna mentions her mother had died when she was 9, and mentions that Harry had heard voices behind the veil at the ministry, and reassures him that the closest people they lose haven't truly left them for good. This cheers Harry up a bit. After boarding the Hogwarts Express, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle attempted to ambush him, but members of Dumbledore's army intervene using jinxes until Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle resemble nothing more than slugs forced into Hogwarts robes. Harry learns from Hermione that Cho Chang is now dating Michael Corner, after Ginny had ditched him due to Michael being upset that Gryffindor had beat Ravenclaw, and went to comfort Cho. Ginny explains she's now going out with Dean Thomas. Later at King's Cross Station, Harry is surprised to find that Mad-Eye Moody, Tonks, and Lupin are there to greet him, and to ask the Dursleys to treat him better this summer. Ron and Hermione say goodbye to Harry, with the promise that they will meet very soon. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. The Muggle Prime Minister receives a notice that Cornelius Fudge is to meet him. He then recollects Fudge's earlier meetings with him. His first meeting with Fudge soon after he became the Prime Minister, Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban, the Quidditch World Cup, the Triwizard Tournament, and the 1996 Azkaban mass breakout. When Fudge finally arrives, he reveals a number of incidents which had occurred in the Muggle world, and for which the Prime Minister is forced to owe responsibility. The collapse of the Brockdale Bridge, a supposed hurricane in the West Country, the deaths of Amelia Bones and Emmeline Vance, and the insanity of Junior Minister Herbert Shawley, which have all been caused by Lord Voldemort, his followers the Death Eaters, and their giant allies. In short, the Second Wizarding War has begun. Fudge also reveals that he has been sacked and replaced by Rufus Scrimgeour as Minister for Magic. Scrimgeour too meets the Prime Minister and discusses security arrangements with him. He also reveals that Fudge will be a liaison between Narcissa Malfoy and her sister Bellatrix. Lestrange visits Severus Snape at Spinner's End, a poverty-stricken neighborhood in a northern mill town. Narcissa wants Snape to help her protect her son Draco, who has been made a Death Eater and has been assigned a mission by Lord Voldemort himself. Bellatrix advises against this, distrusting Snape for not taking part in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, and for his many suspicious actions through the years which make her doubt whether Snape is actually on their side. Snape explains his behavior. He was at Hogwarts when Voldemort fell to be a spy for him, He didn't seek him out for the same reason her brother-in-law and the other deserters didn't look for him. He stopped Voldemort from getting the Philosopher's Stone because he thought Quirrell wanted it for himself. He never tried to kill Harry Potter because Dumbledore would know about it, and he didn't take part in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries because Voldemort ordered him to stay at Hogwarts. Snape also tells Narcissa that he knows about Draco's mission. Bellatrix tells her sister she should be proud, but Narcissa believes that Voldemort is sending him on a suicide mission as punishment for her husband's failure. Snape offers to help Draco. Narcissa asks him to make an unbreakable vow and he agrees. With Bellatrix as their bonder, Narcissa asks Snape to agree to the following term: that he watch over Draco while he attempts to carry out his mission as a Death Eater, that he protect him and make sure he comes to no harm, that he do the job for Draco if he proves unable to do it himself. Snape agrees to all three terms and the vow is made. Albus Dumbledore comes to visit Harry Potter at Privet Drive to take him to the Burrow, where he would spend the rest of his summer holidays. Dumbledore reads Sirius Black's will. Harry inherits his deceased godfather's wealth, the Black family house at 12 Grimmauld Place, which Harry lets the Order of the Phoenix continue to use as headquarters, and the house elf Creature, whom Harry sends to work at the Hogwarts kitchen. Dumbledore then chastises the Dursleys for their neglect and mistreatment of Harry, but asks that he be allowed to return to Privet Drive one final time, and he and Harry depart. Harry notices Dumbledore has received a serious injury to his right hand, but the headmaster dismisses it as unintended. Dumbledore then asks Harry's help in convincing an old Hogwarts teacher, Horace Slughorn, to come out of retirement. They pay him a visit, but Slughorn is reluctant to return to the school, fearing it may put his life in danger from Death Eaters. Harry tells him that no teachers have died since Dumbledore became headmaster, except Professor Quirrell, who was working for Voldemort, and reassures him that teachers at the school do not have to be members of the Order of the Phoenix. This dubious comfort, and the opportunity to get Harry to join his Slug Club, persuades Slughorn to return to Hogwarts. Dumbledore then drops Harry off at the Burrow, praising him for the way he has handled his godfather's untimely death, and reveals that he would take private classes for him in the forthcoming academic year. Harry is warmly received at the Burrow by the Weasley family, who offer him Fred and George's bedroom to sleep in. Harry meets his best friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, and Ron's younger sister Ginny Weasley the following morning. He also meets Triwizard champion Fleur Delacour, who is now working at Gringotts and is engaged to Ron's oldest brother, Bill Weasley, which is not liked by Hermione, Ginny, and the rest of the Weasleys, except Arthur and Ron. Later in the day, the trio receive their OWL results. Harry and Ron receive 7 OWLs, while Hermione receives 10. However, Harry is slightly disappointed as he has only achieved exceeds expectations in potions, meaning he can no longer realize his ambition as an aura, as Snape only takes students who have achieved outstanding into his EWT potions class. After spending the next few weeks at the Burrow, Harry and Hermione go with the Weasleys to Diagon Alley to get school supplies. Rubius Hagrid is entrusted with providing security to the group. After a fight with Draco Malfoy and his mother at Madame Malkin's, the entire group go to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, Fred and George's successful joke shop. Harry insists on paying for the merchandise, but Fred and George refuse his money as he was the one who gave them the money to start the joke shop, and Ginny buys a pygmy puff as a pet. While still in the store, Harry, Ron, and Hermione spot Malfoy walking through Diagon Alley without his mother and follow him under the invisibility cloak to Nocturne Alley, and see him enter Borgin and Burke's, a shop that sells dark artifacts. The trio wait outside listening to Draco by extendable ears and watching him through a window. They hear Malfoy talking with the owner Borgin about repairing an object and keeping another object safe. Malfoy also shows Borgin something which Harry suspects is the dark mark a mark branded on the left forearm of each Death Eater, and threatens Borgin by referring to the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. Harry comes to the conclusion that Malfoy has become a Death Eater and is up to no good, a theory which is dismissed by Ron and Hermione. On the Hogwarts Express, Harry meets his other friends, Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood, and shares a compartment with them, as Ron and Hermione are in the prefect carriage. By now, Harry finds himself attracted to Ginny, although she appears to have long given up on her crush on him, and is currently dating Harry's classmate Dean Thomas. Harry and Neville are invited for lunch to Slughorn's compartment on the train along with Ginny and some other students with connections to well-known or influential people. Before reaching Hogsmeade Station, Harry enters Malfoy's compartment using his invisibility cloak to prove his suspicions about Malfoy. His suspicions are proven correct. Malfoy tells his friends Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle, Pansy Parkinson, and Blaise Zabini that he has become a Death Eater and he may not return to Hogwarts for his final year if the mission he was assigned by Voldemort is successful. Unfortunately for Harry, Malfoy notices Harry spying on him, and once his friends have alighted from the train, he paralyzes Harry, breaks his nose, covers him with the invisibility cloak, and leaves him on the train. Nymphadora Tonks, who is assigned by the Ministry of Magic to guard Hogsmeade, comes Harry's rescue. She takes him to the school, where he is received by Snape. At the start of term feast, Dumbledore announces, to Harry's shock, that Snape is taking over the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, while Slughorn will be taking Snape's vacated job as Potions Master. This allows Harry and Ron to continue with potions, as Slughorn takes students who have received exceeds expectations in their potions. Harry and Ron take up Charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, Potions, and Transfiguration as their NEUT subjects. During the first Defense Against the Arts class of the year, Harry receives a detention from Snape as he had talked back to him following Snape, trying to use him as a guinea pig to show how a non-verbal spell works. Later that day, they attend Potions, where Harry and Ron receive old copies of Advanced Potion Making from Slughorn as they did not buy the book. Harry's book, previously owned by someone named the Half-Blood Prince, contains a large number of shortcuts on making various potions, which prove useful in brewing the draught of living death. To everyone's surprise, Harry's potion is judged the best by Slughorn and is awarded a bottle of Felix Felicis as a prize. When Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the book, Ginny overhears them and angrily confronts Harry about following the directions of this mysterious book in fear that it may be cursed like Tom Riddle's diary. A jealous Hermione then tries various spells to reveal the true nature of the book, but the book proves to be a normal one, allaying Ginny and Hermione's fears. As promised at the Burrow, Albus Dumbledore begins the private series of lessons with Harry concerning Lord Voldemort. In the first lesson, Dumbledore shows Harry the first of a number of memories he has collected concerning Voldemort's past, using the Pensée. It shows a former head of the Magical Law Enforcement Patrol, Bob Ogden, visiting a man named Marvolo Gaunt in order to summon his son Morphin to a ministry, hearing in connection with an attack on a muggle named Tom Riddle. A huge commotion occurs. Morphin attacks Ogden, with Marvolo stoutly defending his son's actions. Marvolo also tries to attack his daughter Merope, after finding out that she has a crush on Riddle. After viewing this memory, Dumbledore tells Harry that both Marvolo and Morphin were sentenced to 6 months and 3 years imprisonment respectively in Azkaban, due to their behavior to Ogden and other ministry officials. He also reveals that Merope Gaunt was Voldemort's mother, and Riddle was his father, thus making Marvolo Voldemort's maternal grandfather and Morphin his maternal uncle. He then speculates that following Marvolo and Morphin's arrest, Merope may have offered a love potion to Riddle, or used the Imperious Curse, as a result of which they fell in love and got married. Later, when Merope was pregnant, she may have stopped giving the potion to Riddle, which may have led to Riddle, who had no love for Merope, leaving her and returning to his village. Harry, the new Gryffindor Quidditch captain, holds trials to select the team for the annual Quidditch Cup. Due to Harry's popularity, it proves to be extremely taxing and difficult, with even first years, Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs turning up for the trials. In the end, Harry selects a team which includes, among others, 7th year Katie Bell, the only member remaining from the Quidditch team. Harry joined in his first year Ginny, who returned as a chaser, and Ron, who returned to his position as keeper, staving off competition from another 7th year and Slug Club member Cormac McLaggen. Later, Harry, Ron, and Hermione go visit Hagrid, who is upset at them as they had dropped his subject, care of magical creatures. After lying to Hagrid that they had dropped care of magical creatures as they could not fit it into their timetables, Hagrid reconciles with them. When the trio return to the Great Hall for dinner, Harry finds out that Hermione had used the Confundus charm on McLaggen so that Ron would become keeper, but he does not tell Ron this. Slughorn then invites Harry and Hermione for dinner with the other Slug Club members in his office, which Harry declines as he has to do his detention with Snape. Harry finds a couple of spells scribbled on the Half-Blood Prince's textbook. He tries one of them, Livercorpus, in his dormitory, but points his wand at Ron by mistake, which results in Ron hanging by his ankle from the ceiling. Later that day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione go to Hogsmeade, where they witness Katie being cursed after touching a strange necklace. Remembering seeing the same necklace in Borgin's shop, Harry voices his suspicions of Malfoy to Professor McGonagall, but she, like Ron and Hermione, rubbishes his theory, stating that Malfoy did not go to Hogsmeade as he had a detention with her, and that there is no proof that he bought the necklace. In his second lesson with Dumbledore, Harry first sees Caractacus Burke talking about a locket of Salazar Slytherins that a pregnant and desperate Merope Gaunt had sold him. Riddle, having abandoned her when she stopped bewitching him, then goes into a memory of Dumbledore's to the orphanage that Riddle had grown up in. Harry learns that Merope had later died in childbirth, and that even at an early age Riddle had developed his powers, which he used to punish people who annoyed him, and had a sadistic, cruel, and independent nature, just like the adult Voldemort. Dumbledore also reveals to Harry that Voldemort likes to collect trophies. During a herbology lesson, Ron expresses his jealousy of not being invited to Slughorn's upcoming Christmas party, to the point of teasing Hermione about it. When she tells him that she was planning to invite him, however, his attitude changes, and they begin to show signs of attraction to each other. Harry is unsure how he feels about this, remembering his unsuccessful relationship with Cho Chang during his 5th year. With Katie unable to play, Harry recruits Dean Thomas onto the Quidditch team, which continues to improve. On their way back from practice, however, Harry and Ron come across Dean and Ginny kissing behind a tapestry. Harry feels a huge surge of jealousy toward Dean, while Ron and Ginny have a heated argument. Ron states that he doesn't want to see his sister snogging, kissing people in public, while Ginny tells him that her love life is none of his business, and that he's only upset because he's never kissed anyone, referencing Harry and Cho's relationship, and revealing that Hermione had once kissed Victor Krum. This piece of information wrecks Ron's relationship with Hermione, as well as his Quidditch skills, and badly alters his personality. Harry, meanwhile, tries to convince himself that his feelings for Ginny are entirely elder brotherly, but eventually realizes that he has fallen in love with her. To improve Ron's Quidditch and mend his friendship with Hermione, Harry pretends to slip Ron some Felix Felicis on the day of the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Feeling lucky, Ron goes on to save everything the Slytherin chasers throw at him, and Gryffindor hammers Slytherin. However, the plan backfires. After the match, Ron accuses Hermione of not having faith in his Quidditch abilities, because she thought he really had taken Felix Felicis, and starts going out with Lavender Brown to spite her. And Hermione, in response, uses the Opinio Jinx to have a flock of conjured birds viciously attack it. As Slughorn's Christmas party approaches, Hermione warns Harry that a number of girls, particularly Romilda Vane, plan to slip him a love potion to get him to invite them. Harry gets around this by going to the party with Luna, while Hermione goes with Cormac McLaggen to get back at Ron, which she regrets very much later. During the party, Malfoy is dragged in trouble for lurking in a certain deserted corridor and claiming to be gate-crashing. Slughorn lets him off the hook. Snape, however, takes Malfoy out of the party and into a deserted classroom. Harry follows them both and overhears Snape offering to help Malfoy with his mission, which Malfoy flatly refuses, accusing Snape of trying to interfere and steal his glory. During the Christmas holidays at the Burrow, Harry tells Ron, his father, Arthur Weasley, and Remus Lupin what he overheard, but they believe that Snape was trying to find out Malfoy's plan so he could tell Dumbledore. Later, Rufus Scrimgeour visits the Burrow and requests that Harry appear to work alongside the Ministry to boost the morale of the public. Harry turns it down, knowing that the Ministry is arresting and imprisoning innocent people and remembering how they persecuted him last year. On their return to Hogwarts, Harry notices Ginny is not enthusiastic about meeting Dean and tells Hermione about what he heard between Malfoy and Snape. But she also believes Snape was working on Dumbledore's orders. When Harry mentions Fenrir Greyback, a werewolf Lupin had told him about during the holidays and the werewolf that bit him, she recalls Malfoy threatening Borgin with him, and Harry states that this proves Malfoy's a Death Eater. Hermione, however, got past this one, saying that it might have been an empty threat. In his third lesson with Dumbledore, Harry learns that during his time at Hogwarts, Voldemort had gathered a mixture of friends who became the forerunners of the Death Eaters and researched his family. He first investigated his father and later assumed the name Lord Voldemort upon discovering his father was a Muggle and never attended Hogwarts. Dumbledore and Harry then go into Morfin Gaunt's memory, where he reveals to his nephew, Voldemort, how he was conceived. After hearing this, Voldemort went on to murder his Muggle ancestors, taking revenge on them for abandoning him, eliminating the last of the unworthy Riddle line, stealing Morfin's father's ring, and implanted false memories into Morfin, framing him for the murder. In the next memory, Voldemort asks Slughorn about Horcruxes, which results in Slughorn yelling that he knows nothing about them. Dumbledore is confident that the memory has been tampered with, however, noting patches of grey fog that came up when Slughorn was shouting, and asks Harry to retrieve the true memory. Realizing Harry is onto him, after a botched attempt from Harry to get the memory, Slughorn starts avoiding him, and Harry instead chooses to focus on investigating Malfoy, using the Marauder's map, noticing that Malfoy disappears off it at certain time. Harry is still doing the apparition lessons, and has no luck of apparating. Here Wilkie Twycross, Ministry of Magic official and apparition instructor, tries the 6th year batch to teach apparition, and according to him, one has but to recall the 3 Ds. Destination, determination, and deliberation. One must be completely determined to reach one's destination and move without haste, but with deliberation. March has arrived, and on Ron's 17th birthday, 1st of March, he consumes a number of chocolate cauldrons containing a love potion, courtesy of Romilda and intended for Harry. Harry takes him down to Slughorn for an antidote, and the 3 of them decide to have some of Rosmerta's mulled mead, originally meant for Dumbledore. However, Ron drinks it and discovers, too late of course, that it is poisoned. Thankfully, Harry manages to save him with a bezoar. Ron reconciles with Hermione and Ginny. Some time afterwards, Hagrid tells Harry that he overheard Dumbledore and Snape arguing, and Cormac McLaggen confronts Harry to ensure he can play in Ron's place in the upcoming Quidditch match. Harry also finds out that Ron has been avoiding Lavender. Later at the Quidditch match, with Luna commentating, McLaggen grabs a beater's bat to show the beater how to hit the bludgers, and accidentally cracks Harry's skull. Finally, in the hospital wing, Harry summons Kreacher and Dobby and orders them to tail Malfoy. In their 4th lesson, Dumbledore is disappointed that Harry failed to obtain Slughorn's true memory. Harry apologizes and promises to try harder, which Dumbledore is happier about. Dumbledore shows him two memories, one of Tom Riddle being shown Salazar, Slytherin's locket and Helga Hufflepuff's cup by a wealthy woman named Hepzibah Smith. The other of Riddle applying for the Defense Against the Dark Arts teaching post at Hogwarts, which Dumbledore rejects as he felt that it was an attempt by Riddle to further search the school for secrets and recruit followers. Dumbledore explains that Smith was murdered by Riddle and stole the locket and cup. The post for Defense Against the Dark Arts was jinxed by Riddle out of spite. Teachers never held the post for more than a year, suffering some terrible fate or humiliation which caused them to leave the position. Ron wants to break up with Lavender, but doesn't know how. Harry learns from Creature and Dobby that Malfoy is regularly visiting the Room of Requirement, which doesn't appear on the Marauders map, and spends the next few days trying to get inside. Not knowing what Malfoy is using it for, he has no success. Ron and Hermione come back from the Hogsmeade apparition test, in which Hermione is successful but not Ron, who will take the exam with Harry again. Harry again fails to convince Slughorn to share his true memory, and Ron suggests he use the Felix Felicis. Harry takes Felix Felicis and goes down to Hagrid's hut because Aragog died, and Hagrid wanted Harry to go to the burial. On the way to Hagrid's hut, Harry luckily meets Professor Slughorn on the way and goes with Harry to Hagrid's because he wants to collect Aragog's venom. Acromantula venom is very rare and expensive. Aragog is buried and the adults get drunk, so Harry has a good opportunity to get the memory. As a result of the Felix Felicis, Harry is able to get the memory with ease. It turns out that in reality, Slughorn told Riddle everything he wanted to know about Horcruxes. He reluctantly explains that Horcruxes are extremely dark objects, which a person conceals a piece of soul in, to achieve immortality. Riddle questions Slughorn if it was possible to have multiple Horcruxes, something that horrifies Slughorn. This explains how Voldemort was able to survive his rebounding killing curse. Dumbledore believed that Voldemort made 6 Horcruxes: his diary, which Harry destroyed 4 years earlier, the Gaunt's ring, which Dumbledore destroyed the previous year, greatly injuring his hand in the process. He theorizes that the other 4 are important artifacts to Voldemort: the locket, the cup, an object pertaining to Rowena Ravenclaws, and the snake, Nagini. Harry learns the next day that Ginny and Dean have split up. He is unwilling to ask her out though, fearing Ron's reaction. Meanwhile, a recovered Katie Bell has returned to the school, and Harry asks who gave her the necklace. She states that someone imperused her in the girls' bathroom at Rosmerta's pub in Hogsmeade. Shortly before the final Quidditch match of the year, Harry finds Malfoy crying over how his mission is failing. When he sees Harry, he attacks him. During the ensuing duel, Harry uses a spell written in the Half-Blood Prince's book, which badly injures Malfoy. Snape witnesses the event, heals Malfoy, and gives Harry a large number of detentions that cause him to miss the match. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room after his first detention, he discovers that the team had won the Quidditch Cup in his absence, and Ginny runs up and hugs him. At this point, Harry finally reveals his feelings for Ginny and kisses her. Both of them are ecstatic and start dating. Sometime later, Dumbledore asks Harry to come to his office. On the way, he runs into his old divination teacher, Professor Trelawney, who was trying to hide sherry bottles in the Room of Requirement before being thrown out. She tells Harry that she heard a male voice, which Harry suspects to be Malfoy's, whooping before she was ejected, and also reveals that Snape had told Voldemort about the prophecy concerning him and Harry, which caused him to murder Harry's parents. Harry expresses outrage that Dumbledore later gave Snape a job at Hogwarts, but Dumbledore states that Snape felt great remorse for what he had done. He then asks Harry to join him in finding a Horcrux, Slytherin's locket, which Harry agrees to. Before leaving, Harry tells Ron and Hermione that Malfoy's almost certainly going to try something tonight and gives them the remainder of the Felix Felicis. Dumbledore and Harry travel to a cave in which Voldemort had tormented 2 children in his youth. They proceed through the cave, coming to an island in the middle of a lake. On the island, they find a basin of emerald green potion, with the locket at the bottom. On Dumbledore's orders, Harry reluctantly force-feeds him the potion, which badly weakens him and causes extreme thirst. In an attempt to save him, Harry gives him water from the lake, awakening dozens of inferi Voldemort had placed to guard his Horcrux. Harry attempts to fight, but there are too many of them. Just as he is about to be overwhelmed, Dumbledore creates a ring of fire around them, which fends off the inferi, and allows them to escape with the locket to Hogsmeade, where they discover the dark mark above the astronomy tower at Hogwarts. Borrowing broomsticks, the pair fly to the tower. Upon hearing someone approaching them, Dumbledore uses a charm to paralyze Harry and hides him under his invisibility cloak before being disarmed by Malfoy. Malfoy reveals that he had let Death Eaters into the school through a pair of vanishing cabinets, which were the objects Harry had overheard him questioning Borgin about. Malfoy also explains that he was behind the cursed necklace and poisoned mead incidents, which were really assassination attempts on Dumbledore. Dumbledore reveals that he had known Malfoy was attempting to kill him, but allowed him to remain at Hogwarts because he knew that Voldemort would have murdered Malfoy once his cover had been blown. Dumbledore tries to persuade him to change sides, but the other Death Eaters join the scene and urge Malfoy to finish his mission. Then Snape appears, and with Malfoy still reluctant to finish off the unarmed Dumbledore, Snape kills Dumbledore. Released from the spell after Dumbledore's death, Harry pursues Snape through battle in the halls of the school and out onto the grounds. Near the entrance to Hogwarts, Harry attempts to curse Snape, who repels his attacks with ease and reminds the other Death Eaters they are not to harm the boy. When Harry tries one of the Half-Blood Prince's spells, an enraged Snape reveals that the spell is his own. He is the Half-Blood Prince, having taken the title when he was a student as a pun on his mother's maiden name. Hermione's research later reveals that Snape's father was a muggle named Tobias Snape, and his mother a pure-blood witch named Eileen Prince. Buckbeak the Hippogriff attacks Snape, who leaves Harry behind and escapes with Draco Malfoy. When he returns to Dumbledore's body, Harry finds that the locket was a fake. The real Horcrux was already stolen by someone with the initials R.A. After the battle, Ginny accompanies Harry to the hospital wing, where he learns that the only other person who died was a Death Eater. None of Harry's friends are badly hurt, apart from Bill Weasley, the Weasleys' oldest child who was attacked by an untransformed greyback, although the only side effects are permanent scars across his face and a liking for rare steaks. Fleur expresses her desire to marry Bill despite his potential transformations, and she and Mrs. Weasley reconcile. Tonks reveals her love for Lupin, who had refused her because he was a werewolf, and felt that she deserved someone young and whole, unlike himself. Professor McGonagall questions Harry about what he and Dumbledore were doing, but Harry, under orders from Dumbledore not to tell anyone except Ron and Hermione, refuses. The teachers then discuss the future of Hogwarts and plans for Dumbledore's funeral. Harry turns his back on the Half-Blood Prince's book and regrets ever possessing it, although Hermione and Ron comfort him, stating that while the prince may have had a mean sense of humor, nothing in the book ever indicated that he was evil or capable of murder. The funeral is attended by many witches and wizards, including a number of minor characters in the series. During the funeral, Harry ends his relationship with Ginny to protect her from Voldemort. She reveals that she had never given up on him. Hermione had advised her to go out with other people so she could relax around Harry, as previously she had trouble talking to him. As a result, he fell in love with her upon seeing who she really was, and regrets not asking her out sooner. Harry then meets Scrimgeour, who again makes the offer he'd made to Harry at Christmas, which Harry again turns down. He then tells Ron and Hermione of his intention to leave Hogwarts to destroy the Horcruxes, and then Voldemort himself. His two best friends agree to travel with him on his quest, and Harry happily acknowledges that there is still one last golden day of peace left to enjoy with Ron and Hermione. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. The seventh and final book begins with Voldemort and his Death Eaters having a meeting at Malfoy Manor. They are beginning to plan out how to kidnap Harry Potter during his evacuation from Privet Drive, when he will be vulnerable, after borrowing Lucius Malfoy's wand in order to annihilate Harry once and for all. Voldemort does so in a way that indicates Malfoy has no choice. Voldemort kills his captive, Charity Burbage, the Muggle Studies professor at Hogwarts, for teaching the subject, and penning an article suggesting that Muggles should be treated as equals to pure bloods. It's revealed during this meeting that Lucius has lost all of Voldemort's respect and that the Dark Lord's favor has shifted to Lucius's sister-in-law Bellatrix Lestrange, who has helped wreak chaos on the wizarding community, Severus Snape, who has enabled a clear field for his master's rise to power, with his murder of Albus Dumbledore at Hogwarts, and Corbin Yaxley, who has enabled the Death Eaters to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic by means of the Imperious Curse. Harry, meanwhile, is rummaging through his school trunk, sorting what he will need to take with him from what will be left behind. While taking a break, he reads some articles about Dumbledore. One is sympathetic, the other critical. In those obituaries, it is revealed that Albus's father, Percival, supposedly hated Muggles and had attacked 3 Muggle boys, earning himself imprisonment in Azkaban, where he later died. The other article is an interview by Rita Skeeter concerning a forthcoming biography of Dumbledore, entitled The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, in which she hints that Dumbledore was responsible for the death of his younger sister Ariana, and that he was at one time a wizarding supremacist with Gellert Grindelwald. Harry is beginning to have regrets about not having asked Dumbledore more about his past. But this is soon forgotten as he leaves his home that night. He convinces Petunia, Vernon, and Dudley Dursley that they need to leave as well to avoid being captured by the Death Eaters. Eventually, Order of the Phoenix members Daedalus Diggle and Hestia Jones arrive to escort them to an undisclosed location. Before leaving, Dudley admits that he cares about Harry and thanks him for saving his soul during the Dementor attack of 1995, and they shake hands. Petunia burst into tears saying what a gentleman her son was, yet Hestia objected, saying he didn't really say thank you, but Harry tells her he was. Soon after, the Order of the Phoenix arrives, with a plan to sneak Harry away from his house and avoid being captured by Voldemort. After initially opposing the plan, Harry acquiesces, seeing that he has no choice, and Ron, Fred, and George Weasley, along with Hermione Granger, Fleur Delacour, and Mundungus Fletcher, take Polyjuice Potion to make themselves look like Harry, in order to act as decoys for Voldemort. Each depart with a different Order member, Ron with Nymphadora Tonks, Fred with his father Arthur, George with Remus Lupin, Hermione with Kingsley Shacklebolt, Fleur with Bill, and Mundungus with Alastor Moody, to protect them while riding on broomsticks or thestrals, while Harry leaves with Rubeus Hagrid in a sidecar attached to Sirius Black's motorcycle. However, the plan goes badly wrong as the group is attacked by Death Eaters almost immediately after taking off, during which Hedwig is killed. Harry fights off Death Eaters by firing curses and hexes at them, while Rubeus uses a number of gadgets the motorcycle is now equipped with: a deployable solid brick wall, a net, and a dragonfire booster. The Death Eaters discover the real Harry after he attempts to disarm an Imperiused stanchion bike. Moments later, Voldemort joins in the pursuit. Hagrid leaps off the bike at another Death Eater, and as Voldemort is about to kill Harry, the latter's wand acts of its own accord and shoots a curse at Voldemort that breaks Lucius's wand. Voldemort attempts to strike again, but at that moment, Harry enters the protective charms of the Tonks' home, and Voldemort and the Death Eaters are unable to follow him. Harry finds that Hagrid has crashed in the garden, and he is able to get out a simple Hagrid before he too collapses. When Harry wakes up, he meets Tonks' parents, Ted and Andromeda, who have been taking care of him, and Hagrid. The couple show the two a portkey, which transports them straight to the burrow. There, the casualties are counted. Hedwig was killed by a killing curse from a Death Eater. George's ear was cursed off by Severus Snape, and Mad-Eye was killed by Voldemort himself. George makes a joke about his ear being cursed off, and says he's feeling saint-like because he is holy. Harry later has a vision regarding his escape, as a result of a connection between his and Voldemort's minds, which Voldemort questions Garrick Ollivander, who crafted the wands, about why Harry's wand acted as it did. Garrick is unable to explain. It's like being a house elf, except without the job satisfaction. The sooner this wedding's over, the happier I'll be. Ron about the wedding preparations. During their time at the Burrow, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are kept busy with preparations for Bill and Fleur's wedding, which Harry suspects is an attempt by Molly Weasley to stop their planning and delay their departure. Nevertheless, they manage to get together and discuss their plans for completing the quest Dumbledore left them to find and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. The day before the wedding, Harry's 17th birthday, he dreams of Voldemort searching for someone known as Gregorovitch. For his birthday, he receives a number of gifts, the most useful being a new sneakoscope from Hermione. Knowing that Harry was about to leave, Ginny Weasley passionately kisses him as something to remember her by, which Ron accidentally interrupts. Later in the day, Minister for Magic Rufus Scrimgeour arrives at the Burrow to give Harry, Ron, and Hermione Dumbledore's personal effects, which had been bequeathed to them in his will. To Ron, the Deluminator, with the power to douse all lights in the surrounding area. To Hermione, the Tales of Beedle the Bard, a book of wizard culture fairy tales written in rune. To Harry, Godric Gryffindor's sword, and the first golden snitch Harry had ever caught in a Hogwarts Quidditch match. The sword is withheld because Rufus claimed it was not Dumbledore's to give. The three try to discover the purpose of the objects given to them, but are forced to give their attention to other matters, specifically Bill and Fleur's wedding the following day. Harry disguises himself as Ron's cousin Barney Weasley for the wedding to avoid causing an uproar. After the ceremony, while Ron and Hermione are dancing, Harry speaks with Elphias Doge and Ron's great-aunt Muriel, from whom he learns more or less than savory details from Dumbledore's past. Dumbledore had had a sister, Ariana, whose existence had been hushed up by the family, and who Muriel believes was a squib. Muriel then speculates whether it was Albus or Aberforth who killed Ariana. Alpheus is shocked and will not believe Muriel and is brought to tears because of all of the lies. During the wedding celebration, Kingsley's Patronus arrives to warn the attendants that Voldemort has taken over the Ministry of Magic and Rufus has been killed. Harry, Ron, and Hermione flee the wedding, first arriving on Tottenham Court Road in Muggle London. There they quickly make for a cafe to settle down and decide their next course of action. Though they think themselves safe for the moment, two Death Eaters suddenly locate them, almost immediately upon their arrival, and attack them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione manage to defeat the Death Eaters, but thinking themselves in danger in public, flee to 12 Grimmauld Place, former Order headquarters, where they hide. Although there was some debate whether Snape could get in, with reinforcement from Death Eaters, their fears were soon realized to be untrue as they reached the dilapidated house. The first morning there, Harry finds the name Regulus Arcturus Black, the deceased younger brother of Sirius and a former Death Eater, on a bedroom door. Harry realizes that Regulus was the Auror from the faux Horcrux Harry found with Dumbledore, and he, Hermione, and Ron begin searching the house for the real one. They soon surmise that the locket had indeed been in the house at one time. Unable to find it, they call upon Creature the Black family's house elf. Kreacher tells the trio that he had helped Voldemort place the real Horcrux in the cave. After Regulus learned of this, however, he had ordered Kreacher to return with him to the cave in order to substitute a fake locket for the real one, as the Black family would have been safer not involved in Voldemort's affairs. Regulus was killed in the process while Kreacher escaped with the Horcrux locket. Kreacher also tells them that Mundungus stole the locket, and they send Kreacher to find him. While waiting for Kreacher, the trio are visited by Remus. He explains more of the situation. The Voldemort-controlled Ministry and Death Eaters are searching for Harry, claiming that he had a part in Dumbledore's death, and now openly persecuting Muggle-born wizards and witches. He then offers to join the trio in their quest, not wanting to remain with his wife, Nymphadora, who is pregnant with their child, because he fears the child will be a werewolf like him. Harry calls him a coward for abandoning his son, and Remus angrily storms off. Later, Kreacher brings Mundungus back to 12 Grimmauld Place, but he has already given away the locket to Dolores Umbridge as a bribe. After a month of spying on the Ministry of Magic, the trio infiltrated in order to retrieve the Horcrux from Umbridge. They ambushed 3 employees and used Polyjuice Potion to impersonate them, with Hermione taking on the appearance of Mafalda Hopkirk, Ron looking like Reginald Catamol, and Harry impersonating Albert Runcorn. After being separated, Harry discovers Alastor's magical eye has been taken by Umbridge. Thinking it a disgrace to Alastor's memory to keep it stuck in Umbridge's door, he steals the eye, so as to give it a proper burial and the respect it deserves. Once Harry reunites with Hermione, he witnesses the Muggle-born Registration Commission, set up to convict Muggle-borns of stealing magic at work. Enraged by what he sees, Harry stuns Umbridge and the Death Eater Corbin Yaxley, who is now head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Hermione takes the Horcrux, which Umbridge had falsely used to bolster her pure blood credentials, from Umbridge. By the time Harry and Hermione begin freeing the Muggle-borns, the Ministry knows that there are intruders in the building, having discovered Alastor's eye missing. Once they reunite with Ron, they encourage the Muggle-borns to flee the country. He read Gregorovich's mind, and I saw this young bloke perched on a windowsill, and he fired a curse at Gregorovich and jumped out of sight. He stole it. He stole whatever you know who's after. And I think I've seen him somewhere. Harry, telling his dream to Ron and Hermione. They make for the exit, and as they escape, their hiding place is discovered. Ron is splinched, and they are forced to flee to the countryside, where they move from place to place, never staying anywhere for more than a night or 2. One night, Harry has a vision of Voldemort interrogating Gregorovich and realizes that Voldemort is searching for something Gregorovich once had, but which was stolen by a young man long ago. After several weeks of traveling in which they accomplish nothing, they overhear a conversation between Ted, Dirk Cresswell, Dean Thomas, and Goblins Grifuk and Gornick, wherein it is revealed that Godric Gryffindor's sword, which had been in Dumbledore's possession and was then sent to the Lestrange Vault for protection, is actually a copy. They also mention that the whereabouts of the real sword are unknown. Harry, Hermione, and Ron also overhear that some students attempted to steal the sword from Snape prior to its removal. Upon hearing that the perpetrators were their friends, the trio worry about the punishment, but are relieved to hear that their friends only served detention with Rubeus Hagrid. Harry and Hermione hear all this and are heartened, and after questioning the portrait of Phineas Legolas Black, they discover that the sword had last been used by Dumbledore on another Horcrux, Marvel O'Gaunt's. Hermione realizes that it must be impregnated with basilisk venom and therefore can destroy Horcruxes. Ron is discouraged, feeling that with the sword now necessary as well and out of reach, their quest is becoming hopeless. He argues with Harry, and it becomes canon that the locket Horcrux has messed with Ron's mind. making him behave the way he is, and angrily departs, claiming that Hermione had chosen Harry over himself when she decides to stay, leaving Harry and Hermione together. Hermione is distraught upon Ron's departure, and Harry is angry, but the two of them realize they will have to continue without him. After many more listless weeks, they make their way to Godric's Hollow on the off chance Dumbledore left the sword there for them. With Bathilda Bagshot, author of A History of Magic, arriving in Godric's Hollow on Christmas Eve, the two first visit the graveyard where both Harry and Dumbledore's families are buried. After sharing an emotional moment and laying a wreath on Harry's parents' grave, they visit the memorial to Harry's family and then encounter the historian Bathilda, who was an old family friend of the Dumbledore. "He's coming! Hermione! He's coming!" Harry, to Hermione. Harry and Hermione follow her to her old, disgusting home, where they find a picture frame of Goblet, who is Bathilda's great-nephew and, long ago, was Dumbledore's childhood friend. However, Harry and Hermione don't realize that the real Bathilda has been killed and her body has been taken over by Voldemort's pet and Horcrux Nagini. Only Harry can understand the very little that Bathilda speaks, as he can speak Parseltongue, and Nagini is a snake. Bathilda coaxes Harry up the stairs, ordering Hermione to stay behind, in order to ambush Harry. Hermione seems reluctant, but Harry thinks that by following her, perhaps she may present him with the Gryffindor sword. Once Harry is upstairs, Bathilda's body crumbles and Nagini flops out and begins attacking Harry. Upon leaving, Hermione runs upstairs to help Harry. Unfortunately, her blasting curse rebounds in the chaos and cracks Harry's wand in two. As they apparate, the very second that Voldemort appears, Harry's mind begins to flash back to the night in which his lightning scar on his forehead became so, and it reveals exactly how Voldemort had killed Harry's parents. Harry was briefly incapacitated following the incident in Godric's Hollow, and he and Hermione spend Harry's few days convalescing in the Forest of Dean, where Harry sits down to vindictively read Rita's book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. He discovers that the boy he saw in Voldemort's mind is none other than Goblet, and that Dumbledore and he had been good friends as teenagers and had shared the idea that wizards should rule over the Muggles. Making this discovery, Harry reaches a new level of disillusionment with his former mentor. While Hermione sleeps, Harry resumes the position of keeping watch outside the tent. Not long after a silver doe appears. It is obviously a Patronus due to the silvery texture and appearance. The doe leads Harry away from the campsite into a small frozen lake, where at the bottom lies Godric Gryffindor's sword. Harry breaks the ice using Hermione's wand, strips to his underpants, and attempts to retrieve the sword. Only when he attempts does Salazar Slytherin's locket sense that the sword is near. It wraps itself so tightly around Harry's neck that it cuts his flesh, keeps him from getting to the surface for air, and begins to both strangle and drown him. Harry tries to make it back to the surface, but he only kicks himself into the rocky and icy part of the pool. Harry attempts to loosen the locket, but his fingers are too frozen. Harry begins to suffocate, and he feels a pair of arms Harry thinks they belong to Death wrap around his chest before passing out. When Harry comes to, he thinks Hermione has come and saved him again. But she hasn't. It's Ron. Ron was also able to retrieve the sword and cut the locket off of Harry's neck. Ron asks Harry why he didn't take the Horcrux off first, then explains that he'd been looking for him and Hermione all day. Ron also reveals that while running to the pool, he saw something move behind the trees. Harry quickly dresses himself and tells Ron that since he was the one who got the sword out of the pool, he has to be the one to destroy the Horcrux. Harry speaks Parseltongue in order for the locket to open and be able to be destroyed. Tom Riddle's eye appears when it opens, and a voice begins speaking to Ron, teasing him. From the locket appears two figures that are meant to belittle any person attempting to destroy it in order to stop them. Riddle Harry and Riddle Hermione. who was more beautiful and at the same time more terrible than the real Hermione. They tease Ron. All the time Harry is telling Ron to stab it. Riddle Harry saying that Ron's mother would rather have had him for a son than Ron. Riddle Hermione saying that nobody would ever look to him when Harry was around. She then proceeds to wrap her arms around Riddle Harry. They kiss romantically, and it is at that moment that Ron almost fails in both spirit and mind. He overcomes his weakness and smashes it with the sword, and the Horcrux is destroyed. Harry tells Ron that he has no deep romantic love feelings for Hermione. He loves her like a sister, and that she cried for weeks once he left. They hug and reconcile, and Ron is there to stay. When they head back to the camp, they awake Hermione to tell her of the good news. The Horcrux was destroyed and Ron has returned. She, however, doesn't seem too happy with Ron leaving them. She begins to beat him up. Hermione is furious at Ron for leaving for weeks, and then suddenly showing back up. Ron explains that he wanted to come back as soon as he left, but he ran into some snatchers, whom he tricked into thinking he was Stan Shornpike, and escaped with an extra wand. He then tells them that early Christmas morning, he heard Harry and Hermione talking through the Deluminator discussing Harry's broken wand. Next, he explains that the Deluminator showed him the way back to them. He tells Harry and Hermione how he saw the silver doe while waiting for someone to show themselves, and Harry following it. Then explains how he watched Harry jump into the pool and then after a while realized something was wrong and rescued Harry, then grabbed the sword. He and Harry tell her about vanquishing the Horcrux, though they're careful about skipping the part where Riddle Harry and Riddle Hermione show up. In the end, Hermione lets him go and goes to bed without another word, while Harry and Ron talk about how she could have been worse. Ron reveals that he was able to find Harry with the aid of Dumbledore's gift, the Deluminator, which has many more useful abilities than they originally thought. He also reveals that Voldemort's name has been made taboo. Anybody saying it can be traced and located, which is how they were found in the cafe back on Tottenham Court Road. Hermione, who has recently been poring over the tales of Beedle the Bard, realizes their next necessary step. She tells them that they need to speak to Xenophilius Lovegood and ask him about Grindelwald's mark, a symbol which has shown up time and again during their journey. Only days after escaping from Voldemort in Godric's Hollow, the trio begins searching the hills surrounding Ottery St. Catchpole for the Lovegood resident. At the Lovegood house, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are told that the symbol actually represents the Deathly Hallows. Mr. Lovegood then introduces them to the tale of the three brothers, a fairy tale about three men who bested death and who received a magical item for it, an unbeatable wand called the Elder Wand, a stone which could bring back the dead, the Resurrection Stone, and an invisibility cloak that can hide the wearer from death itself and never failed with age, unlike most cloaks of that nature. Lovegood tells them that the three items are collectively represented by the symbol, and whoever masters all three artifacts will be the master of death. Harry believes his own cloak to be the legendary invisibility cloak, and is very excited. They soon discover that Lovegood has betrayed them to the Ministry. Luna, his daughter, was taken captive earlier in the year because he was encouraging support for Harry, and he believes that giving them Harry will win her freedom. The trio barely escape from the Death Eaters sent to fetch them, in an ingenious plan to ensure escape, but also protect Ron's alibi. Hermione throws Harry's cloak over Ron and blasts away the floor. When they are sighted by the Death Eaters, she guides Harry and Ron as they disapparate away. After hearing the story of the Deathly Hallows, Harry becomes obsessed with finding them, and he begins to neglect his duties as the group's leader. As he sits in reverie, with Harry not performing, Ron steps up to lead them as they venture up and down the island, checking any place with links to the wizarding world for signs of another Horcrux. After listless weeks, Ron finally manages to tune into a rogue wizard radio broadcast called Potterwatch, run by Lee Jordan, which reports the news as it actually happened, unlike the Daily Prophet. The broadcast is quite entertaining, and Harry laughs for the first time in months. However, after the program, Harry accidentally says Voldemort's name, breaking the taboo, and a group of snatchers find Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Hermione's quick thinking comes in handy when she uses a jinx to disfigure Harry's face, so he is not immediately recognizable. They all give false aliases, but the snatchers soon find out their true identities, albeit a little uncertainty. Because of their uncertainty, the snatchers take the trio to Malfoy Manor. There they are taken into the drawing room to have their identities confirmed. The Malfoy's son, Draco, is home for the Easter holidays. He is reluctant to identify the trio, but when Lucius Malfoy is satisfied that the prisoners are indeed Harry Potter and his accomplices, he reaches for his dark mark. At that instant, Bellatrix Lestrange, who was with the Malfoys, stops Lucius because she saw a sword being carried by one of the snatchers and believes it to be Godric Gryffindor's sword, which was supposed to be in her vault at Gringotts. She singles out Hermione for torture and interrogation, although Ron tries and fails to take her place to find how the trio acquired the sword, while Ron and Harry are locked in a cellar with Dean Griffock, Garrick Ollivander, and Luna. Hearing Hermione's cries, Harry locates his broken shard of mirror, sees a flash of blue in it, resembling Dumbledore's eye, and in desperation begs for help. Upstairs, Hermione lies to Bellatrix, saying that the sword is a copy. Bellatrix sends Draco to fetch Griffock, who Harry convinces to corroborate Hermione's story. As Draco slams the door, Dobby apparates into the cellar. Harry orders him to take Dean, Luna, and Ollivander first, and then return for everyone else. When Dobby disapparates, the noise is heard upstairs, and Wormtail is sent to investigate. When he reaches the cellar, Harry and Ron attack him, but Wormtail resists, losing his wand to Ron, but grabbing Harry's neck with his artificial hand. Harry calls upon the life debt that Wormtail owes him, and Pettigrew momentarily hesitates, and his artificial hand made for him by Voldemort 3 years previous immediately strangles Wormtail to death for the mercy he has shown. At that moment, Hermione lets out a horrible scream of pain. Harry and Ron leave Wormtail's body on the floor and rush upstairs to find Bellatrix questioning Griffock and an unconscious Hermione at her feet. Griffock tells Bellatrix that the sword is in fact a copy. Bellatrix kicks him aside and presses her dark mark. When they crash through the door, Ron disarms Bellatrix, and he and Harry begin a fierce exchange of spells with the others in the room. They are forced to stop when Bellatrix threatens to cut Hermione's throat. As Voldemort approaches, Dobby returns and drops a chandelier onto Bellatrix, who drops Hermione and runs away. The chandelier falls onto the goblin, and Hermione and shards of glass fly all over the place. Ron sprints to pull Hermione from the wreckage, as Harry wrests 3 wands from Draco. His wand and the wands Ron and Harry had taken during the earlier skirmish. Harry picks up Griffock, seizes Dobby and disapparates as Ron does the same with Hermione. They escape as Voldemort is close to arriving, but Dobby is struck by Bellatrix's knife as they flee. They apparate to Shell Cottage, Bill and Fleur's house, as Voldemort makes it to Malfoy Manor. As Ron takes Hermione inside, Harry sees that Dobby has been struck with Bellatrix's sharp knife and that he is dying. Dobby dies in Harry's arms with the final words, "Harry Potter," as Harry is forced to watch helplessly. As Harry stares at dead Dobby curled up on the grass, he can't help but remember staring at Dumbledore's corpse the same way. Bill suggests that he bury him. Harry believes that for Dobby's bravery, he deserves a funeral just as grand, and he refuses to use magic. He digs Dobby's grave by hand, as Hermione and Griffock's injuries are tended to in the house. While digging the grave, Harry does some thinking. He realizes that Dumbledore had been right about Dobby, Ron and Pettigrew. He comes to a reaffirmation of faith in his old mentor, and loses his burning obsession with the Deathly Hallows. Dean takes the injured Griffook inside as Bill tells Harry that Ron has taken Hermione inside and that she'll be all right. Dean and Ron come outside. Ron says to Harry that Hermione is doing better and Fleur is looking after her. Then Dean and Ron join Harry with digging the grave. The group holds a funeral for Dobby. They provide clothes for him. Harry wraps him in his jacket. Ron gives him shoes and socks and Dean gives him a hat. Luna says a few words for him, as Harry is too grief-stricken to speak. Ron and Dean give thanks to Dobby, and Harry manages to choke out a goodbye as he forces himself not to break down. He asks for some alone time, then finds a large stone and places it, pillow-like, on Dobby's grave with the epitaph, "Here lies Dobby, a free elf." He looks at the grave once more and heads back inside. Once inside, Harry washes his hands, then tells Bill he needs to talk to Ollivander and Griffook. He meets up with Ron and Hermione, and then questions Griffook about how to break into Gringotts' wizarding bank, believing that a Horcrux is hidden in Bellatrix's vault. This feeling was based on her reaction when she saw that the trio had Gryffindor's sword. Harry then questions Ollivander about the Elder Wand, revealing his deep insight into Lord Voldemort's way of thinking. Ollivander also gives him a lesson on wand mechanics. When a wizard disarms, kills, or otherwise defeats another wizard, they can use that wizard's wand as well as their own. Harry tells Ron and Hermione that Voldemort is seeking the Elder Wand as the way to defeat him. While telling them this, he receives confirmation as he has a vision in which Voldemort successfully steals the Elder Wand from the tomb of Dumbledore. Griffook eventually agrees to help the trio, in return for Gryffindor's sword. Harry reluctantly concedes that he will have to give up the sword, but plans to hand over the sword after all the Horcruxes have been destroyed. He tells Griffook he can have the sword after they have broken into the bank, but he is very careful not to mention when, as goblins are notoriously known for going back on their word. The trio spends nearly a month planning in one of the cottage's cramped bedrooms, only seeing daylight or the other occupants of the house at mealtimes. Harry, as well as the other two, comes to strongly dislike Griffook, because the goblin seems to relish causing pain. During their stay, Remus Lupin visits them again. Chastened by Harry, he had returned to Tonks by Christmas, and he came to Shell Cottage to tell everyone that she has given birth to a son, who does not have his werewolf tendencies but instead possesses Tonks's metamorphmagus abilities. Lupin also gives Harry the honor of being Teddy Lupin's godfather. After many rounds of wine, he departs, and as they are cleaning up, Bill corners Harry and tells him to be wary of Griffook. Harry realizes that if keeps this up, he'll be just as reckless a godfather to Teddy as Sirius had been to him. After extensive planning, on 1 May the group sets out for Gringotts to obtain the Horcrux. Hermione poses by way of Polyjuice Potion as Bellatrix, using a lone hair that had been left on her during the skirmish at Malfoy Manor. Ron is disguised as a fictional foreign wizard, and Griffook and Harry go under the invisibility cloak. Through their use of disguises and Harry's repeated use of the Imperious Curse, they manage to gain access to the bank. As they are traveling down the tunnel to the Lestrange vault, their cover is blown by Thief's downfall, and the Gringotts' defenses are set against them. With Griffook's help, they gain access to the vault and find the Horcrux, Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Harry grabs it, but Griffook betrays their presence and flees with the sword. Many guards begin to pour into the vicinity as Harry, Ron and Hermione exit the vault. Fighting off the guards, they narrowly escape on the back of a captive half-blind dragon, which is released into the wild following their escape. Gryffindor's sword is kept by Griffook. Sitting on the edge of the lake where they dismounted from the dragon, Harry has a vision shortly after their escape in which Lord Voldemort discovers that his secret has been discovered. In his rage, he kills dozens of Gringotts' employers and lists off all the locations of the Horcruxes, now that he realizes they are being sought after and destroyed. Voldemort inadvertently reveals that the unknown Horcrux, which Harry suspects to be a relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, founder of Ravenclaw House, is safe within Hogwarts Castle, confirming a belief Harry had shared with the others, to much derision. Harry realizes that if they want to get the Horcrux within Hogwarts, they need to do so immediately, before Voldemort finds his other Horcruxes are missing. They immediately apparate to Hogsmeade to find a way to sneak into the school. When they arrive in Hogsmeade, they immediately trigger the caterwauling charm placed on the village, alerting the Death Eaters to their presence. Harry and friends are cornered by the Death Eaters, but are saved by Aberforth Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore's younger brother. Harry also discovers that Aberforth was the one he saw in the mirror at Malfoy Manor. During the ensuing argument, Aberforth urges the trio to flee, but they refuse to give up. Aberforth then tells them the truth about Ariana. She had been a witch, but an attack on her by Muggle boys had left her unable to control her natural magical abilities. Percival attacked the Muggles in retaliation. The family kept Ariana and her incurable condition secret to protect her, with Kendra and Aberforth caring for her the most. However, one of Ariana's magical outbursts killed Kendra. With Aberforth about to return to school, Dumbledore took over care of Ariana. At this time he was introduced to Gellert Grindelwald. He began to neglect his duties as he was planning his uprising with Grindelwald, for which he was confronted by Aberforth. Grindelwald, Albus, and Aberforth got into a duel in which Ariana was accidentally killed in the struggle. After sharing this sad story and being told by Harry that his brother regretted that moment to his death, Aberforth opens a secret passageway to Hogwarts, where Neville Longbottom greets them. The trio learn that Neville, Ginny, and Luna had restarted Dumbledore's army to resist the regime of Severus Snape, who was made headmaster following Voldemort's takeover of the Ministry, and that the members of the reconstituted Dumbledore's army have taken shelter in the Room of Requirement to hide from Snape's forces. Believing that Harry's return meant revolution, Neville summons members of the DA who have been forced to leave the school, including Ginny, Luna, and Dean, or those who had graduated previously, such as Fred and George Weasley, Harry's old Quidditch team, and his first girlfriend Cho Chang. Harry asks them what they know about any artifact that belonged to Ravenclaw, which Dumbledore believed to be a Horcrux. However, the only known relic is Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, which has been lost for centuries. Wishing to see what the diadem looks like, Harry and Luna venture under Harry's invisibility cloak to Ravenclaw Tower. He reveals himself to get a closer look at the diadem, but is seen by Electo Carroll, who had been stationed to watch the roof. She immediately summons Voldemort, but she is immediately stunned by Luna. Soon, both Amicus Carroll and Minerva McGonagall arrive to see what the disturbance is about. When Carroll suggests that they push the blame off onto the students, McGonagall protests, and he spits in her face. In a rage, Harry uses the Cruciatus Curse on him until he passes out, telling her that he is on a mission for Dumbledore. Harry asks McGonagall for time to search the castle, but before plans can be made, they come across Severus Snape in the corridor, and in a fierce duel, Snape is run out of the building. Shortly after Harry's arrival, Voldemort discovers that 2 more of his Horcruxes have disappeared and gathers an army of Death Eaters, Dementors, and his other supporters in order to assault the school and kill Harry once and for all. After forcing Snape to flee, McGonagall and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who only recently arrived, raise their own army consisting of teachers, students, the DA, the Order of the Phoenix, and enchanted statues and suits of armor. At midnight, the Battle of Hogwarts begins. All the while, Harry tries to locate the diadem and Ron and Hermione, who had gone missing. Thinking that the diadem had not been seen in living memory, he speaks with the Grey Lady and surmises that Tom Riddle had learned of the diadem's location from her. Shortly after the battle begins, Harry recalls seeing the diadem in the room of requirement, and meets up with Ron and Hermione, who had disappeared in order to retrieve basilisk fangs from the Chamber of Secrets to destroy the next two Horcruxes. The trio re-enter the room of requirement, and Ron remembers all about the house elves in the kitchens. He does not feel that it is right to order them to die for them, so he makes his thoughts known. With a clatter, Hermione drops all the basilisk fangs she is holding, and she and Ron share a deep, meaningful kiss, completely forgetting that Harry is there and that there is a war going on. After being reminded, they search the room of hidden things, a version of the room of requirement that students have used to hide contraband over the centuries. Once they are inside, they are confronted by Malfoy and his cronies Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Gore. During a short duel in which Crabbe aims to kill, Crabbe mishandles the Fiendfire spell, causing a huge inferno. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Malfoy and Goyle escape on two old brooms, and the diadem is destroyed by the fire, along with Crabbe. Soon after, Fred and Percy Weasley, who had just reconciled with his family, are seen dueling with two Death Eaters, one of whom is Minister for Magic Pius Thickness. After they defeat them, there is an explosion in the corridor, and Fred is killed, deeply affecting his parents, sister and brothers, as well as Harry and Hermione. With the cup and diadem destroyed, only one Horcrux remains: Voldemort, Snake, Nagini. The trio fight their way through the castle as the two armies battle furiously, dodging curses, Death Eaters and acromantulas, and saving Draco Malfoy's life again along the way. When they reach the entrance hall, they find that giants have joined the battle. Before leaving, Hermione spots Fenrir Greyback trying to attack Lavender Brown on a balcony and casts a spell that knocks them off. While Lavender stirs feebly, Fenrir tries to get up, but Sybil Trelawney drops a crystal ball on his head, and he is knocked unconscious. It is presumed that Lavender dies later. Trelawney then grabs another crystal ball and uses her wand to throw one with a tennis-like serve. Once onto the grounds, they come across Voldemort's Dementors. Unable to produce Patronuses because of the horrors they have witnessed, all seems lost, and Harry even welcomes the oblivion that accompanies the Dementors' kiss. They are saved by Seamus, Luna, and Ernie, who conjure Patronuses long enough for Harry to summon the will to drive the Dementors away. Then Seamus, Luna, and Ernie run to safety. Harry, Hermione, and Ron finally make it to the Shrieking Shack, where Voldemort is waiting out the battle. They discover him talking to Severus Snape, who wishes to participate in the battle to find Harry, but Voldemort's only concern is that the Elder Wand does not seem to work properly for him. He coldly sets his snake on Snape, believing that the wand cannot serve him while Snape is still alive, as Snape had killed Dumbledore. As he dies, Harry runs out to him, and Snape gives up his memories to Harry, and his last request was to look into Harry's eyes, who has the same eyes as his mother Lily. Voldemort then delivers an ultimatum. If Harry does not surrender himself in an hour, he will join the battle, and all in Hogwarts will be destroyed. Returning to the castle, Harry sees the defenders looking for loved ones, and counting up the dead, with Lupin and Tonks laying next to Colin Creevey and Fred. After seeing this, Harry makes his way up to Dumbledore's office to view the memories Snape left him. Harry dives into Snape's memories, learning several surprising secrets. Snape and Lily were friends as children. Back when Lily was first discovering her magical powers, the two remained close friends through school. Even after Lily was sorted into Gryffindor and Snape was sorted into Slytherin, until the day Snape angrily called Lily a mudblood while being teased by James and Sirius. This ended their friendship permanently, as Lily refused to accept Snape's many apologies despite his total regret and remorse, leading to him joining the Death Eaters. After overhearing the prophecy involving Harry and Voldemort and reporting it to the Dark Lord, Snape was horrified when Lily was targeted and went to Dumbledore begging him to keep the Potters safe. Dumbledore agreed on the condition Snape promised his total allegiance to him. However, even he couldn't protect them due to their poor judgment in making Wormtail their secret keeper. Afterward, Dumbledore knew the day would come. Voldemort would return and Snape promised to protect Harry no matter what. In Lily's memory, which he did throughout his time at the school, despite the boy reminding Snape of James and the risk to his life if Voldemort or the Death Eaters should. Upon Voldemort's return, Dumbledore sent Snape to return to the Death Eaters' ranks to act as a double agent for him. Harry then finds out that prior to his 6th year, Dumbledore had put on the ring in a foolish attempt at to see his deceased family only to fall victim to a curse, which, despite Snape's efforts, would kill him within a year. Dumbledore then tells Snape to do what he could to protect Draco, and knowing that Voldemort had ordered the boy to kill the headmaster to take over the task, as well as preventing damage to Draco's soul from committing a murder, he would also be sparing Dumbledore from a painful death. Dumbledore then explains why Harry is so important. When Voldemort's body was destroyed, a piece of his soul latched onto the baby, since he was closest living thing, explaining why Harry can speak Parseltongue. In effect, Harry himself is a Horcrux, and must be killed by Voldemort personally, to destroy that part of his soul. Snape is horrified that they have essentially been preparing Harry to die at the proper time, and when Dumbledore notes that despite everything Snape does truly care for Harry, Snape summons his Patronus, which is a doe. His love for Lily being so strong, his Patronus changed to be the same as hers, as well as revealing that it was Snape who led Harry to the Sword of Gryffindor in the lake. Harry emerges from the memories, now knowing that Snape was always working for Dumbledore against Voldemort, and that he must destroy the Dark Lord forever. Resigned to his fate, Harry sneaks out of the castle under his invisibility cloak, and stops to tell Neville to kill Nagini, the other remaining Horcrux, at all costs. Then, before he sacrifices himself to Voldemort, he opens the golden snitch left to him by Dumbledore to reveal the Resurrection Stone. He uses it to summon the spirits of his parents, of Sirius, and of Remus Lupin, all of whom provide emotional support as Harry walks to his death. He enters Voldemort's camp and shows himself. He tries to betray fear as he allows himself to be hit with the killing curse. However, Harry finds himself in a sort of dream and meets the deceased Albus Dumbledore in what appears to be a deserted King's Cross station. He appears to be in a limbo state in which he can speak to Dumbledore. Here it is explained he cannot be killed by Voldemort whilst Voldemort lives, since Voldemort used Harry's blood to recreate his body. Lily's protection over Harry binds the two and therefore tethers Harry to life. Dumbledore then gives Harry a theory on why his wand acted of its own accord, as a result of their encounter in the Little Hangleton graveyard 3 years previous. Harry's wand was imbued with some of the qualities of Voldemort's wand and regurgitated some of his own magic back at him. He also discovers that the part of Voldemort's soul he had had inside himself has been destroyed by the attempted murder. Harry was in fact a Horcrux. Near a bench, Voldemort's soul is represented as a naked, flayed child, whimpering and struggling for breath. Dumbledore confides in Harry that he had sought the Hallows with Grindelwald for less than noble reasons, and that the death of his sister resulted from their association. In Dumbledore's opinion, only Harry is worthy of possessing the Hallows. With all of his secrets in the open, Harry can no longer find himself angry with Dumbledore, even after all he has been through, fully reconciling with his old mentor. Harry is given the choice of moving on to the afterlife, or returning to life to try to stop Voldemort. Harry chooses to return to life and fight back. Back in the forest, Voldemort appears to have collapsed at the same time Harry did. Fearing not all went according to plan, he orders Narcissa Malfoy to check and see if Harry is dead, and after being subtly notified that her son Draco is alive and well inside Hogwarts, she tells Voldemort and the Death Eaters that Harry is indeed dead, so that she may enter the castle and find him. Voldemort then attempts to desecrate Harry's corpse by casting the Cruciatus curse on it multiple times, but Harry feels no pain from these curses. Afterwards, Voldemort orders Hagrid to carry Harry back to Hogwarts during the Death Eaters' victory march. Voldemort then challenges Hogwarts to surrender, but is faced down by Neville. Voldemort proceeds to torture Neville by summoning the Sorting Hat, placing it on his head, and setting it aflame. At that moment, Hogwarts reinforcements appear near the school boundaries and run toward the school. The Centaurs join the side of Hogwarts in the battle, and the battle recommences. In the confusion, Harry covers himself with the invisibility cloak. Nagini, the last Horcrux, is beheaded by Neville using Gryffindor's sword, pulled from the Sorting Hat in part for his bravery. Harry fights his way into the Great Hall, casting curses and protective spells from underneath his cloak, where a huge battle is taking place as Hogwarts fighters, Dumbledore's army, the Order of the Phoenix, and other forces battle the remnants of Voldemort's army. Eventually, all the Death Eaters are either killed or defeated, with just Voldemort and Bellatrix left standing. Voldemort duels Minerva McGonagall, his old mentor Horace Slughorn, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, while nearby Bellatrix battles Ginny, Luna, and Hermione. After Ginny narrowly avoids a killing curse, her mother takes over and brutally kills Bellatrix in a duel. In his deep fury and anger, Voldemort tries to kill Mrs. Weasley, but Harry reveals himself by casting a shield charm to protect her. Coming face to face with Voldemort in the Great Hall, Harry is seemingly faced with impossible odds. Voldemort possesses the Elder Wand and has murdered whom he thought to be its previous master, Severus Snape. Harry believes differently based on the information he received from Ollivander. As Harry sees it, Draco Malfoy became the true master of the Elder Wand when he disarmed Dumbledore against his will, therefore defeating him. Since Harry had taken Malfoy's wand at Malfoy Manor, full mastery and control of the wand then passed to Harry, not Voldemort. The two debate this point among the verbal barbs they trade, with Harry revealing that Dumbledore also asked Snape to kill him if necessary to prevent anyone else from defeating him and having the Elder Wand's power die with him, but that was prevented by Draco disarming him. Harry also attempts to save Voldemort, whom he is calling by his given name Tom Riddle, from himself by telling him to feel some remorse for all he had done. This shocks Voldemort more than anything Harry has ever said to him up to this point. Harry explains all of this to Voldemort, who chooses not to believe him. Just as the sun breaks the horizon, Voldemort attacks Harry. When Voldemort's killing curse from the Elder Wand strikes Harry's disarming charm, the Elder Wand flies out of Voldemort's hand into Harry's hand, and the killing curse is directed towards Voldemort. Harry's theory has been proven correct. The Elder Wand refuses to kill its true master. Voldemort is bereft of all his Horcruxes and is finally killed. His mutilated soul returns to Limbo for eternity. Harry is congratulated for his final victory. The dead are buried with respect, with Voldemort buried separately. In the wake of the battle, major changes begin to occur in the Wizarding World. Kingsley Shacklebolt is appointed interim minister for magic, and the Death Eaters are fleeing for their lives. Harry takes the time to explain to Ron and Hermione everything that happened. As they walk to the headmaster's office, Harry is now master of all three Deathly Hallows, but chooses to leave the Resurrection Stone lost in the forest where he dropped it, and plans to return the Elder Wand to Dumbledore's tomb in the hope that when he dies, its tremendous power will be broken, although not before he uses it to fully repair his own Holly and Phoenix Feather Wand. Dumbledore's portrait applauds his decision. In the story's epilogue, taking place 19 years later, that is in 2017, Harry, Ginny, Hermione, and Ron all meet at King's Cross, preparing to send their children to Hogwarts, where Neville Longbottom has become the herbology professor. The four adults have remained very close friends, and their children too are very close. Harry and Ginny are married with 3 children named James Sirius, their eldest Albus Severus, starting his first year, and Lily Luna Potter, who complains about having to wait 2 years to go to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione are also married and have their own 2 children named Rose, starting her first year with Albus, and Hugo, who has to wait 2 more years like Lily. Harry incidentally sees Draco Malfoy with his wife later disclosed as Astoria Greengrass, and son Scorpius, and is acknowledged with a curt nod. James spots Ted Lupin kissing Victor Weasley, interrupts them, and comes running to tell the others. He also teases Albus that he might be sorted in Slytherin. As James gets on the train, Albus confides in his father his fear of being sorted into Slytherin. Harry tells him that he was named after 2 Hogwarts headmasters, one of whom was a Slytherin and probably the bravest man he ever knew. When Albus is still scared, Harry tells him that the hat will also take into account his personal preference, as it had when Harry himself was sorted, something he has never shared with any of his kids. As he watches the train pull away, Harry absent-mindedly touches the lightning bolt scar on his forehead, noting that it had not pained him for 19 years. The story closes with the words "All was well."